Parents who have disowned or genuinely stopped loving your child. What happened? My parents disowned my oldest sister. She always struggled growing up more than us. She became a teen mom with a bad older dude, partied a lot, etc. But my parents helped her a lot. They do okay for themselves, but had a no co-signing rule for all 6 of my siblings and I still. They co-signed for her house, so she could get a head start. She didn't pay the mortgage for almost 3 years before my mom got served in front of all the other nurses at her work. My parents worked tirelessly to try to work out deals where my sister and her family kept the house and got some leniency, but to no avail because my sister never showed up for court dates. During this time, she paid $12K for IVF and got pregnant with her 5th kid. When my mom demanded some of the money back, she accused my dad and my brother of beating her sons. When my parents took them to Disney World, he didn't and said she'd file a police report if he asked for money again. They kept asking, cause it wasn't true. She awkwardly joined us for Christmas and punched my brother in the face during the meal for humiliating her oldest son by asking him if he wanted to work at my brother's company for good pay. Her oldest son is in and out of jail, and my brother was trying to help him after his release, but her son said he didn't want a job and got mad. She then called the cops and told them the same brother had illegal guns in his truck, and they came on Christmas night and searched his truck. No guns found. Needless to say, she is not welcome anywhere near any of us, and my mom still cries about it, but refuses to talk to her again. My ex-wife disowned my son. We both married young when I was in the military, high school sweethearts. She became pregnant 6 months into our marriage. I don't think she connected with him at all after he was born. The most she did with him was Instagram photo shoots where she painted herself as #1 mommy. When he turned 3, I left the military. A year after that, she ran for the hills. I remember it like it was yesterday. I sat down with her at a local restaurant to talk divorce plans. We split all of our financials and material items down the middle. We finally got to custody for my kiddo, something I dreaded to discuss because fathers never gain custody in my area, and she tells me I want absolutely no responsibility. I was taken back, and I asked if she was sure. She was. That one sentence hurt me more than anything else that happened during that time. My biological father wanted nothing to do with me, and now I was seeing it happen with my own child, but with his mother. I received full custody and she married within a year afterwards. She had another child too. Her parents try their best to be a part of his life, but she still does her best to avoid him. He's 7 now and used to it, but I know it weighs heavily on him. She sucks as, but it's life. I guess he just woke up and saw all the upvotes, messages, comments, and awards. I want to say thank you so much. I didn't expect this level of response. I don't usually share something as personal as that. My kiddo is a very awesome kid that has shown great resiliency beyond his years. He has rolled through the tough times better than even I. I can just hope he doesn't question his worth because of what his mom did. I know I questioned mine due to my own father leaving, and that has left scars that will not heal. Well, thank you all again, and you all have a wonderful day. Not my kid, but my sister I raised for several years. I was a senior in HS when my parents had my sister, completely unexpected. They were 58 and 55. I never really got to know her much as I went away to college when she was 5 months old and was in the Air Force by the time she was 1.5. I saw her twice on leave and got pics, but the way life was working out we never really got time together. Fast forward, our dad dies when she is 2 and my stepmother is raising her. She was a terrible parent, like the kind that saw one of her kids run away at 16 to halfway across the country, another run away at 15 and get married, and one that is just a loon who spent his life bouncing around whatever hot MLM program was out there as a career. She also convinced my dad to send me to a Pray Away the Gay camp in TN when I was 15. So when my sister was 11 and begging for help, I took leave and went to her. Surprisingly, my stepmonster was happy to get attorneys to draw up the paperwork for me to become my sister's guardian and even pay for it. So I'm raising my sister and things are okay until she is about 14. Then I caught her doing these videos online talking dirty, trying to get guys to jerk off. So that was a mess of trying to get those down and suing the people that hired her to do them. Ran away for a week, hiding out at a friend's house. Found her when she was caught shoplifting, a B&E charge at 14, trying to steal the phone of a boy she was dating to see if he was talking to other girls. It happened on base, and I managed to talk it out of being a bigger thing. A second B&E charge with friends breaking into the NCO club to try to steal beer. I was told I had to leave base housing at that point. My security clearance was suspended to make sure she wasn't putting me in a position I could be compromised. Still 14. Arrested with a stolen military ID trying to get into a bar. 15 escapes rehab. 15 escapes rehab again. 16. Things seem good, and she is taking school seriously. At 18 she was accepted to our ISD, graduated with honors, and had an actual decent paying job with a web company with benefits and everything. Started getting stoned a lot, lost her job, sold her car to pay bills, lost her apartment, still hadn't bothered looking for work. Got her trust fund at 24, blew over $400k in 2 years, nothing to show for it. Had multiple cases against her for drugs. Was restricted to the state, but decided to go follow fish around anyway and sell molly. Got picked up for hooking and possession out of state, was returned to where she was detained, and somehow released pending trial yet again. While awaiting trial she was caught holding enough packaged for sale heroin to qualify as a distribution charge point. By then, I hadn't heard from her for almost 7 years, and only managed to keep up with her reading the police blotter, or from the occasional attorney, that she had contact me to verify I would pick up her legal tab. I wouldn't. Against any logic, she was out of prison in under 3 years. I heard she dumped a bunch of people out to make it happen. She showed up at my house, asking for a place to stay. I said I couldn't have her in my house, but I'd get her a place for the night, and then help her locate a place of her own. That night she broke into my house, nearly got shot by me while doing it, and tried to spin some story that she was looking for something she dropped in my house earlier that day, despite never actually entering my house. I told her she had to go. She threatened she would call DCFS and tell them I was abusing my kids if I didn't go with her to an ATM and give her all the money I could withdraw. Told her to GTFO before I exercised the castle defense law, and dropped her point. Took out a restraining order the next day, and in doing so found she once again left state when she wasn't supposed to have, and violated her parole. So back to the clink. Since then she's been dead to me. I'm not a parent. I've never disowned a child. My parents disowned my oldest sister. I'm the youngest of 3 girls. My oldest sister had a horrible relationship with my father, blames me for getting in the way of their relationship. She had her first baby, to spite him, when she was 16 years old. My father refused to give her money because she met a deadbeat child predator and got pregnant again, again, and again. She constantly put herself and deadbeat before kids. Dad would send money to girls for Christmas and birthdays and never heard a thing. He finally gave up. She's 30, has 6 daughters, and lives in a mobile home in North Carolina. We hadn't seen or heard from my sister until June of this year. My oldest niece contacted me asking to come to Florida, where I live, for the summer to get her and her sisters out of the trailer. I agree, contact sister and she agrees. I set up plane tickets and organize the rooms they'll stay in. When they got here, they were completely disheveled. Clothes visibly dirty, smelled foul, so covered in lice that my white towel stained grey from removing them. My niece informed me that they had been without water and electricity for 6 months. They live in a 2-bedroom mobile home. There are holes in the roof, bugs, and rats everywhere. As a family, we decide the girls aren't going back to North Carolina. We tell my sister to come to my parents' house in Florida to get her life together and get back on her feet. She refused because deadbeat is not invited. Ironically, she found out that deadbeat is cheating on her. She confronts him and he kicks her out of sheet-hole trailer. Deadbeat said, I would rather be homeless than live with you. Sister now works for the dollar store and doesn't pull her weight with kids. At least the girls are safe now. Edit. I never really finished my point with the story. My parents had disowned my oldest sister when she moved to North Carolina with deadbeat for 6 years until my niece reached out to me through Facebook. I had never even met my 2 youngest nieces until this event. I regret turning my back on my sister. I really hate her and what she put her babies through, but if we stayed in her life for those 6 years we maybe could have prevented this. Not me, but my great grandma. This story is really sad but also interesting, so I thought I'd share it. She was a young Creole teenager. French Creole was her first language, and she was a quarter to half black like me, with tan skin and loose brown curls. She was born in Florida, but when things started getting worse for black people in Florida, her family relocated to Texas. For those who don't know, Creole people tend to play heavily into colorism. Although they are definitely mixed race, they prioritize light-skinned people. The looser your curl, the lighter your skin, the more white you look, the better. Her parents had high expectations for her to marry a wealthy, light-skinned man who would take care of her. Instead, she met my great-grandfather, a poor, dark-skinned man jumping from job to job working for farmers and trying to make a living. The two of them fell in love. They were just teenagers. Her parents threatened to disown her if she continued seeing him, and like a rebellious teenager, she refused. They wanted her to do better. She wanted to be in love. They might have broken up eventually if she didn't get pregnant. But she did, and that was the end of it. Her parents basically said you've ruined your life, and disowned her right there. The whole family disowned her. No one would speak to her aunts, uncles, cousins, not a single person stood up for her. So she had no choice. The two of them moved to California so he could get a job picking oranges. He built a house. They had their first daughter. She was 16. She never saw her family again. My mother was disowned by her parents for her interracial relationship. Edit. There's been some discussion below, so I'm going to put it up here along with a little more detail. Yes, we are from the South, Arkansas. There are parts of this that are weird too. My mother initially lied to her parents and said she was dating an Arab man. This was fine, but they found out she was lying, leading to her being disowned. I guess in the early 70s Arabs were okay, but blacks were no-nos. They disowned my mom, but it was fine if we came over. My older sister was close with them but me and my younger sister always felt weird going over there. They adored my older sister though, and she stayed over and went on vacation with them among other things. I remember asking my grandfather why he didn't like my mother when I was about 8 or 9 years old at a cousin's birthday party. He just walked away. These same people who essentially pushed her out of their lives were the same ones she took care of and comforted in their darkest times. She sort of went back to them, and they didn't push her away for what I'm assuming is they knew the end was near and they were trying to right their wrongs. I have no idea, just an assumption. She was there with them until their ends though. My mom might not be perfect, but damn, that made me look at her in a completely different light. Not the disowned child, but my older brother is. He has been a petty crook, as long as I could remember, into hard drugs since his pre-teens, and pretty much a full-blown sociopath. He treated every girl in his life like meat. I remember him as a teenager calling his girlfriend a slut, and because she didn't want to blow him. When he knocked some chick up years later, he had a daughter, and one of the first things out of his mouth in the hospital after her birth was she's gonna grow up to be a hoe like her mom. Let's just say that child is better off not having him as a father figure. She's been adopted since then and is living a happy childhood last time I checked. He treated my parents like trash. He would be in and out of jail and they would take him in whenever he was out. Then he'd find a job, lose it, and go back to jail. Rinse and repeat. He would get in physical fights with my mom, dad, me. He'd kick our dogs, cats, etc. We'd have to get new drywall to replace the holes he punched through those walls. He'd have freakouts and smash things all around the house. Living with him was a nightmare. The last straw was him walking out on his kid and her mother and starting a gang fight at our house over a drug deal gone wrong. Things got really violent, and I'm pretty sure weapons were involved. He left the house, and on that very same night, he came back because he needed a place to stay. When my dad said no, he started fighting my dad. I stepped in at that point and almost beat the hell out of him. No one fucks with my dad. No one. It ended with my dad having to hold me down to stop me from killing him, and my brother walking away down the street yelling obscenities. Haven't seen him since. This was 6 years ago. At this point, he's either in jail or dead. I may have every reason in the world to hate him for everything he's done, but I don't. He's a tortured soul who has let his demons get the absolute best of him, plain and simple. I just hope that he finds some kind of peace, even if it takes death for him to do so. Bill, if you're reading this, you're my brother, and I still love you, and I hope you're okay, wherever you are. I disowned my father. I don't believe that it nearly as difficult a decision as disowning a child, but it was tough. I grew up in an upper middle class perfect nuclear family. My parents were high school sweethearts. My dad was an operator at an oil refinery. My mom was an accountant turned stay-at-home mom. I'm a middle child. I have a 3-year older brother and a 3-year younger brother. When my older brother was about 10, my dad's drinking got out of hand, and he became extremely physically abusive. A few years later, my mom divorced him after 23 years of marriage because she was afraid for our lives. My dad went off the deep end, started doing drugs, stealing, etc. Was involved in a few hit and runs. My older brother, who had received the brunt of the physical abuse, was manipulated into a relationship with my dad for a few years. To a lesser extent, so was I. He seemed to take an interest in us for the first time since we were little, but in hindsight it was just more manipulation and gaslighting. Won't go into all of the details, but my brothers and I eventually got wind of just what kind of sketchy stuff he was involved in. My little brother and I, who both had aspirations to get into law enforcement, cut him out of our lives completely. My older brother took a while longer. He was a kid who always just wanted his dad to love him, and so he was wearing blinders. He did eventually see the light and cut my dad out as well. A few years ago, my dad was living with his mom. My grandma had been manipulated by him for years, and they had a symbiotic codependent relationship. She was a prescription addict, and he was an everything addict. My grandma had a reverse mortgage on her home. She was diagnosed with lung cancer and given 6 months to live and moved into a nursing home. My dad kept squatting at her house, despite the bank coming to, rightfully, claim the home. Cops got involved, and he was arrested. My grandma slipped and fell 2 days after moving to the nursing home. She developed a brain bleed and died a few days later. My dad had a seizure his first night in jail and was brought to the hospital, where it was determined he had a burst brain aneurysm. The doctors theorized that the aneurysm was the result of his drug use, and when he was scuffling with the cops during the arrest, his increased blood pressure and/or jarring caused it to burst. He's now in a nursing home and functioning at about a 6-year-old's level. He has some inkling that he's faked up royally and it is all his fault, but he really doesn't understand the specifics. He can kind of communicate and hold conversations, but they're bizarre and wander all over, and a lot of very strange words make their way in. I visit him a few times per year. I only do it because the person he became with addiction is dead. I believe that karma caught up to him, and he's earned his hell. I truly would not shed a tear if he dropped dead tomorrow. He's been dead to me for a decade. I do have some compassion for a sad, confused 58-year-old man who is alone in a depressing nursing home with no visitors. He knows he has kids and a wife. He doesn't understand they're divorced, and sometimes he even knows he has grandkids he has never been allowed to meet. So he doesn't understand why nobody visits him. I've started occasional visits not because I have any interest in having a relationship with him, but because unfortunately the doctors saved him when his aneurysm burst, and we are left with a person who is paying for crimes he doesn't know he committed in a world he doesn't understand. He sometimes cries when he asks to see pictures of that little boy, my nephew, his grandson, and I have to explain, yet again, why he isn't allowed to meet him. He asks me questions about that cop, my little brother, whose name he can't remember. He looks so proud when I tell him that his son is rising through the ranks and just became a K-9 officer. It's like a shard of the dad he was 25 years ago has surfaced, and everything in between only exists as a convoluted fever dream. It tears my heart open as a human to see his suffering, but in a really twisted, sick way gives me satisfaction that his actions caught up to him, which makes me hate myself even more than I already did. I doubt anyone has read this, it wasn't supposed to be a novel. But that's how I disowned my dad, then kind of developed a minimal relationship with the ghost of his former humanity that now occupies his body. My heart goes out to people who have had to disown a child. I was extremely fortunate to have an incredible mom and extended family to support my brothers and me, yet I'm still damaged from my time with him. Having to choose between compassion and love for a flawed person and your own or your other loved one's physical and mental well-being rips something open inside of you and leaves you permanently scarred. Alright, so this is a family secret that I revealed and got my mother's family to disown me, which honestly is for the better. When I was a kid, my uncle molested me repeatedly over a summer I was with my grandparents. It really faked with my sexuality and took me into my late teens, early 20s and years of therapy to accept that I'm gay. Still working on trying to even trust men as whole, in part because of this anyway. When I was about 14 I told my mother, because I just needed to get the secret out. I was in a situation I'd have to be alone with him again, and I was scared. Although looking back I was more scared trying to tell her what her youngest brother did. When I did I learned that this is a pretty common thing in her family, and it happened to her by my grandmother's second husband. Well, it happened to her and her 3 other sisters. My mother apologized to me, telling me she was sorry for sending me away that summer, and that the family curse caught me as well. Honestly I needed to hear this, because I hated her for letting this happen, but she had no way of stopping it, or even knowing it had happened to her son. Always been something that happened to the girls, but never the boys. Aren't family traditions grand? Sarcasm. We went to the cops, and because it had been so long, and across state lines, there wasn't much they could do. It was my word against his. My mother family acknowledged that stuff like this happens in their family, and that I should blame the devil for this happening to me, and not the person. And really I should feel bad for him, because all of this was hard on him as well. He took this time to officially come out of the closet, and they all, minus my mother, let him know how brave he is for admitting his illness, and subsequently blamed me for turning him gay. Keep in mind I was still trying to process if I was gay at this time. I was then accused of wanting to get molested, and that I needed to repent what I had done, and for trying to destroy his life. My mother tried to argue back, but at this point it was my mother's family versus my mother and I. My mother ended up giving slightly, and told them we need time to process this. They let off and we got the hell out of there, and never looked back. It's been about 10 years since I saw any of them. They blamed my mother for raising a devil-loving son, which didn't get helped. When I finally came out, the last thing they told us is that they'll let both my mother and I back in if and only if I admit that a 9-year-old wanted to be molested, and of course convert back to being straight. I think they are still surprised I haven't taken them up on their offer. I don't know, and I don't care. My family is super small now, and I couldn't be more pleased. My parents have disowned me to some degree. We still talk a few times a year, but we are very low contact. During college they had gestured that I was going to be fully disowned after I graduated, so I built a life away from them. I figure they still love me, but my lifestyle choices transgender are untenable with their own. My dad told me we weren't related when it came to business, and didn't want others at his company finding out. My mom told me she didn't like being around me in public. My siblings and relatives all have worked at my dad's company, but nope, not me. One of my siblings bounces between being employed there and not, due to basically sucking at holding a job. I had to figure out everything myself, while my siblings get chance after chance. I'm the only child who has a college degree, got their own job, stable relationship and support themselves. But I'm the bad one. I haven't seen most of my grandparents for years. I haven't seen my oldest grandpa in about 6 years. I'm figuring one day I'm going to be told he died, and I'm not allowed to go to his funeral. Or he will die, and I just won't be told. I haven't seen most of my cousins in years. My uncle threatened me as a teenager over being gay. I'm in my late 20s, so when I officially came out, in my late teens, my parents stopped inviting both of us to the same events, Score +1 for my parents, I guess. I haven't seen those cousins in maybe 3 years. The closest collision with my uncle was 5 or 6 years ago. My dad was selling a car to him at the house, so my dad ordered me pizza then rushed me upstairs before my uncle got there. One of my other uncles is dying apparently, and I haven't seen him in probably a decade despite growing up seeing him 2-3 times a year, so I just have my siblings and my parents. I see them 2-3 times a year for a few days each over the holidays. They send me a text on my birthday, but otherwise we don't really talk about life. My parents have warmed up over the last 10 years, but when you go through your late teens and 20s thinking you have lost your family, you find another one. I would love to rekindle a good relationship, but I have no idea how, or if they are even interested. I can answer for my mother. I cut contact from her, but from what I hear nowadays she hates me for ruining her life. First awful thing I did, my mother purchased her first home when I was 12. She had always had this vision of me having a house and playing in the backyard as a child, and I think she felt like I was missing out by living in apartments all my life. Thing was, I had no desire to move out of where we were, and probably more importantly, she couldn't really afford a house, plus this was just around the housing crisis as well, so the price was super inflated and dropped significantly a year later. We only lived there a year before moving in with her at the time boyfriend and renting it out. I apparently was the sole reason that she purchased that house. She did that for me. So it was my fault that she bought a house she couldn't afford. Second awful thing I did, she got pulled over while driving to a nearby city because she was swerving on the freeway. I was 13 at the time and had fallen asleep, but got woken up by the car shaking back and forth and almost hitting a semi while she was asleep at the wheel. I woke her up and she insisted on pushing through, and not too long after she was pulled over by an undercover cop. I watched as she was failing the sobriety test hard. She fell a couple of times trying to walk in a straight line. I cooperated with police and gave over the prescriptions she had in the car with her. So basically that was an act of betrayal. She was in the medical field and was struggling to find/keep a job that would hire her with a record, charged with child endangerment. So she was driving while heavily medicated, but I took most of the blame because I wasn't loyal to her and sold her out to the police. So now her finances are in shambles and can't keep a job in her field because of the awful things I did as a teenager. Her career is ruined because of me. A lot more happened to damage our relationship, but I think she would identify these two things as the main reasons. Having me as a child ruined her life. My son was in college and not doing the work. I was paying for school. He started withdrawing from classes in the last month of the term, then just hanging around with friends instead of going to class. He kept just enough credits to sign up for the next term, so I was unaware of his lack of progress until he needed to sign up for a 5th, then a 6th year to complete his degree. He eventually graduated, but looked for work so slowly it took almost 2 years to land any job at all. I was at my wits' end what to do, and friends, family and even some professional counselors I consulted told me he was in need of tough love and I should kick him out, with the expectation that faced with cold reality he would suddenly get a lot more responsible. I demurred. While I was very unhappy with his attitude and progress in launching his life, I could also imagine a lot worse things could happen to him, such as drugs and criminality, if I withdrew the only stabilizing influence he seemed to have, living at home being supported by me. In the end, he hated his first job, worked hard to get a better one, and then a few years later a really good one. He's fully on his own. He's got an active circle of professional friends. He's financially responsible and may buy a house next year. I'm so glad I ignored all the well-meaning but harsh advice and just let him mature on his own timeline. Sometimes a harsh limit may work for some kids, but sometimes it isn't needed. Hard to know what's right in the heat of the moment. My father disowned my older sister when she was in high school. She had been raped while walking to a friend's house and he blamed her. She later tried jumping out of a moving car because she was depressed and suicidal. My dad never liked my sister and refused to go to any father-daughter dances. He was distant to her for seemingly no reason. He finally said he disowned her after she was taken to a mental hospital to help with her behavioral issues stemming from the rap and literal daddy issues. He called her broken goods when he disowned her. Because she was disowned, she got pregnant at 17 to spite him, and it sealed the deal for my dad. My sister is jealous of me because I was the younger beloved child that my dad always wanted. But she doesn't see that he treats me like a doll and makes degrading comments when my looks aren't up to his standards. My sister grew up with a voice and a free will. My father hated that. The only reason he loves me is because he not only broke my free will and my ability to choose, but thinks of me as clay that he can mold into the perfect daughter. Now I'm trying to break the mold and ignore him now that I'm an adult, but it's hard accepting it's okay not to be perfect. My sister still has mental issues from everything my father has put her through. She's become literally crazy and she requires meds and a lot of therapy even now. TLDR, my dad disowned my sister because she was a free spirit, imperfect, and damaged goods. I have technically, I guess, disowned one of my siblings. Older sister, 4 years older, who created more trauma and grief for me growing up than anyone has fully realized, as I was never able to fully explain or voice it. We are part of a big family, and I remember turning about 9 or 10 years old and it appeared she suddenly had such an overpast disdain for me. She was vaguely sisterly beforehand, I can briefly remember, but past the age of 9/10, she just appeared to despise me, absolutely hate me. The only thing I can think of as a cause looking back now all those years later is either she had a strange jealousy of my closeness to our father, or perhaps it was a simple case of her being angry/unhappy of our parents' divorce, and I was weak and quiet and an absolutely easy target. It started off small, just her being short with me, possibly normal behavior for a girl transitioning into her teens. But it slowly got vicious, whereby she'd purposely wind me up to the point of tears and grin quietly when I got so upset, and would lie with absolute ease about it. I was so shit at voicing myself that I'd get upset then give up so my mom wouldn't really pursue it. Also by that point she seemed to be getting very good at being aggressively manipulative. I remember once we had a small argument, nobody knows about this, and she was sitting down at the top of the stairs at the time. I remember she said hurtful shit to me, and I was very young, and I went to walk down the stairs to cool off, and I distinctly remember her glaring at me, then sticking her leg out just as I passed, and I flew down those stairs. How I only ended up with a little mark I have no idea. I remember her panicking and comforting me whilst telling me not to tell our parents. Of course I didn't. It started increasing then as I got into my early teens. Just general mocking me silently and sneakily so that my parents wouldn't notice. Would laugh at the way I dressed. I went through a goth phase lol. So many fucking lies about me, and I just never understood. And then when things got really bad with our parents' divorce I internalized massively. I started to secretly self-harm. Not anymore of course, when I was 13. By aged 14 my older sister noticed. Perhaps that cold been an opportunity for comfort and advice and safety. She laughed at me, told me I wasn't as ill as she was, and for me to cut deeper next time. I remember truly feeling alone and desolate by that point. Not only was I getting mercilessly bullied at school for that, and for all other reasons, but home was no longer safe either then me and my mother had an argument and my mom told me to leave when I was 16. She says she regrets this now. We are much better these days and I've never stopped loving my mother. Anyway, my older sister surprised me the day I was thrown out. I was crying OFC and she actually comforted me. I remember being so confused by that lol. She said not to worry, just leave as our mother had said, etc. It was oddly nice and alien to have that. A few days later our older brother calls me, shocked to hear I've been thrown out. He asked why. I explained we had an argument and she threw me out, simple as. He then called me back angry, telling me that's not what really happened, because he talked to my older sister, who was there comforting me at the time, and she said otherwise. And long story short, that started an argument with my older brother and I. We haven't been right since. Speaking of, I've watched as older sister has brought my older brother to tears. She once even accused us both, I was around 14 at the time, of having an inappropriate relationship because we were close. Fucking disgusting. Over the years, I'm 26 now, she does a list of small painful things to me, directly at me, about me, The things I've had to find out that she's spread about me to dumb bed down family members who buy into her bullshit. The hell it's brought me: the isolation, the loneliness, the anger, the injustice. Nobody believed me, and she faking got away with it. She did once tell me, when I was a teen, that I'd amount to nothing and never get a job. I'm halfway through my postgrad with a good job in therapy, and she's been unemployed for 10 years living at home whilst I live with my partner. Speaking of, she even tried it with my boyfriend. Tried antagonizing him, but unlike her, he's direct and basically told her to fuck off. Lol. Point of course she ran him down to the idiots who'll believe her every word. Man, I legit do not have the word count to explain the details of every cruel, personal, vindictive thing she has done to me. Hacking into my FB account and posting shit about me. Things like that. And nobody ever stood up and told her to faking stop. Just stop. Point. When I needed mental health support, I was absolutely utterly alone, young and vulnerable. Now I'm older and I work with vulnerable children. I can't believe I'm still here. She rubbed salt in my wounds and smiled. And got fucking away with it too. I don't know how she has no guilt, none at all. How could she? I was a kid. A self-harming loner kid who got bullied the F out of and struggled in school. I remember through all the rubbish going on, I landed myself into some boy trouble, and once again, she mocked me for it. Laughed at me. But when she laughed, after she discovered I had been cutting myself, well, I still can't understand that one. She didn't know I'd been hiding it for a year or so by that point. She just found it hilarious. I can't bear going into the house I once grew up in knowing she's there lingering about. Point. She's not just been this way to me, however. I firmly believe to this day she directed the majority of it to me, yes. However, I'm very sure the more I study psychology and the more I work firsthand with personality and mood disorders, that amongst the genuine illnesses she absolutely has a form of a personality disorder too. I've seen her do things to others to. Most people around her simply excuse all of this behavior with, or she's not well, bless her. I was faking unwell at one stage in my life and I wouldn't have dreamed treating others like that. And yet I still got kicked out. Lol. I genuinely haven't thought about her or her bullshit bullying in so long. I'm so far away from it now and so freed. Your question got me riled up. Lol. Point to anyone else out there who's had to cut poison out of your life. It may suck at first, but God, you heal so much quicker from it. I've never said out loud how deeply she affected me. How much I carried it all with me. How for so long I truly allowed her to infect me and burrow into my skin. How she turned so many of my uncles, aunties, my own grandmother against me. And all for what? Power control. One thing I can say is it nearly broke me. I've had many wobbles since, but now I have started to truly appreciate life more than ever and be grateful I'm still here and thankful for my other siblings who have good, true hearts, who I adore with all of my heart. I'm sorry for her in some ways, sure, but my sympathies don't stretch that far when she almost truly broke me and I was a faking child. Shame on her. Others may never find out and that's fine. I don't need them to. I know what truly happened, and so does she. In fact, despite not talking to her now for only a few years, I know she's in the past sent me strange messages via Reddit. She made such an effort to burrow under my skin that she used to look for my diaries when I was younger. I was so lonely and confused and hurt that I'd pour my heart out in my diaries. Anything from how I felt about myself and hatred or even confusion such as sexuality or whatever. Anything that popped into my head, I thought I finally found a safe release. Nope. She would snoop, read my most intimate thoughts, then announce it to me and laugh and mock me and crush me further. I also remember writing how I totally thought I was bisexual, simply young hormonal confusions. However, she of course found that and read it. One evening, me, her, and my mother were watching TV, and I always remember this. She looked directly at me, smiled, then looked at my mother and said, "Hey, did you know Mollipop is bisexual?" And just watched as I squirmed and as my mother looked dumbfounded considering I was approximate 13. I hated her so badly for that. It was the smirking and smiling. Christ, I better stop now, otherwise I'll carry on all night. I have kept an awful lot of this in. Oddly enough, I truly barely think about all this or think about her much anymore, as I know she has no power anymore. However, it's interesting to think these things. It does remind me I've come a long way on my own. All she has against me is just angry words to gossip with others, I guess. That's it now. Hey, you might even be reading this right now. If so, why? What else is there left for you to gain now? Aren't you done already? I wasn't technically disowned, but, well, I might as well have been. My mom and dad split up when I was like 1, and he was sort of a no-show except for birthdays and holidays until I was about 12. I never really understood why. Mom just wouldn't really say anything about him, except he was an asshole or something. When I turned 12 he started coming back around. About this same time, my mom got off on coke and painkillers really bad. I kinda got fed up with it and decided to use the opportunity to go live with dad. After a long nasty court battle, I went to live with dad. He had joined custody of my sister and had remarried a 3rd time to my stepmom. I noticed right off that dad was unnecessarily harsh toward my sister for like every little thing. Yelling because the TV was loud, cussing her out like she was a grown man for eating some sweets in the cupboard, grounding her and shouting at her for hours for getting a C on a math test. Just really emotionally harsh things. But I didn't think too much about it because he never really did anything like that to me. I was the good kid that got A's and B's. But then high school happened and he started to delve back into his alcoholism that he'd apparently been struggling with since he was a teenager. About halfway into high school he suddenly starts treating me the way he was treating my sister, and treating my sister about 5 times worse for no real reason except he would run out of liquor. Then my baby brother came along. You guys can imagine how that turned out. He would maintain that he wouldn't mess up with him like he did with me and my sister. But then the drinking got worse and he started to get physical with my stepmom. I could hear it through the walls at night over stupid stuff that didn't even warrant a strong word, let alone laying hands on a girl. I left dad's and went back to mom's. Fast forward a few years and I hadn't really had contact with dad in years. He was going through a custody battle for my little brother. I came to the court battle with the intention of helping him because maintained that my stepmom was on meth. She was, so I still don't really feel bad for that. But then we started getting close again. He offered me a job with him making more money than I was making. So I start going to work with him and helping with my brother. But then I notice he's doing the same thing to my brother that he was doing to me and my sister. Shouting, cussing him out for getting dirt on his shoes at recess, buying a shit ton of toys, then making him feel bad for the money he spent on him because he didn't have any left over to buy liquor with. I had finally had enough on Halloween night. My brother had dropped a pixie stick and got some sugar in the carpet. He came unfaking glued on my brother. I had finally had enough. I told him that he was being an awful father and he wasn't treating my brother right. Then told him how I felt about how he treated my sister, who had also decided to leave to go back to her mom's. He didn't take kindly to it. He threw me out, told the boss at work I wasn't to be put anywhere near him again, and basically said he never wanted to see me again. A few weeks go by, and I get fired. Found out he told the boss to fire me. Then a few more weeks later I find out he was fired for coming to work drunk. About a year goes by, and I don't hear anything more from him. I can't go see my brother at all. I miss both of them so much, but I just didn't know how to go about fixing things between us. Then, on February of this year, my grandpa comes over to my house and tells me he came home the night before. Dad lived with my grandpa, and, God, it still hurts to talk about. He found dad in his chair with a shotgun. Dad had shot himself. Turns out dad had been arrested for driving drunk and on Xanax with my brother in the car. He lost custody and my brother went into state custody. Dad went into a deep depression and, well, I assume he just felt like a failure and decided to end it. I really don't know why, but that's all I could think of. It's been 8 months, and I still haven't gotten permission by the state to go see my brother. I don't even know if he knows what happened to dad. It messed my sister up really bad, but I really don't know if I processed it any better. I cried at the viewing. No funeral because he wanted to be cremated, and still just don't feel right. There was no funeral for people to come to, no tombstone, nothing. He was just gone. A life snuffed out by its own hand. I think about him every day, and still I don't know if I was part of the reason he killed himself. I don't know if he thought about me. I don't even know if he still loved me, and God, it hurts. It hurts to not know. To be basically dead to one of your parents, for them to just end up dead. I never got to say goodbye. I never got to tell him I loved him one last time. The last thing we said to each other was just a huge argument. We never made up. In a way, I feel like it would qualify as being disowned, but I apologize if it doesn't really fit Op's question. Just, if anyone is reading this, please, if you're going through something with a loved one, or you're not speaking to a parent, as long as you still love them and want them in your life, please try to get back into each other's life. You may not get another chance to. A cousin of mine was disowned by his parents and the rest of the family. He was a real piece of shit and did numerous things that eventually culminated in him getting disowned. Some of the things he has done got involved with a loan shark that was also linked to a gang. He owed some serious money, and it got to the point where family members were being threatened by either beatings, stalking, or even kidnapping kids. Thankfully his dad is a well-respected man and a successful businessman and brokered a deal. The piece of shit didn't think anything was wrong with what he did. He molested and abused co-workers at his father's company. This led to some long trials, and eventually it was agreed that the family would fire him because he was too much of a liability. He has abused his family name and family status against authorities, friends, and family to get what he wants. He dragged his family's name through mud and even tanked business relationships because of it. Those are some of the things he's done that were big. He has a list of other shit that even I may not know of, or that are smaller in scale and caused problems for his direct family and relatives. Eventually his dad gave him some money, a car, and a one-way ticket to the US. Told him if he thinks he can make it and thinks that his father, is holding him back, then he can go. Haven't heard from him in almost a year now, but some shit occasionally crops up regarding him. I disowned my older sister. It was always it's either I get my way or I'll throw the biggest fit. She would always talk shit about my parents, how they never give her anything when they really were. Bought her a really expensive dress for a beauty pageant when they were struggling financially, helped with taking care of her car, asked for money from them, and other stuff. The guys she would date were all assholes, and that would cause my dad to stress and worry about her. She would always cause problems for my parents. I remember my dad having to go to the hospital because he had really high blood pressure due to the level of stress she was causing one night, and she thought he was faking it. Besides that, she was one of my biggest bullies I had growing up. Our fights would turn into fist fights. When I was 19, my parents and sisters, I have an older and little sister, and I had our first family therapy session, and I basically laid out everything I have been feeling about her and my relationship with her. Obviously, it didn't make our relationship better because she felt like she did nothing wrong. It's been 10 years after that, and it was the last time I had a conversation with her, and my life has been a little less stressful since I don't have to be walking on eggshells. Whenever she's around, I don't even look at her. I'm just so tired of her thinking that my parents don't love her and her bullying me that I decided to cut her out of my life after that therapy session. I don't regret it. Well, she's not exactly disowned, but my sister made a comment about my mom needing her hearing checked because she'd said pardon me one too many times that day. We'd been outside like the whole day, and at that point we were driving in a car. So my mom was focusing on the road and my sister was turned to the window, so I couldn't hear her either. But anyway, my mom didn't appreciate the comment and my sister was all it was a joke, but she said it really nasty. So my mom's feelings were hurt. Then my sister tries to do that therapy thing that's like, tell me how you're feeling. My mom would say something like, I'm feeling like you insulted me, and my sister would interrupt her and say, louder, no, tell me how you're feeling. My mom would try to say it again, and my sister would interrupt even louder, no, tell me how you're feeling. This happened like 5 times. Rather than let mom finish talking, or even clarify that you're supposed to give an actual emotion name, I'm feeling embarrassed or something, rather than I feel like you insulted me, my sister just repeated herself louder and louder. So then mom gave up and stopped interacting. So then my sister gets all pissy about mom always doing this silent treatment thing, and, good lord. Basically it snowballed into my sister saying mom always blames everything on her, and no wonder both her, mom's, kids are in therapy, and just, terrible stuff point. And then after all that my lovely sister expects to be driven all the way home, an hour away. So she insulted everyone multiple times, and can't even take the bus home. And then, that was it. She's always pulled shit like this, but she just went too far this time. Mom wished her happy birthday, and that was it. Sister hasn't said anything to either of us since then. Not even for Mother's Day. Because, you know, mom always gives her the silent treatment, so sister's been dead silent since April point, and it's so fucking stupid. All she had to do was so sorry, mom. I meant you need your hearing checked as a joke. I guess it didn't come off that way and this whole thing would have been avoided. Mom still would have been mad, but a lot less mad. Instead of issuing a simple, easy apology, she erupts into this ridiculous rage blaming all of her problems on everyone else, and refuses to speak to mom for 6 months. She just turned 34. This behavior would have made more sense for, say, a 15-year-old, maybe an early 20-something who's just starting out on her own. No, she was 33 when she went off the rails and crossed the line, and now she's 34. I wish I knew who her therapist was, because her therapist is doing a piss poor job point anyway. My mom gets waves of mom guilt now, but seriously, my sister really crossed a line. She needs to be the one to make this right. But I'm sure she's expecting mom to apologize and reach out, even though sister is the one who insulted her, yelled, and needs to apologize. I'm hoping this will mean she won't come over for Thanksgiving, though. 9/10 holidays with her are awful, because she insults people and yells, and it's not pleasant at all. And on the plus side, her being basically disowned means it's a lot cheaper for us. No more shopping sprees to make sister feel better. No more having to drive her all the way home because she's 34 and can't take the bus home, and she never pays for gas. And still owes money for a plane ticket, and for various pieces of furniture and clothes from over the years. She's just such a child. I know I'm not perfect, but I always know when to apologize. And I'm the younger sibling. I hope my alcoholic piece of shit father who left when I was 3 stumbles on this and can finally give me an answer. But wait, he's probably too drunk to read anything anyway. Thanks for 17 years worth of questioning whether I was a good enough child or not until I went to college and didn't have enough experience with males to know good from bad until a series of devastating emotionally abusive relationships with narcissistic players taught me the lesson the hard way. Oh, and thanks for the genetics that would later manifest themselves in me as an absolute intolerance to self-control after 2 drinks, which, coupled with depression and anxiety directly resulting from an abandonment complex and feelings of self-worthlessness from the whole. If my own dad didn't give a fuck about me enough to ensure I had a place to live and food to eat at bare minimum, what is possibly proof that anyone else would even like me? Shtick would further alienate people from my shit show shenanigans and propel me into a substance abuse problem that left me with no physical addiction, but did leave me unable to tell the truth of what happened from hazy memories, being sexually assaulted 2 weeks before I turned 20, and various other random and semi-traumatic events like alcohol poisoning as a freshman in college, and being lost in a field and picked up by a cop at age 20. Let this be a reminder to any guy who doesn't want to inflict this on someone to wear a condom, and let this be a warning to any father if they don't want their daughter to end up like me. And no, I don't drink anymore. So I'm not the parent or even the child of this case, but I have a cousin who has been disowned by everyone in the family. She's the oldest cousin on my mother's side of the family and has burned so many bridges it's scary. Here's a list of things she's done to make everyone hate her. When she went to go live in my grandfather's Buddhist temple, she broke the washing machine, started several fires causes she was cold, set her room on fire, would secretly sell the monks' stuff, traditional/antique worshipping tools, tried to sell my brother's ashes, yes, you read that right, refused to have an abortion because she saw a horror movie about aborted babies coming back to kill their mothers, not saying that abortion is good or bad, just saying she's crazy, had a kid out of wedlock and refused to feed him the amount he needed because it cost too much. Her son is special ed and malnourished because of how she tried him as a baby. Constantly blames everyone else for her kid, dumps her kid on anyone who has sympathy for him, blames her son for all of her problems, is verbally abusive with him. It's really sad, has said several times, and I quote, sometimes I wish he wasn't so ugly, so people would just kidnap him already. Her words, not mine. Barely has a job, and spends all day on World of Warcraft, to this day still has started fires because she likes to sleep with a hairdryer on at night under her pillow. Got married and drove her poor husband away by constantly accusing him of cheating. Stabbed an aunt at some point when refused money. Tried to stab me for refusing to help her. She wanted me to get her a job at my job. That wasn't a bridge I wanted to get burned. Begged my mother to help her open a restaurant, then let her do all of the work before changing everything and telling my mother to F off once the restaurant failed. She came crawling back asking for money. There's a lot more to go on about, but those are some of the examples I can think of off the top of my head. Last time I heard about her, she lost her second child in the divorce and is no longer allowed anywhere near him. I know my grandmother still keeps in contact with her, but only for the sake of the child. No one else wants to even get close to that dumpster fire. I haven't seen her in over 3 years myself, but I know she will come for me one day because everyone owes her something. And about her son, many people in the family have tried to get the government to take him away from her, but nothing has happened so far. Granted, my mother is Asian and this all went down in an Asian country, not the United States, so things work differently there. I guess I can't say that he has disowned me or stopped loving me. My parents got divorced when I was around 6 years old. My dad was cheating on my mom with his secretary, a woman with the same name. He explained things to my brother, older by 2 years, and I seemed to want to be in her life. From that point on, until about 13 years old, I went to his and his wife's house every weekend. He started off living in an apartment. My brother, her daughter, her son, and I sleeping in sleeping bags on the floor of the 1-bedroom apartment. During the week all of us kids lived in a pretty average sized suburban home. After about a year my father and his girlfriend bought a townhome and renovated to add a bathroom and a room big enough for a bunk bed and a single twin, a room where my brothers and I slept, and there was a bedroom upstairs for my sister to sleep in. I'm not really sure what happened / how it happened, but when I was roughly 13 my sister, her boyfriend at the time, and I went to go see a movie. We ended up being late and not able to see the movie. So naturally we headed back to my father's house for the night. When we arrived home everything changed. I'm not even sure to this day why my father was so furious with myself and my sister, but I remember the anger on his face. I had never seen him like that. He was so mad that my sister's boyfriend grabbed me by my shirt and put himself in between my father and me. My sister and her boyfriend took me away from the house. I spent the night at her boyfriend's house, and then they took me back to my mom's in the morning. Mind you, when I say my sister I'm speaking about my stepsister, a teenager that had never met my mother, a boyfriend to my stepsister that had essentially kidnapped me. The next day my dad called my mother in anger still. I just remember my mother saying his name. He thought he was coming home, and in my house my son doesn't have to tell me he is coming home. He can just come home. From this point on I never wanted to ever go over to his house. I was forced to see a therapist, who helped by vindicating. I was forced to go over to his house major Christian holidays, which only lead to a bigger divide, because he would constantly say you only ever come over when you want something, which to me even in my young years, was as major of an insult as possible. I didn't want anything from him. All I ever wanted was to throw baseball with just him. In hindsight I'm fairly positive he didn't know I was forced to see him on holidays. My relationships that I had developed in my young years with my stepsister and stepbrother were destroyed. My relationship with my blood brother had a huge divide shoved in it as he continued to go over to our father's house every weekend. And I found family elsewhere. I found it in my friends. My grandmother on his side has always gone out of her way to talk to me. She has always made me feel more loved than any other member of his family. Years passed. I met a wonderful woman who changed my life, been together for 15 years, and I have absolutely zero interest in creating a family of my own. I have no family connection. Other than my amazing grandmother, to his side of the family, and the occasional sight of my father, most of the time at a funeral or my grandmother's, is awkward and full of angst. It's hard to even hug the man. Couple years ago we ran into each other at the hospital. I was there visiting my grandmother, and he told me he wasn't well, and he was getting tests done. Then a couple months later I received a group text message from him, and about 7 other people. I only knew one other number, my blood brothers, and the text message was informing us that he had pancreatic cancer, and that he was in good spirits, and was going to fight it. I lost it for a little while. My wife was so confused. She didn't understand that, while she had only met him once in our over a decade relationship, I would still be upset. I don't know if I was upset because I always thought we would reconcile, or because I knew this meant we couldn't reconcile. Because to me the long and short of it is, and was he is potentially dying. I feel horrible regularly for not being closer with my family. Almost as if I betrayed these people that for the past 15 or so years have made no real effort to contact me either. I wonder regularly, was I that shitty of a kid that to them it was good riddance? I feel absolutely destroyed that I don't see my grandmother as often as I should. She is truly an amazing woman. But every time I see her all I see is my issues. Maybe it's my fight or flight mechanism subconsciously kicking in, or maybe I'm just too anxiety ridden to deal with the fact that I really don't know why my father and I stopped talking, but I do know that at 13, he let it happen, and at 18 I was already gone. Today, 32 years old, I sit back and try to understand the reason for so much. You see, my father wasn't bad at being a father. I have some very fond memories of him. As far as I remember, he never beat me. He kept me busy every weekend I was there. He fed me, and I ate a shit ton. I also know I wasn't the best son. So why hold on to the issue? Why keep my entire life in the dark from him? I honestly can't give you a good reason, but I can tell you this is the absolute most honest I have ever been about this story. I can tell you that it is directly correlated to him, that I will never cheat on my wife. I can tell you that I will never have children. I can tell you that being the youngest, expected to be on the same maturity level as the rest, in a step-sibling family is not easy, and had it not been for some great siblings it would have been even harder. I can tell you that blood doesn't mean you are family. It simply, to me, means that if you ask me for help I will absolutely help. I guess I wrote this for me to tell myself you don't even know why you disowned your father, and maybe he doesn't know why he disowned me. Unfortunately I'll most likely never know. Type this all out. Realized it doesn't really pertain to the thread. Posting it anyways as it's way past when I'm normally asleep, and I should most likely have a reason for needing extra coffee tomorrow morning. If you read my story, sorry, I'm sure it's all over the place. I can definitely answer this, but from the other side of the story. My father has always been hot-headed and violent when I was growing up. I always dreaded coming home, and as a result, I couldn't wait to be done with high school. I then moved out at 18, and have been living on my own since. This did not stop him from sending me long lecturing texts, calling me several times a day to check where I was, getting verbally aggressive when I don't pick up the phone fast enough, and nearly getting the police involved when I was attending a school banquet because I wasn't back at my dorm by 7 p.m, or leaving absurd long comments on my Facebook profile pictures about how to be a dutiful daughter. At the beginning of this year, I introduced my long-term boyfriend to the both immediate and extended family. I let my parents know that I was planning a 2 weeks long Europe trip with my boyfriend 2 months in advance. That really set my father off. He wrote me a letter, recorded me an audio, yelled in my face through gritted teeth at a public restaurant, and told every family member that he was extremely ashamed of me. He explained that I was born to serve my parents, and doing this, going on my trip, that I paid for without asking for his permission, is no different than betraying the social norms, and displaying to the world how disrespectful I'm of our culture. He has since cut all communication with me. I'm 25, Asian female, independent, working toward admission to grad school by the way. Not a child, but an entire portion of the family. When my wife and I first started dating, her dad literally said it's about time. This ideology stays the same for several years. Her dad even took me to the store to buy the wedding/engagement rings. Fast forward a couple years, my wife's oldest sister is kinda bitter that the youngest got married before her. Man. So she gets engaged to a guy 25 years older than her. He lives with the in-laws while waiting to get married. My wife finds CP on the family computer that is only accessed when he is there alone. So the family is informed. They take the computer to the sheriff's office. Unfortunately, even though they agree it was probably him, if charges are filed, everyone that has access to the computer goes to jail. That includes me and my wife as well as her entire family. So we just have it wiped. I dig and find out that the day this guy claims his wife and daughter died in a house fire never happened. Instead, the ex-wife had him arrested for inappropriate contact with his daughter. We tell the family. Somehow it ends up being me tearing the family apart. Fast forward a few years. I'm looking for work and will take anything. I ask my wife's dad to help because when we first got together, he offered to get Mebane as a deliver driver for FedEx. Now he is not willing to help, saying I couldn't handle it. Few years later, the middle sister gets married to a complete douchebag. He makes a few comments about how he is better than me and my wife because he and his wife had a kid within their first year of marriage, while my wife and I battled infertility issues for almost a decade before having kids. I defend my wife and suddenly his wife, my wife's older sister, gets on FB talking about how she has been personally attacked, basically saying I was talking shit about her. I decide to set the record straight and now have every person I thought was a friend threatening to kick my ass and being told I'm not welcome in the family. To be honest, I actually feel better now that I'm not longer trying to figure out how to get in their good graces. And tbh, this is the truncated Clifford notes of all the BS that has happened. TLDR, I was awesome. Then I found the future sobbing law was a bedo. Now I'm the embodiment big ol' that is evil to the family and friends. Since I know my mom doesn't use Reddit, and since it seems to now be a mutual disowning, I'll share my story. Been dating this girl, few years younger, for about 3 years. Younger brother has been with his now fiance for about 6 years. My girl graduates college. Mom comes to town to attend and meet my girl's parents. Brother caught a ride into town with her. His fiance was out of town at the time. Mom drops brother off on her way home and asks to use his restroom. He of course agrees. She sees his bung on the way to the restroom. He wasn't expecting company, obviously. Asks what's that? Of ours, he says. Mom looks at him sideways. I know what that is. Okay, he said. She leaves. Next day, my brother's birthday. Mom picks up a tiny grocery store cake on the way to his house to surprise him. Brother had been to a party for his birthday the night before and was sleeping it off. His fiance had returned that morning. He woke up to find mom berating fiance in his living room. Asked what she was doing. Was handed the tiny cake with a fake cute as happy birthday, son. Now, let's talk about this. She picks up the bong from the night before. That is none of your business. They end up having a debate over what's right vs lawful, alcohol vs weed, and which is more harmful. Mom knows nothing about weed, grew up sheltered, and never questioned anything. Growing up, she was right. Everyone else was wrong. End of story. Anyway, mom proceeds to threaten his fiance. Fiance is super successful, teaches high school algebra, while going back for a master's, eventually to be a principal. Sure would be a shame if your bosses found out about it, huh? Brother kicks mom out of his house. Fiance is scared to death she's going to make good on the threat, leading brother to contact our dad. They've been divorced for years, to help him figure out what to do. Meanwhile, fiance reaches out to me for advice about mom and to tell me she cut my brother out of our family cell plan. I'm with my girl and her parents, who are in from out of state for today only, but I assure fiance that I'll talk to mom, who I have a really good relationship with at the moment. Next chance I get, in a parking lot, I call mom and ask what in the world happened. She immediately interrogates me. Do you smoke weed? No, but if I did, that wouldn't be any of your business. How could you threaten them over something so small? If I'd asked you yesterday, you'd have told me how proud you were of them, how she's a great teacher. How does this change that? Mom gets defensive, eventually hangs up on me, and also cuts me out of our family cell plan. Me, my girl, brother, and fiance are communicating through the two girls now, and brother and I decide we need to meet up and talk, so we have to cut our evening with my girl's parents short. Head over to brother's place, and the more I hear about what happened, the angrier and more exasperated I become. We can't call her, so we decide to go over in person and give her the chance to apologize. It's about an hour drive to her place, and we get there after dusk. Mom answers the door and refuses to talk to brother and starts trying to dictate terms and demand we speak respectfully to her. We disagreed, told her she needed to listen or we were leaving. She starts yelling, hurling insults, tells me I'm just like my father, calls brother and fiance drug heads in a drug den. I'm in sheer disbelief. I take the phone out of my pocket, chuck it on the floor, then take the laptop I've been loaning her and break it over my knee. Brother and I make it clear that we want nothing to do with her if this is how she treats people she loves. She insists she's the victim of terrible sons who can't see that she's in the right. We leave. I haven't spoken to her in over 2 years. Brother contacted her in March before his wedding to give her another chance to apologize to fiance. She acted surprised and said she didn't know what she had to apologize for. The next day, she called him back, but he didn't answer. She left a voicemail saying she prayed on it and that she will apologize. Brother never returned her call, telling me if after nearly 2 years she hasn't thought about it enough to want to apologize. I don't believe her now. She just doesn't want to be left out. I agree completely. Mom was not at brother's wedding. Fiance, now wife, is now principal, and he's about to get his real estate license. My girl and I both work at a college in it, bought a house and a car, and I'm planning to propose next summer. It does still hurt, but we are all doing great without her. Oh fun. My youngest, 16 at the time, decided one day to beat on his mother over an argument. Granted, she can be annoying, but she basically went out of her way beyond normal. Well, he broke a door with her ribs. She sorta let it slide a bit. I wasn't home, or he would have been in the hospital. She didn't want to be home alone with him anymore. She didn't let me toss him out. My mother, his grandmother, basically said it's our fault we don't treat him right. About a year later, he's 17 then, I had massive spine surgery. He was being a dick, so I took his PS4 cord. Well, he decided to rumble with me. I wasn't trying to fight, I mean seriously. 7 days before I was actually in 2 pieces. Well, he pushed me and threw a punch, and he got what he wanted. I tossed him out. At 18, my mom calls. He stayed there and is still there at 22 saying he smashed up her house, threatened my grandmother who's 93 at the time. I half laughed and said, well, guess it's not me. Fast forward a few more months, my wife accidentally overdoses on Tylenol, was in her stroke medication, and she broke her arm and the doctor told her take the maximum amount. Yeah, that aged real well. She gets out, and within a month her stomach explodes from the damage done by the odd. She's in critical care and I'm in week 3 of her coma, and I have a surgery to put a stent in my groin to save my life, to be short. I'm at my mum's 2 days after and he's there. I go to walk by, and he won't let me by. He pushes me, and all common sense leaves my brain, and it becomes kinetic. His mom is dying, he hasn't seen her, and decides I'm weak again, so he tries to use that to his advantage. Cops come, blah blah blah, no changes, but I tell him fuck you, I'm done with you. That was last year. I have zero intent to reconnect. My wife pulled through, she still kisses his ass, but I can't expect less. That's how she is. He's still on his PC, on Reddit, playing video games and don't work. He don't even leave his room. I'm really not happy with it, honestly. He's my son, I don't hate him, and wish him well, but fuck that. People who do things like that I have no use for. He's on here lol, which is funny. My other son, don't have anything much to do with him either. He works his ass off, helps us out when we need it. He even has a room here, even though I see him maybe 6 hours a week. I was going to answer this anonymously due to being in a really nasty divorce and noticing that I had 5 followers, had been 6 for a while. Since I'm not that interesting, I have to assume they are spies and all my kids and watching to see what I post and will vanish as soon as Reddit notifies us who our followers are. Then I realized fuck it, if they follow me, they should read this, so here I'm point anyway. Like I said, I'm in the middle of a nasty divorce. The kids, there are 4 ranging from 24 to 16 years old. Dad is an alcoholic and has dementia from it. He was never there for them growing up, and I was essentially a single parent, even though he lived with us. I was super close to my kids and would do anything for them. After the death of my mother, and one day short of 3 months following that, my older brother's death in 2016, 3 months following that, I got served with divorce papers by their father. He had a neighbor do it because he doesn't have even one friend. He decided I was cheating on him. I wasn't. But he makes up things to go along with his agenda and whatever he has made up in his head. Even after being shown the truth, he will still stick with his made up version of events and not tell or show anyone the proof I gave him. He went from being disconnected dad to Disneyland dad basically overnight. He figures if they like him best, he wins, and has told me this. He is the kid's buddy, not their parent. He has told them that they do not have to listen to me, and he incapable of parenting, so no one is. He has also somehow convinced all 4 of them that I'm the Antichrist. If I even try to talk to any of them, I'm met with malice and contempt. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It annihilated me and fractured me in a way that I will never recover from. After countless failed attempts to try to re-establish a relationship with my kids, I have stopped trying. Self-preservation dictates that I can no longer allow people like who my kids have turned into to hurt me. So I have moved on and started my life over. I feel bad for them knowing that they will have to take care of their father as his dementia worsens, and once they realize the extent of it. Right now they are all too focused on the common enemy, me, and once I'm out of the picture they will once again have nothing in common with their father, and he will revert back to his true self, disconnected dad. They chose to cut ties with me, based on lies from a mentally sick father, which I cannot change, but I can live my life, and wish the best for them as they are going to need it. Navigating life is hard enough, but without parents it becomes horrific. Do I miss them? Yes, the kickers people they used to be, but not the cruel, petty judgmental people they have become. Not me, but the son had a serious knee injury at age 16 in the late 90s, when the new opiates were being sold as the amazing non-addictive pain meds for all ages. I personally think he came out of the double knee surgery addicted. After that he fell into drinking pot and opiates whenever he could get them. He begged, borrowed, and stole to get Percodan, Vicodin, hydrocodone. Moved out at 18 because his parents were interfering with his life too much. His mother was out of town on a business trip and he kicked in her front door, stole all her jewelry and anything else he thought he could sell or trade easily. At age 19. Rehabbed at divorced parents' expense. All sorts of favors called in to get him into a vocational apprentice program. Did okay for a few months until he stole the general contractor's tools from the warehouse to sell/trade for opiates to protect themselves, his siblings, and the family friends. He's basically disowned. Everyone has been warned to never let him into your house, car, or place of business for any reason. It's been an education. You can't fix an addict. They can only do it themselves when they are ready. Many will never be ready. The Sackler family should be stripped of all assets, foreign and domestic, their names stricken from every charitable contribution they ever made, and should be jailed for life. The FDA commissioners that were taken in by the falsified studies on addiction should be in jail as well. My dad was generally pretty abusive. Like, mostly a normal childhood, but roughly once per month he'd drink way too much, and I'd have to get between him and my mom. Throwing furniture through walls and stuff like that. Like, I would get a bunch of cool stuff for Christmas, but I'd also have to tell my aunt that the hole in the wall was from me and my little brother playing football inside. The first time I fought him to protect my mom I was probably like 11. I've called 911 because he pushed my mom to suicide. They ended up getting divorced within 3 months of me leaving for college. I came home for spring break and he told me he threw all of the family photos away because my mom wanted them, including literally all of my childhood pictures. I had to sleep on the couch in the living room because he'd already given my bedroom to his new girlfriend's jobless 25-year-old son. I'd been gone for 6 months and my room had 100 Mountain Dew bottles with spit tobacco in each one. Filth. and my stuff was buried under all of it. I don't remember exactly what I said about the pictures, but he basically told me to choose between having a relationship between him and my mom. I told him I wasn't choosing, and he said I was kicked out of the family. I've seen him once since, and that whole fiasco was 8 years ago. Honestly, my biggest fear is that he brags about me when people don't know the truth, but who knows. I've come to terms with the whole thing about as well as is possible. Then again, maybe he just tells everyone I'm the asshole. Who knows? The crazy thing is, my dad's mom died when he was 13. His dad remarried within a year and kicked my dad out by the time he was 15, and my dad never forgave his dad for that. That's the part one really, truly, will never understand. I haven't disowned him, and I love him with all of my heart, but I can't have him in my life at this time. His wife absolutely hates me because my son has lied to her about me. She claims he'd go to her house and just break down over how awful we were to him. He didn't tell her the truth. Like how he would wait for me to get in the shower or go to bed and then get in my purse and take my bank card. He stole over $600 in 3 weeks before we caught on. He admitted it was him when I informed him that it was a felony, and if it wasn't him, I was turning it over to the bank to prosecute. I already knew it was him because I got the address of the withdrawals from the bank, and the clerk there knew him and told me he came in several times a week to use the ATM. We got new cards and I started carrying my purse from room to room with me. She doesn't know how he came in 5 to 6 nights a week between 1 and 4 AM, causing the dogs to bark and wake up the whole household, who all had work or school in the morning. He was asked to be in by midnight or stay at a friend's, but he refused. We didn't get a full night's sleep in more than 2 years. Or how he smoked pot with his friends by our garage while we live next to a heavily police patrolled business, and my husband had a government job at the time and could have gotten fired if there was a drug arrest on our property. Or how he didn't make a car payment for several months, causing my husband's credit to take a ding as he was the car signer. Or how we had to scramble to catch up the payments. Or how that car wasn't insured for over 6 months during that time, which was really stupid as he drove it more than average for work. Or how a relative with a shop fixed the car, giving him a big discount, and agreed to let him make payments, which he stiffed him, of course. Or how he knocked up a booty call in my house. Or how he would get a cell phone from one provider, not pay the bill for months, until they shut it off and just say fuck it, and go to a different provider. He did this at least 3 times. Never paid the bills. Or how he gave all his creditors my number instead of his. I got numerous calls every day. That was just plain faking mean. That took a couple of years to resolve, and we ended up just getting rid of the home line. He was an adult while all this happened. He never offered to buy groceries or pitch in, and was very often hateful towards me because I tried to get him to straighten up. She doesn't know any of this though. She has no reason to doubt his side of things. He was free to move out at any time. He didn't. We ended up kicking him out. I was close to a breakdown and I couldn't do it anymore. He did write me a long letter from boot camp apologizing for all it, but it obviously wasn't sincere, since he's never bothered to tell his wife the truth. I have that letter here somewhere and have thought about sending her a copy, but I won't. It would cause an epic fight and there are children involved. I refuse to interfere in that. Plus, it would just cause more animosity between all of us, and I'd somehow come out looking like the bad guy again. So, it is what it is. He made his bed and I can't unmake it for him. Buckle the fuck up. I have a story for you. I'm F24. My dad left my mother when I was 14 for another woman 16 years his junior. She already had 2 kids at the time, 8 and 5, both boys. My dad and her got married, and he really took over the role as the dad to these 2 boys. Their actual father was an alcoholic, and not really stable. Together my dad and his second wife have a son when I'm 17, another boy. Well, when my half brother was 18 months, little Miss wife realizes my dad has run himself into a lot of debt, and is drowning financially. My dad is not a well-off man, but she had to have the cars, the house, the nanny and all the other suburban things she wanted. It wasn't all her fault. My dad had the power to say no/or leave her, but he went into debt instead. My dad is really bad with money. Well, if he decided to find a man who can actually take care of her and leaves my dad while he still has shared custody with his son, the other two boys are taken out of his life. I wasn't terribly close with his second wife or her sons, but saw them occasionally and really did like her kids. They were good boys and very sweet, but their mother was crazy. Fast forward to about 3 months ago. I have recently moved to Atlanta. Dad and ex-wife live in Austin, TX. After graduating college, I have a pretty sweet job. I'm renting a house with my boyfriend and 2 dogs. Was really settling down for the first time in my life. Then I get a phone call from an unknown number. I don't answer it, but get the voicemail. It's the eldest of her 2 boys telling me he's in Atlanta and wants to see me. I haven't seen this kid in 5 to 6 years, but sure, I'd love to call him back. He's staying at a motel and asks me to come pick him up. He's 18 now, pushing on 19. Yeah, so turns out he's not just in Atlanta. He's run away from home. He didn't know where to go. Found me on Facebook, or I was in ATL, and bought a bus ticket. He still had my phone number saved from when he was a kid. Asked if he could stay with me while he figured things out. He wasn't on drugs or in any trouble, he just couldn't take his mother anymore and had to get beyond her reach. I was the last person she'd expect him to go to. I get the whole story. His mother is short on money, so he got a job at 17 to help pay bills. Graduated HS with really good marks, but college is out of the question financially. He has to stay and support his mom. His mother is trying to control him and push him in the direction she wants him to go, so he'll be successful and she can mooch off him. Mom's current boyfriend, the man she left my dad for, is trying to leave her, but she throws hissy fits and threatens suicide whenever that happens. Things come to a head when his little brother bails and moves in with his dad, the former alcoholic, but now got his sheet together. He tried to do the same, but mom won't let him and is harassing him constantly. He cannot live any kind of life unless she deems it. He can't even date because no girl is good enough for her baby. So he packs his sheet, takes what money he managed to save and GTFOs. He hops on a bus north and eventually changes his phone out for a prepaid burner. He has no real direction until he stumbles upon my FB. At the time he was only a 3-hour bus ride from Atlanta. I set him up on an air mattress in our spare room and now we have an 18-year-old runaway living in our house. He reached out to his mom to tell her he's alive and well, but he is not coming home nor telling her where he is. He's been here 3 months. He has a job, pays rent, and helps around the house as much as he can. He gets on well with my boyfriend and me. He is even planning on applying to XU this coming summer. His mother has disowned him. She has told anyone who will listen what an ungrateful little snot he is, and how could he just abandon his own mother like this. The only people who know where he is other than me are his dad and my dad, and neither are saying anything, though I do fear her showing up on my doorstep someday. He's a good kid and seems happier now that he's on his own, but you can tell his mother's hate is really wearing on him. More than anything, he wants her to be proud of him. It's sad. I'm not sure my story will completely fit what you are looking for, but thought it worth sharing. I haven't exactly disowned my son, but it's close enough, I think. My son is a psychopath. And I mean that literally. From an unusually young age he met every single criteria for ASPD. His behavior became increasingly aggressive, inappropriate, and alarming as time went on. Eventually we discovered a long list of incidents and offenses, both violent and sexual, against his peers and even close family members, and we informed the police, social services, and the local mental health teams of everything we had found, and pushed for their help in stopping him and keeping everyone safe. He was placed into a secure home with constant supervision, and we have made it absolutely clear that we will never accept him home. We cannot support him because of what he has done and what he continues to do. Our priority is protecting his victims and potential victims and making sure everyone is safe and supported. He's incapable of empathy and acts without consideration for others and has caused so much harm, but at the same time, he's still our son and we love him and don't want any harm to come to him either, despite feeling like he would deserve it at times. It's particularly difficult to come to terms with as I was the victim of childhood sexual abuse. To be frank, the whole situation breaks my faking heart, but we just have to get through the days as well as we can, and my wife and I lean on each other. There is a lot more to the whole story, but I don't know if anyone would be interested. I'm happy to fill in some details if anyone wants, but for obvious reasons, a lot will be vague. More like my sister disowned me and my parents, but it's a long as fuck story. The short of it is that my sister has always been an entitled brat. She married an entitled sociopath and they lived complete free of all bills with my parents for nearly 2 years. When no one agreed to pay their way, they tried to screw everyone, particularly me, over and had delusions that my parents' home and land worth is somehow. My parents finally got fed up, ensuring they loved my sister, and she was welcome to still come to the house and even keep things there since they, sister and sociopath, now lived in a small camper, but that they'd had enough of sociopath smooching, scheming, and trying to fuck me over, and he was no longer welcome to the house, or on the property. Sister disowned us, and said she'd remove family name from all her accords. Insert very redneck ideal of supporting a cheater's husband here. 10 months later, sociopath returns to property, gun on hip, riding a 4-wheeler, and escorting a bunch of people we don't know around the property trying to bait deer. Parents tell him to get lost, eventually having him officially trespassed by police. My sister and sociopath's delusions are so grand they argue with the cops that it's their house and land and they can do as they please on it. Sister responds with several nasty messages to my parents, again stating her delusions of ownership, and threatens them. We try to live on, but days later sociopath comes back to the property, goes behind our house, shoots off a high-powered rifle twice, and then leaves. It was some sort of threat, we figured, not much other reason, to spend only 15 minutes there, and shoot twice and leave. Eventually a restraining order has to be considered. When there's guns getting involved, there's really not much else to do. My father agrees to drop it, only after they stood up in court and swore to a judge they wouldn't even be back on the road leading to the house, and the judge threatening that the penalty for continuing to harass us would technically be elder abuse. My father is a bit older, which is far worse than violating a restraining order. Parents no longer felt the need to try and keep any ties open after all that with my sister. They thought it was all sociopath, but she proved to be manipulative, cruel, and entitled all of her own accord. My parents are amazing, gracious people. I'm so very thankful for them. I hate that invited people, their own family, to take advantage of them. I think they learned a good deal from all that though. My older sister. She was honestly a sack of shit, but I'll go ahead and name a few things she got away with before she cut us out of her life and vice versa. She failed a class in high school for not turning in a paper worth 30% of her grade, none of it. She constantly said the teacher lost it until my mom got pissed and stormed up to the school. The teacher called out my sister that she had given her multiple options to replace the paper/turn it in late for a slight shot to the grade. When my mom found out, she was angry and grounded my sister and wouldn't let her go on an upcoming band trip, which is why my sister had been lying. My sister's response was to drink a bottle of nail polish removal. Another one. My sister invited a guy from across the country to come and was hiding him in our attic. My dad found him after a day. This guy was in his late 20s, she was 16. My sister also signed up for adult meetup sites when she was 15 and was trying to get people to sleep with her. We found out when she left it open when my mom got on the computer. When my mom confronted her, they got in a screaming match that led to her trying to claw out my mom's eyes out. She totaled a car, begged my parents to coss in so she could get a new one, like brand new. They did, with the caveat that she would need to pay the car payment. She got super behind and just moved out, leaving my parents with the bill. She dated a long list of losers, including one who hit me in the face when I was 12, one who tried to burn down our house, and multiple who abused her. The incident that ended our relationship was after she had married a faking failure of a dude. She was in a car accident and broke her leg. Her apartment was on the 4th floor, no elevators, so she stayed at my parents'. I was in college at the time, so I lived there as well because it was break. She basically spent the next month abusing us and treating us like slaves. Her husband would visit maybe once or twice a week. They only lived about 40 minutes away. Eventually, after a particularly shitty comment, my mom told her that if she was going to stay with us, she couldn't speak to us like that. She threw a fit about how we were controlling her life and abusing her, etc. She just lost it. On her way out, she kicked our miniature dachshund and broke his rib. My dad disowned his daughter, my half-sister. Her grandfather died and left each grandkid like $300k, and each of his 4 kids $3.5 million. She blew the money in about a year. Started reasonably, like paying off student loans, down payment on a house, buying a nice, reliable used car. Then she really dumped a lot into drugs. She was caught and jailed for heroin use and distribution, as well as child endangerment. She was found dodding in a Walmart parking lot with her 3-year-old daughter in the backseat. She serves her short time, starts rehab. My dad lets her move in with him, rent-free. She starts stealing from him, eventually relapses, almost odds on his couch with some scumbag boyfriend. She goes back to rehab. My dad tries to buy her some stuff from Kohl's, using his girlfriend's employee discount. It was something crazy like a once a year 70% off total. Does not show up for 2 hours. Dad and his girlfriend go to leave, and as they're walking out, see an ambulance. Dumb bitch was found dodding again in her faking car, with my niece crying in the backseat. Haven't talked to her since. Luckily my niece's father cleaned up his sheet, and is now a very responsible, loving parent. It sucks that they ended up moving across the country. I rarely get to see my niece anymore. Last I heard, half-sister was back in jail. Not my story, but I feel that this post by you/captain_1958 belongs here. I'm not proud of my son. This Saturday, my son will have been sober for 18 months. He got his JED this year, and he starts at community college at the end of August. He finally has a job that I didn't get for him. Soon he will be moving into his own apartment, and he hasn't missed a single appointment with his therapist. He has done everything you would expect of a precocious 17-year-old who hit a rough patch after meeting with a particularly bad influence. He is 29. This is the point where I'm supposed to say that. Nevertheless, I'm still proud of him for turning his life around, getting off drugs and off the streets, staying out of trouble, and acting like a responsible adult, or at least an adult who knows the meaning of responsible. Maybe I'll throw in a reference to the prodigal son and kill a fatted calf for him. That's certainly what's expected of me. That's certainly what my son expects of me. He demands praise and forgiveness and a party and me to hug him and tell him it's alright. Demands me to tell him how proud I am that he's made something of himself. But I'm not, because he hasn't. Not in the slightest. His mother and I gave him every opportunity we could. I don't expect any praise for that, because unlike my son, I don't expect praise for doing what you're supposed to. She and I worked hard to give him a loving, stable, comfortable, supportive home. We were involved in his school. We introduced him to music, to the extent that any two people can. His mother was a damn good cellist, though, and sports and culture. We fed him healthy meals. We played with him. Thanks to him, we got in the best shape we'd ever been in since our 20s, and we let him stumble and fall and make mistakes, and get back up again. He started shoplifting at 15. The first time we caught him, we bodily dragged him back to the store, made him return the copy of Grand Theft Auto and apologize, and offered to pay for any damages. The second time we caught him, this time with a pair of shoes, we did the same thing. The third time, we started going to family therapy. Therapy seemed to go well, and after a few sessions the therapist asked for a few one-on-one meetings with him. After 2 of those, the police came knocking on our door because the little sheet had concocted some story about how we were a religious cult who rapped him for breakfast every Saturday, and the dumb chicken sheet therapist actually believed him. Rational heads prevailed. We fired that therapist, and he went through 6 more in as many months, until eventually we couldn't find anyone who would take him as a patient. By 16, he was drinking. Then we found pot in his bedroom, and in our bedroom. He started leaving needles, bugs, and crack pipes, where he knew we'd eventually find them, just to fuck with us. I know this, because he said so, in those exact words. He had his first intervention and first trip to rehab that year, and his first relapse point he had to repeat a year of high school at 17, which meant he was now the ringleader of a group of other young dipshits who saw him as this totemic mentor shaman who could hook them up with whatever sheet they wanted. I'm also damn sure he started faking one of his gang's younger sister, 13, around then, but I had nothing to go on but my own instincts, so all I could do was tell her parents to keep an eye on her. No charges were ever pressed, and the family never spoke to me again after that, but they did pull both of their kids out of that school, and my son was furious at me for daring to not let him continue committing statutory rap. He decided to try for normal rap later on. While I was away, he spent an uncharacteristic night at home, and on his best behavior. After his mother went to sleep, he followed her to her bedroom. He took a knife with him. He crept into the room, straddled her, put the blade to her throat, and slid his other hand inside her. I don't know exactly what happened next. I know he held her down and tried to undress her. I know she fought. I know he stabbed her. I know she got away and locked herself in the bathroom before he could catch her. I hope that means she kicked him good in the balls. I know she broke the window and screamed for help. I know he ran. I know she was lucky the ambulance got to her before she bled to death. I know he called his friends to brag and beg a ride. I know the police caught him. I know if I'd been home, or if I'd caught him, I'd have killed him with my bare hands. The state tried my son as an adult. He pled out, but only after making his mother testify and smiling the whole time. She divorced me a month after his sentencing. I looked too much like him. She killed herself a year later. I would be a liar if I said I didn't blame him for her death, because I absolutely do. He was sober when she went to her room, sober when he pulled out his knife, sober when he climbed on top of her, sober when he rapped her, sober when he stabbed her, sober when he ran, sober when he called his friends to brag, and sober when the police found him. When I made the mistake of visiting him after the divorce, he laughed and said she'd had enough of his dick, that I could never satisfy her. When I made the mistake of visiting him after she killed herself, he laughed again and asked how it felt to have some prick take your beach away. I should have killed him right there. It is to my eternal shame that I did not. They let him out after serving 3 years. He spent the next 6 years on the streets, in and out of rehab, on and off other people's couches, and would grace me every 6 months or so with a phone call demanding money. Eventually I refused to talk to him unless it was to drive him back to rehab, and I stopped completely after he stole my wallet. 2 years ago, he came to my house with his aunt, his mother's sister, in tow and crocodile tears in his eyes. He pretended to apologize. I slammed the door. His aunt barges in to try to shame me into forgiving the man who rapped my wife, caused her death, and laughed about. He stayed outside. He slashed my tires, threw a brick through a window, and drove off in her car. His aunt had no idea that he'd taken our keys, or that he'd been armed the whole time. She blamed me. He guilted her into letting him stay with her, went to rehab and relapsed, then went again, and here we are. In stark contrast to the ball of shit that is my son and his life, I have watched my friends and colleagues, those who will still talk to me, that is, children, go on to become doctors, lawyers, skilled tradesmen, actors, and musicians, academics, entrepreneurs, and career military. I've seen a few start their own families. And even the ones who've had a rough start, or who stumbled and fell, managed to pick themselves up again, or are bravely soldiering on. I have nothing but respect for them. I also note that they do not expect juice and are faking cookie for having a job, and not getting hopped up on meth, or apping their mothers for 18 whole months. My son has pretended to reform before. He has even convinced himself once or twice. But he always backslides, always relapses, always finds new ways to disappoint, always hurts other people for his own short-sighted benefit. His aunt is already at the stage where she is pretending she must have forgotten where she puts a knick-knack or piece of jewelry, and has already told me to fuck off after I've warned her of what my son can, will, and has done before, and what he will do again, now that he thinks she is weak. When he fucks up again, when he hurts someone else with his ceaseless bullshit, I will not be there to pick up after him. I'm through with him. I'm through with his aunt. I cannot talk to her without being overcome with rage and shame as I see the stupid hope I used to have that my son would ever amount to anything, and I do not need any more disappointment and failure in my life. I'm not proud of my son. I'm sorry for inflicting him upon the world. Disowned my birth father. He and my mom got divorced when I was 1 year old because she found out that he had become addicted to heroin, stolen her credit cards, and ran up a bunch of debt on them for cash advances or items to give the dealers for drugs, whichever. Before the divorce he had started to get into weed, and my mom told him that he couldn't smoke weed in the house with me. Instead of just going elsewhere or stopping, he got garbage bags and taped them around the top and sides of my crib so that he could smoke weed in the house and I wouldn't be able to breathe the smoke in, despite the fact that it was asinine of him to do, and I cold suffocated. At 2 or 3 he used his court-mandated visitation time to take me to score dope and shortchange the dealer. He fled with me in the car, and he ended up getting us into a huge accident because he was trying to speed away. He said he thought it would be fine and that having me with him would discourage the dealer from a chase, so he tried to use me to get away with it, no consideration for the danger he was putting me in. After that he stopped showing up to his visitation. At one point my mom and stepdad found him in women's clothes asleep in a gas station parking lot, and he became irate when he woke up, and they wouldn't let him take me for a little while, so he tried to bust out the back window of my stepdad's car and the cops had to be called. He was also in and out of jail for most of my life, as you can imagine. I only have 2 real first-hand memories of him. The first was from my 4th birthday where he came, gave me an unsigned card, and immediately left, as if I was a major inconvenience to him, and he had somewhere better to be. After that point I didn't see him again until my second memory of him took place. The second memory I had of him was when I was 17, and he showed up to our house that he had somehow found the address for online and decided that he was going to break in. Not sure why, if he was going to try to take me again, or hurt my mom or to do some other stupid irrational shit. After seeing him, mind you it had been 13 years, I didn't really know him despite knowing who he was. He had become a career criminal, and I was scared of him and in shock. I actually fainted. It was a very stressful and traumatic event for me, and at that point I decided I was done. I decided I'd eventually be moving out of state far away from him. I legally changed my name. It was my 18th birthday gift from my mom to make it harder for him to find me, and even though he owes us about $50,000 in child support from all the years he didn't pay, we stopped pursuing that entirely and just let it go in hopes that he also leaves me alone and doesn't come looking for me anymore. It was all terrifying to be a young girl being tracked down and attacked by someone not in their right mind / under the influence, who has been willing to hurt you and your family before. Being concerned for your own safety and well-being is a very good reason to disown someone. Not really a biological child, but my parents have always treated my sister-in-law, soon to be ex-sister-in-law, like their own child. They've always wanted me to have a sister, and another daughter, since I'm the only girl in a family filled with boys. Long story short, my brother and her got a child out of wedlock, and we had to organize a shotgun wedding. It battered my parents so much to have to go through the circumstances, especially in a country like Malaysia, where premarital sex is a huge taboo that is punishable by law. But they adapted, pulled out all the resources they could think of to make sure the baby could have my brother listed as his father, immediately organized a ceremony to tie the knot. FYI, we did suggest to abort the baby, and we knew people who could help us, but they, especially her, wanted to keep the baby real bad. This information will be useful later on. They alone organized everything, when it was traditionally and normally 50% organized by groom, 50% by bride. But they did it all because her family was so shocked by the pregnancy that they didn't have the strength or mindset to. My parents powered through, even if it hurt them. I remember how they told me how awful they felt, having to organize a wedding and raising suspicions by the judgmental family members. They just had to put up with it. Fast forward, all seemed well, and my whole family was supportive and accepting of her despite not being given a chance to get to know her slowly and accept her. My brother was ultimately ready to become a father and husband. He got his life together, got a better paying job, even though it was not his career choice, and she got a better paying job near our house and the babysitters. We call that a blessing after the painful process of bearing a child. Basically, my parents also let them stay with us. It's normal for kids to stay with their parents in Malaysia, even after they've reached adult age. Just a FYI for you internationals, until they've settled down and had enough money and stability to move out, which meant free food, electricity, and water. We also helped take care of their son. As I mentioned in the introduction, my parents loved her as if she were their own. She seemed to be the ideal daughter-in-law. Absolutely friendly, doesn't take shit, but extremely kind and caring, hardworking, and would help us do chores around the house. Soon enough, we started noticing their marriage crumbling. They just could not agree to disagree on anything, and she would run away with my nephew to go stay with a friend. It happened a lot, but she would eventually come back. The last time it happened, few weeks after they moved out. We were happy because they were financially stable at last, but no point. Then one night, my brother, alone, showed up at our doorstep with bags filled with his clothes and stuff, and moved back in with us. Them moving out started showing us her true colors. We never knew this part of her until my brother moved back in with us. He told us everything and showed us the messages he sent her. "You're a loser with no money." "You don't have enough money to take care of me and our son." "You're not good enough for anything." Bear in mind that he had to sacrifice his own career path to go for a job that was better paying to support his family. My brother was madly in love with her, and it came as a huge shock to him when she said she wanted a divorce. Out of nowhere, not even 3 years into the marriage, wanted to absolutely torture the fuck out of him by wanting full custody despite her inability to be a mother and actually care for her child. She's a manipulative, egotistical and conniving hypocrite who cares about nothing but her reputation and being seen in trendy places. Like some faked up celebrity, she prioritized going to parties, sans my brother, and coming back at 4 in the faking morning despite having a child she's supposed to care for. My brother had to take care of their son on his own for the most part. He couldn't take it anymore, and that's why he moved back in with us. With the separation, they had to bounce between each other over who has my nephew for the week. And of all 7 days in a week, my nephew would be with us for 6. We knew this because my mom had to keep tabs. We also found out after her, if they had, that she was already faking another guy. Why she kept insisting on going to all these concerts and whatnot by herself and not letting my brother know who she was going with. My brother has been going to therapy trying to get himself to heal and tried to make things work to save their marriage. Things seemed to be okay until yesterday. They had another rift to the point where it pushed my brother to contemplate suicide. He has never had any thoughts or feelings like that, but he started detaching himself from us, and all of a sudden my mom received a text from him saying, "She wins. We are getting a divorce. I tried so hard and I'm tired. She wins. I'm giving her everything, even their son." He didn't come home immediately after work. He was missing for hours, turned his phone off, and no one knew of his whereabouts. My parents were absolutely devastated and had tried to call every single friend of his. I had to muster up the courage despite my anger to call the beach, who also sounded like she couldn't give two fucks that he was missing. I had to force information out of her to finally figure out that he sent her a message back about ending it all at 5:30 p.m. and she only told me at 8 p.m. after I pestered her for the 5 faking hours of not knowing where he was. Not once did she give a fuck enough to help send us contact numbers of his coworkers. My aunt had to faking call her and get her to give us their numbers. She didn't give a fuck at all to ask for updates. Didn't put any effort to worry that the father of her child possibly committing suicide. Speaks volumes about her character. He came home after what felt like eternity, but it was to leave his belongings behind and wanted to go out again. I could tell how emotionally distressed he was, and it took all my physical and mental strength to stop him. It was devastating as fuck for my parents to see their son, who was once a very happy and optimistic person, like that point. After everything we did for her and the baby, these are her main priorities: partying, getting rich quick, designer stuff, and being seen in trendy places. all the while wanting full custody of my nephew, when she has proven time and time again, through her actions and bad decisions, that she is incapable and treats my nephew like an afterthought, that she can just pass to us when she wants to go partying. She has never been grateful at all about what my parents have done for her. It's been difficult for them to process, and it was only last night that they decided to disown her completely. She completely pushed their boundaries. One I never knew they even had. Point we've been trying to gather evidence to make sure we have full custody of my nephew. Wish us luck. Point apologies for the very lengthy comment. My stepchild. I took my young daughter to therapy and found out he was abusive towards her in the very minimal time they were alone together. This was amongst several other things such as violence, extreme theft, thousands of dollars, credit cards that belonged to us, finding a butcher knife and matches, not from our home. He had to have brought it with him, stashed in with his stuff at his grandmother's home, and his mom's absolute refusal to take him to therapy or get him any kind of help despite having him on 5 medications. At all times. He's verbally abusive, he's hateful, he's been violent towards every human and animal in my home, and his mom is pissed off that my husband left the abusive sideshow. That was their relationship over a decade ago when she cheated on him, so she's taught this child to hate us for abandoning them, and it worked very well. Even though while he did leave his ex, he was always there for his son. We are not perfect, but we've tried to cooperate. We've always met our responsibilities from financial support to exercising visitation. He's always been a part of our family, but he's made it clear his whole life that we are less to him. Point. When I found out he hurt my daughter, I was done. I don't like him, and maybe in the future, we can all repair our relationships with each other, but right now, I honestly fear for the safety of the people that live in my home, so he's not allowed over anymore. Obligatory. Not a parent, but was disowned by my mother when I was 4.5 months old, with my sister who had just turned 2. Our mother decided she no longer wanted her family. She up and left with a younger friend of hers and moved away, leaving my dad to have a mental breakdown over it. He completely snapped, and in a fit of rage he took an axe to the family car while I was still inside in my car seat. Point. Our grandparents, our dad's parents, decided to adopt my sister and I after that incident, and we moved in with them and still kept contact with our dad. There was no contact with our mother until I was 12 years old. She suddenly decided she wanted back in our lives. Child Protective Services gave us the option of having contact with her, but we both said no, and it remained that way for a long time. Our mother's sister got in touch with us on Facebook about 6 or so years ago to let us know our mother was dying of kidney failure. I chose to ignore it, while my sister decided to form a relationship with her. To each their own. Point. I'd love to know her reasons for abandoning us, but she passed a few years ago, so she took that to the grave with her. In the end we were better off to have grown up in a stable house with loving grandparents who gave up their golden years to raise us. All things considered, I think I turned out alright. My sister not so much, but that's a whole other ball game. Not a parent. My mother disowned both me and my older brother for petty reasons. She disowned my brother for some trivial thing I can't remember at the moment. She disowned me for simply being annoying and not useful, let alone suffered emotional abuse throughout my childhood and teen years. She was never really a mother to me. I don't really like talking about the details. Feel free to Amma if you'll really want to know. She tried the parental alienation BS on me. Didn't work because I knew my dad from when I was very young. He's my hero because when I was born, my mother stated that she wanted to abandon me. I will never forget this sentence from my bio father. You will not abandon my son. I love him near and dear to my heart. When I was 10, she had caused me a panic attack and nosebleed by smacking my head because I got a math question wrong. When I was 11, my mother had stated in my face that she wanted to murder me and wouldn't care if she went to jail or not. That sentence sealed the deal / her fate and relationship / bond with me. I wouldn't consider her my mother after all I went through. I still hold in so much pain. All I can do now is process the pain, acknowledge it, and learn how to deal with the aftermath of years of trauma / psychological manipulation and damage. I've explained this on all my other social media accounts. Same username on Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook page, and YouTube channel. There's an app called Telenym which is basically an Amber-only app. TLDR, my mother emotionally abused me and my brother. She disowns us for petty reasons. I wouldn't even consider her my mother. I'm really reluctant to do this, but there's not many replies from parents who've disowned kids. I also want to preface this by saying I totally own my part of my situation. I know I faked up not as an excuse, but as backstory. I grew up in a really messed up family. My mom married a very cruel and abusive man when I was 3. He hated me. I left at 17 shortly before he was diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic. They had 3 kids together, but I was never really part of their family. I mostly raised myself, and admittedly did a shitty job of it. In my early 20s, I had 2 kiddos. Having no real parental guidance through my formative years, even at that age I was still a kid myself. I knew enough to understand I would be a shitty parent. My first kiddo was with my ex-husband, and he was kinda like me, not really mentally equipped to be a parent, but had his sheets together by comparison, so I signed over custody. I didn't have a lawyer, and didn't really understand how bad I was getting legally screwed. I still think it was the right decision. Shortly after that I got pregnant again. I wasn't married, and was pretty much only cut out for fast food work at the time. Not a paycheck you can raise a kid on. Ended up married to someone, not her father, who looked like a knight in shining armor. He turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He hit me, and having grown up in what I had I swore I'd never put up with that shit, but I did. Her father's parents wanted a relationship with their granddaughter, and so I'd let them watch her on the weekends. The first 2 times he'd hit me she wasn't around. The last time she was a toddler, a little over a year old, and she was screaming and crying as he punched me several times in the face. I'd put up with it before, so I could have her in my life, but I'd be damned if she'd grow up thinking it was okay, it normal to let a man hit her. I left that night with a baby on my hip and the clothes on my back. His last words to me were, "I hope you and your faking baby freeze to death." It was 7 years later before I found out he'd gotten a divorce on grounds of abandonment because I never spoke to him again. Walked 2 miles to a gas station and called the police. Didn't file charges because he'd just be out in a couple hours. His mom was loaded and be pissed and looking for me. I spent a night in a domestic violence shelter. Horrible place. Pretty sure most of them are. I had no job, and most of my friends wanted to lecture me and wouldn't take me in because I had a baby with me. So I took her to her paternal grandparents because I thought I could trust them. I damn sure didn't trust anyone in my family. It was supposed to be just until I get back on my feet. I didn't do a terrific job of getting back on my feet. After a while I started to get pressure from the grandparents to let them adopt her. He was retired Air Force, and as a dependent that would give her medical care I couldn't provide. I signed her over, but they quickly cut me out of her life as much as possible. They took her to therapy, which she likely did need, and they started to come up with these wild tales of abuse in a variety of forms. I can't say for certain the ex-husband didn't abuse her in some way, but if it happened I wasn't aware of it, and I damn sure wasn't complicit in it. The tales grew wilder every time I spoke to them or anyone who has contact with them. There's also a possibility my half-brother, one of my father's kids, could be responsible for abuse, if there was any. I met my father when I moved out at 17, and they lived a few blocks away from the grandparents. They babysat for them frequently, and years later my half-brother went to prison for making/distributing child porn, but that was all after I'd signed the adoption papers. I wasn't really allowed in her life much. Once those papers were signed, the grandmother started to suffer from dementia a few years after the adoption. There were subtle signs before, I guess. Mostly just telling the same stories over and over within hours or minutes, if having just told the story. The grandfather spoiled her, my daughter, rotten. Bought her anything she wanted. On the outside that sounds kinda nice, but over the years she just believed she was entitled to whatever she wanted. She never learned to care for herself, and as years passed she became meaner and meaner. On several occasions she's threatened to murder family who don't do as she demands. Take me here, buy me this. She only eats chicken nuggets, bacon, shrimp, candy, and occasionally Chinese. She mostly lived on massive amounts of sugar for years. She'd become abusive to her senile, sweet, but understandably frustrating grandmother. She's a hateful radical evangelical Christian because her grandfather decided to become a preacher. She's been on a parade of heavy psychotropic drugs at her grandfather's insistence that get changed every few months. I don't think she's ever really needed them, but at this point she's an adult who's never lived any other way. Taking her off them would be its own nightmare. She has no interest in ever getting a job, and her plan for once the grandparents die, I think the grandmother has already passed away, is to find someone online to marry who will take care of her. I don't think there's a snowball's chance that anyone sane will take her up on it. That part worries me, because I know enough about how horrible the world can be to imagine the kind of person who would. She's already had a few prospects, and they were pretty scary. Everyone in her close, extended family had already told her in no uncertain terms that she's not welcome with them. I've tried several times to connect with her, but every time she's vicious. She came to stay with me once. I bought a used car more reliable than my own and drove across to states to get her so she could spend Thanksgiving with me. She demanded I take her to see some boy she'd been taking to online who lived several hours away. When I refused, she became verbally abusive and made several threats to kill me and burn my house down until I drove her back to her grandparents. It still amazes me how vicious she can be. I worry about her. I worry about the random, crazy boys she meets online and wants to marry inside of a few days of chatting. I worry that her grandparents are going to die and she has no clue how to take care of even her most basic of needs: grooming, cooking for herself, dishes, laundry. I worry that she's going to have to come off of all those meds abruptly someday once there's no one to pay for any of it and she's not going to be able to function. I feel horrible because part of me wants to help, but I know she won't want my help in the way I'm willing to give it. I feel horrible because I'm faking terrified of her. She's the meanest human being I know. I'm terrified of her having children and the damage she'll do to them. I don't really have to disown her because she hates me and thinks I'm a hoe and I faked her up. I don't deny I played my part, but I don't feel like I'm solely responsible. Still, if she came to me needing help, I'd be reluctant to take her in. My first husband disappeared with my eldest kiddo when he was a year old. We reunited when kiddo turned 18. His father has since apologized, which I really appreciate, even if he doesn't mean it, because the experience really faked with me. Things are still awkward, but we are figuring it out. My eldest stayed with my youngest and her grandparents for a while, but now they no longer talk because the youngest is too volatile and hateful. She wants nothing to do with her sister. I don't blame her, but it still saddens me. Still, I hope something changes in her life that prompts her to get some real help. I still love her. I'm just not strong enough to put up with her. My grandfather disowned my mother after he asked her to go work for him because he was getting old and needed his kids to assume the company after he dies. The problem was that he only works crossing some law lines. He doesn't pay all the taxes or licenses. He uses other people's names to get money and land, etc. My mom didn't agree with it and started to pay everything and do everything according to law. So he did the only thing he knows when it comes to protect himself: screaming lies and playing the victim. He yelled at her in the middle of the company, saying she was there only to rob all of his money, so from now on she wasn't going to get anything after he dies. Lucky for her, that's not how it works here in Brazil. To disown a child here, you have to prove that your kid is mistreating you as an elder or punching you or something like that. And it costs money because you need a lawyer to petition a lot of things for you, so of course he didn't go through. But he wanted to point, and yes, he is still alive and causing more and more trouble for the family deal with when he passes. He already said that he wants everybody to fight over what's left and nobody wants to do something because his kids are afraid that it would crack the family. You can see a lot of issues regarding an abusive relationship with their father. Terrible little old man. My mom doesn't have Reddit, so I'll answer for her. When I was maybe 7, my dad was working third shift. My brother was still an infant, sleeping in a bassinet in their bedroom. One night she asked me if I wanted to sleep in her bed. I was never allowed to do that, even when I had bad dreams, so I eagerly agreed. She closed her bedroom door, and in the dark I realized I'd forgotten my stuffed unicorn that I always slept with. So I went to my room to get it. There was a naked man in there. I went back to my parents' room to bed. The next day, I was playing Barbies in my room when I saw my grandmother, Dad's mom, walking by outside my window. She lived next door to us and was my favorite person in the world. So I called her over and told her what I had seen. A bit later, my mom came into my room and told me not to tell anyone about the night before. Not understanding, I admitted that I already had. "I'll never forget this," she said, in such a cold, venomous voice that I started crying as she shut the door. When I was 13, my parents finally got divorced when my dad found out that the affair hadn't ended when my mom said it had, and I chose to stay with my dad, furious with my mom for what she'd done. I was an angry, angsty teenager, and instead of being the bigger person as the adult parent, she just let me go. Even when I got older and wanted to repair the relationship, it was too late. So that's what I did to make her stop loving me. I was the child of a parent who genuinely stopped loving me. My dad was an abusive alcoholic, and around the time I reached 15, his girlfriend had moved out, cause he beat her all the time, but she manipulated him from afar and kept him on a little leash so she could drain money from him, even though she was seeing other guys. She ended up convincing him that I was the reason she left. She was a massive enabler and put up with the abuse and would sometimes instigate problems with him because after he beat her, he'd shower her in money and gifts, and in turn she'd forgive him and stroke his ego by telling him how great of man he is / how lucky she is etc. I'm not sure what brought this about, but his girlfriend started telling him how she'd move back if he got rid of me, and how they could live the perfect life we've always wanted. Even went as far as comparing life without me to the Garden of Eden where all their problems would be whisked away. He decided right after my 18th birthday, which he didn't acknowledge at all, to kick me out. He called the cops. When I woke up one morning, the cop calling sheet is a whole nother story. They pretty much used calling the cops as kind of a trap card, like they'd call the cops just to win arguments with people. So I packed my sheet and left. The cops, for whatever reason, picked me up from my friend's house, confiscated my bags of clothes, CDs, and my games, drove me back to my house to stand there and argue with my dad, just to have them ask me if I had a place to go, then have that same friend come pick me up, repack all my sheet. They'd always go call the cops from the backyard or something out of earshot. Apparently he told this dispatcher that I threatened him and I was going to kill him for his TV, and I had people hiding in the trees waiting for him, so he was scared to leave. Just any old violent sounding bullshit to get a squad car to come out there. Anyway, the cops stood there as we argued and told us to wrap it up. My dad went off into some long drawn out generic explanation of how someday you'll go out in the real world and you'll figure life out and what it's like to be a hard working man. Most of what he was saying was just repeating random shit he saw on primetime ABC sitcoms over and over, and even the officer was looking at him with a confused look. I just basically told him to go fuck himself, and I left. We never spoke again. He went to prison twice after I moved out for beating his girlfriend, 90 days / 6 months. 3 years after I moved out he got into a fight with her one night and she called the cops. He barricaded himself in the house and he called his lawyer. His lawyer said there isn't anything he will be able to do and that he might be looking at a few years this time. He locked himself in his room and shot himself. I was the kid that was disowned. My parents were emotionally and mentally abusive, very minimally physical, mother slapping me. When I answered back I was going to go non-contact anyway. My then boyfriend came out as transgender, motherfuck. She's amazing, and I'm marrying her next month. Well, my parents were not pleased. Called her freak, mentally ill, everything. Told me to move back in with them and dump her, and told me I had to make a choice. He coming out also meant I was out as gay, and my parents hated that. While this was going on, they were also forcing me to use my grandparents' inheritance money to finish a uni degree I didn't want to. My grandparents said the money was for anything, but my parents stole some of it to buy a house and forced me to use the rest for uni. I finally dropped out, but didn't tell my parents. The uni accidentally sent the confirmation letter to their house and not mine. Mother calls me in a freak out, saying a letter from the uni has been delivered. Says she'll open it. I rush over. She gives me the choice. Come inside and open the letter in front of her and away from my friends who came with me for moral support, or never speak to her again. I chose a second choice. She gave me the letter, told me to have a great faking birthday, and slammed the door in my face. Point B's choice. I think they regret it. But while they keep calling my fiancé by her dead name and gender, and lie about everything, I'm sticking by their choice. Not me, but my sister. Seems to be a fairly common pattern, based on some of the other posts here. The minute she hit puberty, the rapid downward spiral began. She had a nuclear case of boy crazy. All of them much older, all of them variations on the dangerous rogue archetype. The first time I had anything resembling a violent altercation with anybody was driving one of these winners out of the house with a kitchen knife, to prevent him from continuing to beat her. One of them introduces her to meth. My parents resort to a troubled teens program, which they probably shouldn't have, but the issues with these programs were not as widely publicized back then. She reacts to this, somewhat understandably, by trying to run away from home and board a plane with her then boyfriend. They are apprehended at the airport. She pretends to get clean. They give her money. Dad buys her a car on the condition she pay him back over time. She spends the money on drugs in secret and keeps going like that until her life falls apart again and her ruse is discovered. This worked on my parents a shocking number of times. They wanted to believe so badly that it was for real. Every time she pretended to recover, each time it was just to throw them off her trail so she could resume doing what she enjoyed most. This continues for some years until she is arrested and put away for robbing houses with her dealer boyfriend. So far as I can tell, after she dated one dealer she decided that was the way to go, as it was considerably cheaper than buying. She excitedly invites me to come out and see their setup. She has always wanted my approval for some reason. I don't know why. We stopped being close pretty much as soon as she hit her teens. They are living on the corner of some guy's land who her boyfriend is buddies with, in a cluster of trees by a stream. They trap crawdads for food. No bike parts that I saw, so at least they weren't stealing bikes. Then again, they were far from the city. Instead they took up robbing houses, in particular guns, which were plentiful out there. She spends 3 years in the clink, is a model inmate, top marks in the various in-prison education programs, moves into house for women in her situation upon release with curfews, supervision, etc. Finally the round-the-clock structure she always needed. I want to believe she finally could have made a proper start to life. But deep down I'm skeptical, because every time she pretended to be putting her life together before, it was only for show, her real goal always being to return to her old ways. I never got to find out as she was struck and killed earlier this year by a drunk driver who fled the scene. That driver has not yet been apprehended. It hurt, despite everything, because I still remember when we were kids, when we would swim and catch frogs together, and she taught me to ride a bike. I want to blame the meth, because I have seen it turn excellent people into terrible ones. The ridiculous alternative is that only shitty people ever get addicted to meth, which is unrealistic. The truth is that she already had problems before the meth. She was in search of easy happiness and instant gratification with no thought for tomorrow. That is a fast road to ruin, which she found out too late. The other common element in a few of these stories is autism. The funny thing is I'm high functioning autistic and have often felt like a tempest in a teacup emotionally, having been subjected to a lot of bullying. But I never hit anybody. I never came home in a squad car, because I had my sister as a reverse role model, showing me everything not to do. Didn't happen to me, but it did happen to my partner. Start off by saying that we are a same-sex couple. We met in high school, in a small town with small minds. Her family is religious, Muslim. She also grew up religious. Her family found out about us, pulled her out of school, and sent her to live with her sister within the week. It was a 10-hour drive away. They smashed her phone, took away all her access to the internet, and started pre-searching her mail. For the next 8 months, we had very limited contact. Lots of smuggled phones, sending mail to her friends' houses. Lots of times getting caught talking. Lots of time she was abused for it. Physically and mentally. I finished high school, immediately moved to the city to be with her. Got a shitty job at a fast food place, saved enough money to get her a new phone, and pay for the credit. My first paycheck I caught the train to the inner city. She finished school early and took a bus to meet me there. That reunion was something I'll never forget, as long as I live. Happy tears, hope for the future, being able to hear her voice in person. Her family found out I was in town and we were meeting up again. They grudgingly allowed it to happen, knowing I would follow wherever they sent her. Didn't acknowledge me, refused to speak to her. Home life was hell. She finishes school, we both start uni, we move in together. Her entire family pretty much disowned her at this point. Don't talk, refused to see her. It was horrible, but I was thankful she was finally out of that abusive home. A few years pass, and her sister says she wants to reconnect. They do, and slowly their relationship begins to repair. They don't bring up religion or the gay. Then sister decides she wants to meet me properly. We do, and it goes well. There's a lot of hurt and anger and forgiveness. From that point on, my partner and her sister were close again, and I was too. With her sister's help, her mum comes around and starts to drop her shitty attitude, and they start to get along too. Her father hasn't spoken to her since, which she prefers. We've been together 8 years and we are getting married soon, hopefully. Her mum and sister will be happily coming to the wedding. It's taught us that it doesn't matter where you come from or what your background is, your family is where love and support is. My parents are disowning me because of their religion and have already disowned my brother for being gay. I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness. My father is a elder, which is basically a priest. I decided I would no longer want to participate in the religion, but since I'm still in high school they won't kick me out. I currently have no internet. I was told I'm no longer allowed to eat dinner at my house. They also told me, because I'm spending more time at my friend's house, big shocker there, that they will be disconnecting my phone service too because I don't pull my weight around the house, even though I'm never home, and I'm just waiting until I graduate, and then they will never speak to me again. Luckily I've made friends outside the organization who will help me start my life. Now the story of my younger brother. He was actually my cousin whose father died, and he was sent to live with us because his mother was a terrible person. I loved him like he was my little brother. Well, one day he comes out as gay and my parents the very next day load all his things into a van and drive 9 hours to where his mom lives and just basically throws everything out and drive off. I still talk to him, but things aren't the same. He's actually the reason I decided I no longer wanted to be a part of the Jehovah's Witnesses, any religion that thinks it's okay to kick a 16-year-old child out for who they are attracted to is not a religion, cult, for me. My mom doesn't know why she keeps disowning me, but I do. Since I was roughly 14 over 15 she's always had a problem with me. A chunk of it is I didn't behave and talked back to adults, which she hated. I argued when she wasn't making sense, and I didn't back down. I literally just mimicked her attitude, and she didn't like it. At 15 she tried to kick me out when my dad wasn't home. She was probably drunk or on pills. Anyway, she screamed, I screamed, rinse repeat until my dad got home, and I was grounded for something. Every episode was like this. Then again at 18, 20, 23, 25, and then there was this huge chunk of time where I wasn't around, and our relationship wasn't strong. I lived at home at various times in my adulthood, and whenever she got tired of me, it was time to start to leave. Recently she's kicked me out of the family, which is literally her, my grandma, and sister. I've been questioning her power over my grandma, who's recovering from some medical problems. When it came to light what had been happening, I had the hospital contact apps. She'll keep trying to kick me out as a way to hurt me, but at this point I've been disowned by my paternal grandmother, deceased, and her, so I really don't care. It's not that my mom stopped loving me, I just don't think she ever actually loved me the way a lot of mothers talk about their kids. She's a narcissist, bipolar, drunkard, and an opiate addict who grew up with tough love grandparents. Never knew her own mother until she was 16 plus and didn't know how to raise kids. Even now she won't speak to me, but rather my sister, which is funny in its own right. Sister was written off for the last 6 years because she wouldn't tolerate the abuse. Loss of power over us means we don't exist as her kids. I guess I was 6, living 500 plus miles away with my parents, and she disowned me for not visiting her regularly. I'm the child of this born from just married. Before I was born, mom was daughter of Pentecostal preacher. Dad was just a good guy. He knew what fatherhood was and wanted it. Mom quickly turned to heroin and cocaine hard after I was born. Cheated on my dad and he divorced her. I was 2, and being it was 81, laws said mother gets the kid. She remarried fast, like a week later, to this real piece of shit. He didn't like the son of another man in his house. For 6 years I had to deal with neglect, torture, and 1980s beatings. Learned to walk twice and speak again as well. Dad got custody of me, and in court she said she was disgusted to know that such a thing came from her. Then threw up in court. She was dragged out, and for a long time I forgot about her. Then I had my own son, time being the men to heal all wounds. Family is everything, and my dad never said a bad thing about her. Not once. Well, I wanted to give her a shot, and introduced her to her grandson. Things went well. So after the 3rd visit she asked if he could stay with her. I told her and her sister that if he comes back with a mark, I will come back to this house or wherever you are and I will bleed you out, and let's hope in the time it takes them to get here you did, because if you don't I will get back out and will make it a point to enjoy it. He came back fine. She went on Facebook and said my wife was unreasonable for how she asked him to be put into a car seat at all times and this and that. I said I wasn't even mad. I was disappointed in myself for thinking she would change. Then posted every picture of me learning to walk after she and her husband put me through a wall. Then left belt buckle marks on my spine and lastly chucked me out the window while I was in seizure. It was the neighbors that called 911. She had a heart attack. That side of the family demanded I apologize. I told them to fuck a rake. None of them did anything during those years I was a child. They all knew too. Last I heard she was bitching about having heavy metal poisoning. This is really hard for me to say. I've done 2 or 3 years of therapy, group work. My dad, I took away that title a while ago. Emma held me and said no further contact required. I did send an email addressing out of the shot he did in my childhood. I thought it was the right thing to do at the time and address my feelings. He was an alcoholic, Vietnam vet, and first wife committed suicide, so I developed sympathy for and the actions he did, which is very confusing. He did some traumatic shit to me as a child. Press my hand down on a hot BBQ plate. He'd have a go at me and get angry because of my eczema and said I wore it as a badge of honor. He'd aggressively put my ointments on my skin, which hurt because they were open wounds. After another spiel of abuse for me having eczema, I called him a cunt, and he picked me up by the scruff of my t-shirt, carried me from the living room to my bedroom and threw me at the wall. I was 10 or 12 years old. I'm still perplexed by all this. I'm 28 now and he's 70. I got the do not contact 3 years ago, and my mum left him 10 years ago and still defends him and said I shouldn't have sent that email. Is 70, so not long now. I think I'd like to make contact again, not aggressive but just say you were doing the best you could at the time and make peace before he goes. But it's very hard and confusing for me. In therapy we spoke about him and pretending him be in the room and I just couldn't do it, and I had to stop it. 5 or 7 years ago he appeared at my doorstep unannounced and I just burst out crying at the mere sight of him and the fear he invokes in me. I was a mother who left her baby with its father 15 years ago. I was an emancipated 16-year-old high school dropout who lived on her friend's couch and worked 2 jobs at the mall. I met my child's father on MySpace. He was 24. I became pregnant that winter and was afraid to tell my parents. He convinced me to keep it and live with him at his mother's house. That decision is one I'll regret forever. That year is really a blur. It was isolating. I moved from the city to the woods. I didn't drive and everything was far away. I wanted to die. I hated his mother. I hated him. It has all gone too far, and I couldn't get off the ride. My child was born via emergency C-section. I was in the hospital for a week. I didn't want to see my baby or anyone else. I just wanted to sleep. I felt dirty and disfigured and ashamed and embarrassed. It was a nightmare. I hated doing anything with the baby. I hated waking up at night. It never stopped crying or throwing up. Its father would talk me. I was a horrible person every day because I cried and lamented my decision. I don't think I slept for a month. He would go out with his friends and I'd be stuck in the house with a crying infant and a sink full of dishes. I hated my life. I broke up with him 6 months later and moved in with my dad, assuming partial custody. I paid my entire salary in childcare, but I worked full time because I didn't want to be home with the baby. I became paranoid about weird things like UFOs and nuclear power plants. I was angry and combative with my dad and stepmom. On the days when the baby was at its father's, I drank until I passed out. I tried to take courses at the community college, but the baby and work had me overextended. I had no money, even though I worked full time and lived at home. I have always had a strong immune system, but I was seriously ill constantly that year and lost my job eventually because of it. I wanted my life to be the way it was, but I felt too guilty about not wanting the baby to sign away my rights. I had a nervous breakdown one day that involved me screaming at the father on the phone and threatening his mother. She got a temporary restraining order against me and I had to go to court to have it dropped. I don't remember much of how things happened, but he basically refused to let me see the baby without his supervision and I didn't want to be around him, so I just never followed up or spoke to them again. My dad urged me to sign away parental rights, but I felt too guilty. I'm in my 30s now. Life has brought me to another state where I've been in a wonderful healthy relationship for a long time, gainfully employed and am genuinely happy and healthy. I don't have any other kids. I look at the 16 to 18-year-old girl that I was, and with a lot of therapy, I've forgiven her. My residual guilt is offset by knowing that I didn't have a chance at a life in that situation, and my baby didn't have a chance at having a healthy mother to give it love. I thank myself for leaving when I did, before I killed myself or ruined my child's life. My partner, my family and my friends back home know about this situation, but I don't mention it to new people in my life. I don't care if you think I'm an evil person for doing this. I've done years of work to reconcile this. The people in my life know that I'm a loyal friend, daughter, sister, partner, and colleague. I could not be a good mother when I was an emotionally immature and mentally ill child. Maybe I will be in the future. My older sister is now completely disowned by me. As kids she was relentless. Like from a young age my brother and I were told to give her what she wanted otherwise she'd have a tantrum. She got new clothes and jewelry, and I had hand-me-downs. She thinks I was the chosen one / was spoiled / had everything handed to me, but I worked from the age of 16 and paid my parents' rent from that age. She constantly made fun of how I looked / dressed / hobbies, just everything. She would goad me with insults and abuse, and when I snapped and screamed at her she would laugh in my face. Flash to 2 years ago. I was a single mother working full time. They lived rent free with my elderly dad while her husband worked. Her husband flipped and screamed death threats at me because I changed my Netflix password and wouldn't tell them. Abuse continued for months, including texts saying watch yourself when you walk out the door in the morning. Bang bang, sludged over faking Netflix. My dad died and her husband sent my other sister and I a photo of a coffin saying ha ha ha. Other siblings and I barred him from the funeral and shit got horrible. He was in the process of arranging some sort of hit on us when we went to the police. Since the threats were all through social media and there were 4 of them in the house, and sister refused to tell them anything, nothing happened. She told me the threats and abuse were what I deserved and what did I expect to happen after I antagonized him. After my dad's funeral I blocked her off everything. They're divorced now and she's trying to convince other sister to have a relationship again. She's depressed, divorced single mom, had to get a job, ex is being a dick. Too bad she didn't think of that when I was working full time, grieving for my dad, helping my autistic son grieve his bestest buddy, and worrying I would be murdered on my faking doorstep in front of my kid every time we left the house. Not the parent, but the child. My mother married stepfather, a beater when I was a wee tot, and he ended up sexually abusing me. It was a near daily thing, and it ended up giving me PTSD. I had told my mother what happened, and she always had ignored me and laughed it off. He eventually found out that I told her. I forgot to mention I was about 5 at the time, and he came into the bathroom while I was showering and threatened to kill me if I ever told anyone else. My stepfather abused me sexually and physically, while my mother abused me emotionally and physically. When I was in, maybe, 4th grade, 2 of my best friends, they're important to the story, at the time had come over for a few nights. Those few nights were enough to make my stepfather think that it was alright to force all 3 of us young children to undress and serve his every wish. I'll assume y'all knows where that one ends up going. See, he had forgotten that those 2 children had a loving and trusting mother. The 2 other children had told their mother about what my stepfather had done to them, and he was sent to jail. 3 days before I turned 11, I was sent to live in a foster home. That was the first time I spent my birthday at someone else's home. My only memory of the foster father of that home was him giving me $3 and telling me to have a nice birthday. That made my day. My mother tried to get me back, but was never able to. Turns out, through some DNA testing, she lied about who my father was. She said that my real father was the stepfather, Mr. App's innocent children. My real father lived across the country, and I was sent up, with my beloved cat and all my belongings, to his home, without even knowing him. Mother claimed to love me. She's a filthy liar. She knew what she had done to me, yet cries to her coworkers about how she misses me. One of them texted me recently, and I tried my best to explain what my mother had done, and that no, I will not speak with her again. The coworker tried many times to get me to consider, without even listening to what I had to say. Just gotta love that. Here's some background on me, in case you're wondering. I'm still underage, 15. In fact, I've had many issues growing up, but I think I've finally found some friends who support me and care for my well-being. I'm still suffering from my past, but I'm learning to speak up for myself. I want to see change, and I want this world to become better. I've disowned my own mother after her wrongdoings, and I'm set to never talk to her again. She can't push me around any longer. My mum disowned me and one of my sisters over something dumb. My sister, 6 years older than me, got married about 4/5 years ago. Mum is on disability. It really is one of those situations where she isn't disabled, just fat, and couldn't help fund the wedding. So it was my sister, her husband and her in-laws paying for the wedding. Because of this, they made a rule that you could only have a +1 if they were your significant other. Our father was never in the picture. His decision. Mum wanted to take her best friend, a lovely, slightly neurotic lady. Sister said no. Mum said fine, I'll take your father. Sister said no. I was the maid of honor. Mum confided in me that she wouldn't be attending if she couldn't have her friend there. She specifically said she wouldn't tell my sister this. So I did, and this is where things really kicked off. My mum and sister argue for ages about this, mum saying it isn't proper the way things are being done, and my sister arguing she can't have that kind of input when she isn't helping to fund the wedding. Then mum changes the story. Apparently I lied about the whole thing and didn't give mum a chance to talk about it with my sister. This is something she holds on to today, even though it isn't true. Mum eventually relented and said she'd go to the wedding alone, but it was too late. She'd been telling people, friends, and strangers how nasty her daughters were and refused to apologize. She was barred from the wedding. She took down all pictures of us, periodically contacted us to try and guilt us into apologizing, which included suicide threats among other things. A few years later she had the audacity to yell at me for not telling her my sister was pregnant, as if that was her business, and yelled at me in a crowded shopping center. She also contacted my sister 2 days before she gave birth to stress her out. We'd have forgiven her had she apologized. She still thinks it's everyone's fault but her own, and she disowned us both. Half disowned kid here. My dad left my mom when I was little, and he never really had a relationship with me till I moved closer to him. It was about 3 years of actually spending time with him when I was at 10 to 13 years old. He had a few girlfriends here and there, but this current one, dear God help the world, she was always silent and avoided me. I tried to be nice, but she usually gave death glares, so I left it alone really. just kinda closed up when I was there, stayed in my room. Then, she got pregnant. When she had the kid and the kid was able to walk, she would pull her away from me, complain I was around. I was a horrible influence, that I ate her food, she didn't have a job, and didn't pay for shit. It got bad. My dad would go to work, and she would lock me out of the house for hours. I would have to find stuff to eat outside. I told my dad the things she had been doing, but he always turned it on to me and called me a selfish bitch at one point cause I didn't want to clean my animal sheet covered bathroom. She actually kept a few animals in my bathroom and they shat everywhere, and they expected me to clean it. No. They had gotten into arguments while I was there, and I remember clear as a bell her screaming at my dad, well, I don't care, she was here first. We are here now. We are your family. You need to ditch her. I couldn't go back to my mom's cause there was some personal issues, so I was already depressed enough as is. He doesn't really make an effort anymore since I moved back with my mom, but he wastes no time treating me like a child or belittling me anytime we try to talk. So by the end of this I've disowned him. There are a lot more stories about this chick. Currently 17 now, and have 2 half siblings on my dad's side that I can't even be a part of their lives. Strap in, kids, this is a long one. For context, you need to understand that I'm from New Zealand and we are able to live and work in Australia freely. Also, I wouldn't say I've stopped loving him, but I'm done being a sucker. My ex-wife cheated on me and left me to raise our then 2-year-old son, now 21. At 5 years he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. So I sacrificed everything to try and raise that kid right. I was at every school event and was boringly on time for everything. I once drove back from a family reunion overnight through a raging thunderstorm in pitch dark, fallen trees on the highway, the works, to make sure I was on time to collect him from his weekend with his mother. My aunts had begged me not to risk it, but I managed to pull it off. After I remarried, my wife gave up her full-time job and went part-time so she could do school drop-offs and pickups, and I could go back to full-time work. Because of this, my ex decided to sue for custody, something she dragged out for years. Although she was unsuccessful, she essentially wiped us out financially. By the time he turned 18 and she could no longer harass us, I essentially had nothing to show for the previous 30 years after leaving school. He didn't want to go to university. He fluffed around for a year or so and didn't find a job. He was capable of doing so. I was out of work, so accepted a job in Australia. I called him and said he should get his, but over there too, since he was not working as the pay is better there. He was out of excuses, so he came. So we spent 2 months in each other's space and I discovered with absolute clarity just how much he took me for granted. He was just so lazy and made no genuine attempt to get a job. I would come home each day and he would tell me he'd applied for 50 jobs. It was apparent he was just clicking apply on anything, whether he was qualified or not. His cover letters and resume were full of mistakes, and it was clear he just didn't care. He lost the key to my apartment. He showed up to meet me for lunch before an interview, and I kid you not, had his tie on backwards. He couldn't have shown his contempt any more clearly. Finally I lost the plot one day and yelled a string of unmentionables at him. He immediately contacted his mother, who paid for his ticket home. He waited until I had paid for our dinner that evening before he told me. I just felt utterly used. So a switch finally flicked in my head and I thought, I'm done with this kid. I told him that I owned everything he had come with and that he couldn't use the suitcase he had brought to go back with because it belonged to me and my wife. He bought some of those cheap fabric bags with handles and zips you can get from Chinese stores and took a couple of bags of those back with his clothes. I took back the smartphone I bought him and gave him back his crappy one from his mother and put his SIM in it. Since then I did go back to NZ and we have had contact, but I essentially don't tell him anything I don't want his mother to know. He got himself an apartment with roommates, but had difficulty with them. He never spoke to me about it, but bailed on his place and moved in with his maternal grandmother, who was only too happy to have him stay. A few weeks ago he called me to tell me he had quit his job, but it was okay because he had lots of savings. He was due for a redundancy payout, 3 months pay, which they now don't have to pay him. I told him he should have discussed it with me before doing something so stupid, but I have already emotionally distanced myself from caring that much point. So I was back in NZ for 18 months or so, and now I have accepted another job in Australia. I'm already here working, and my family will join me next week. He has no idea, and I'm not telling him. He's welcome to visit us at his own expense, if he so desires, but he needs to figure out his shit all by himself from now on. My mother has been a meth addict throughout my entire life. She was in and out of prison/jail and rehab. I was passed around from family to family, never really having a home for more than 3 years at a time. When time came to move out, I did so quickly, around 18 years old. My mom had 2 more children with someone a few years back, and they were about 8 at the time when I moved. I picked up my 2 little sisters after school to help my mom who was at work, and they asked me what meth was. That shocked me, but I knew it'd pop up one day. I asked them why, and they said that mom was driving them to school one day and kept saying, meth, 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 meth. I dropped them off, waited for my mom to get off work and confronted her. She acted like she didn't know what was going on. I told her to give me what drugs she had, and I'd flush them down to toilet, or call the cops. She didn't help, so I called the cops. They found meth residue in her car, arrested her, and she screamed about how terrible a son I was, and that how I was ruining her and my little sister's lives. Haven't spoken with her since. It's been about 6 years. My father has a separate family a couple thousand miles away, and I haven't talked to him in about a decade. I feel like a terrible son, and I feel like I don't have a family. No one in my family talks to me, and I don't make an effort to reach out, because I feel like the black sheep plagued with too many issues. I have a hard time socializing and meeting people, since moving around so much as a kid hindered my ability to socialize. I feel pretty alone, but I know the world doesn't owe me anything, so I work hard and try my best to make every day better. Sorry for the rant, and thanks for reading. I'm not begging for sympathy, it just feels good to ramble about this for once. I'm not his parent, but I stopped truly loving my father fully a while ago. I love him, but not like I used to. He's incredibly manipulative, emotionally abusive, and always turns everything around on me. If I try to tell him how I feel, he tells me I don't feel that way, and I'm only saying these things to make him feel pity, and I need to stop lying. Then I tell my friends I don't like him, he gets word of it, and corners me to yell at me about how I'm hurting his feelings, and that I don't want to be his kid. We were moving that day, and he told me that if he saw me stop moving, that he would beat me with his belt. It was 98 degrees outside. He continually tries to make everything my fault. Brother's doing bad in school? Maybe it's because I'm too loud and obnoxious at home. My room is messy. I'm just a shitty person. Better clean that up before I go into a depression I'm already balls deep in. I'm waiting until my mother buys a house so I can move in with her permanently. I can't leave my animals behind, and nobody near me can take them. I worry about the ones I can't take with the 2 Bettis, my dog and cat, and the Betty. Bettis were ill for a long time. I nursed them back to health. Dog is kicked full force if she licks the couch, even if by accident, and the cat has literally been thrown out of a room. The dragon is so malnourished she can't walk. I do my best to help them, but they don't belong to me. They're my stepmother's, and she will do anything in her power to have control over me. She threatened me so bad I thought about calling my mother or the police because I feared for my safety, but she was right outside my door and wouldn't leave until I have her my phone. I don't feel loved here. I don't feel safe sometimes. But in my state, I'm still too young to make that decision unless there's a bruise on my body somewhere. Or unless I'm diagnosed with PTSD or show profound signs of psych trauma. People think I'm joking when I talk about my depression because I'm friendly and laugh a lot. My friends, my mom, my animals, they're the only ones that make life worth it anymore. Sorry for the long rant. It feels good to say this out loud. I'm not a parent, but I've been trying to disown my oldest sister at this point in my life, and I doubt that I'll ever feel like letting her back into it willingly. She's done and said a number of things that just leave me feeling emotional and mentally drained thinking about it, yet like a scab that I can't seem to stop touching I keep talking about, but I'll do my best to be brief. So let's begin. I think I started to realize that she might be crazy when she asked me if I could help her move out from her shared housing in LA. I, not having anything planned for that weekend, agreed. However, during the trip there and back she began to say things like how her housemates were abusive to their pets, or how it was extremely pathetic of me not having any plans during the weekend when she asked me for my help. Then the next night, after we arrived back home, I'm watching Imperium with my brother, "You're an artsy Harry," when she starts blowing up my phone saying that if I, to quote, "snoop through her texts again, she'll break my laptop and phone," then saying all you had to do was send a simple text. To provide some context, she was driving and asked me to read to her the messages in her school's group chat on Facebook about giving away from furniture she didn't need, where I read it aloud, then read aloud my response on her behalf. After that I put her phone down before going back to listening to an audiobook I had downloaded for the trip. She then says that she has a right to privacy since it was the United States, then says that I owed her $200 since my dad offered me $100 to go on this trip instead of him. Then told me to get a girlfriend, then saying that revenge porn is illegal and punishable by law with sentencing. A few days later she gets in a fight with my mom that started when they were at the mall together with my other sister, who told the rest of the family that my older sister was just constantly mocking and throwing jibes at her. That when they were going to leave, my mother gets out of the car saying that she doesn't like getting treated like this, especially during a trip where she dropped a few $100s on my two sisters. My older sister just leaves her behind, and my older brother goes to pick my mom up cause I was in class at the time. A few hours later my mom gets furious that my older sister locked her out of her own room when she needed to get ready for work despite getting her old room back, which sparks a fight that I had to break up. Fast forward some time later, she apparently gets evicted from her apartment, where she apparently took her landlord to court saying he was harassing her, which she loses. She puts the stuff she can't take with her into storage, then drives home when my parents are in another country, arriving at 4 in the morning seemingly out of the blue at the time. I later asked my parents if they knew she was coming, and they were as shocked as me. Then things really start to go off the deep end. She crosses out her face on the family portrait after a fight with my mom, who she's constantly accusing of trying to control her so she could live through her because she's an old woman with a wasted life and no future. Then saying she's gainfully unemployed when my mother points out that she's got a stable job, house, and car, whereas my sister has no job, no car, no place of her own. To which my sister will reply something along the lines of, "You're jealous of my youth and my master's degree." I think she has a master's in creative writing. She accuses my older brother of molesting her and my other sister. Then accuses my father of letting people molest my other sister. Then accuses my mother of taking her as a young girl to look at dead bodies at her work. Then she tells my other sister, who volunteers at a suicide hotline, that she's encouraging people to kill themselves while calling her a narcissist because she wouldn't let her use a sauce pot. One day she's saying how my other sister never repaid any of the money she wasted on some game or something, but my other sister came out to correct her, saying she did repay it back by working at my father's workplace. My older sister freaks out, spitting at her, calling her a hoe that needs to get laid. I know it doesn't make sense, I'll just repeating what I heard, all while trying to essentially climb over my dad to attack her, which was when I came in to break the fight up. Though I get angry and screamed at her when she tried to push me away by putting her foot on my chest. Now a little while ago it was also my older brother's birthday, in which she barges into my other sister's room, then begins to throw all of my other sister's stuff off a bookshelf that she wanted back. My father sees this, then gets angry because he remembers how my older sister was trying to attack my other sister during the last major fight. They scream at each other while me and my brother eat some round tables. After about 20 minutes things go back to a tense normality. However, as we are cutting the cake I bought, she comes back out, slams her hands into the cake, then grabs it and nearly dumps it on my brother's $1,200 laptop, but at the last second just dumps it into the sink, then proceeds to throw out about the rest of the pizzas along with the snacks we got from a bakery, all in all wasting about a little more than $100 worth of food. plus destroying the bookshelf that she had wanted back from my other sister. It's gotten to the point now that we just go back to our rooms, put on headphones, or act like she doesn't exist whenever she comes out. This is a long story, but I'll try to summarize as best I can. I'm the 5th daughter out of 7 kids in a Catholic family. It isn't uncommon to get disowned at least once or twice by our dad, who was raised in a pretty toxic environment himself, which goes back to generations. The eldest was told she had to drop school and find a husband at the age of 17 because she didn't know what career she wanted, and to move out of home. She found an abusive husband, had 2 babies, got divorced, and never spoke to our parents from there. She now earns a lot of money in an insurance company. The second eldest was disowned for having a baby out of wedlock and for not marrying her baby's father. She became a psychologist and moved overseas, now planning to build a house with her teenage daughter and boyfriend of 5 years. She has a distant relationship with our family and parents. The third eldest was accused of sleeping around and doing drugs. My dad threw all her stuff onto the front lawn and told her to move out at 16. She was actually a virgin until she moved out. She did a lot of drugs, got married and divorced, slept with many guys, and is a constant emotional roller coaster trying to get past her daddy issues and mental issues. She has a great career, but she is unhappy and suicidal. The fourth eldest was tired of being emotionally abused and moved out to live with third eldest when she was 16. She did a lot of drugs and so was disowned. She earns a lot of money, but is 100k in debt, and is also a constant emotional roller coaster with borderline personality disorder. She struggles to get past her parental issues. I developed severe OCD while watching all this happen growing up, while also being told I was going to end up a drug addict and crack hoe. I had no friends, became depressed and suicidal, ended up staying in a psych ward by the age of 14, and was the first in my family to receive psychiatric care. When I was 15, my dad told me he didn't love me anymore and said I had to go live elsewhere. I lived in a respite care facility until I graduated high school and began university. I have a distant relationship with my family in order to protect my 1-year-old son from all that toxicity, but I still talk to my parents here and there because they have started to improve their behavior and grow up a bit, though they deny any claims of abuse and still don't own up to or apologize for any of it. The 2 youngest in my family recently left home. One of them, my only brother, refuses to have a relationship with our dad for everything he did, and our mum for allowing it to happen. Both parents married each other and began having children at age 17, so they never have had a chance to grow up emotionally. My mum always plays the victim card, and my dad keeps a harsh exterior and acts like he couldn't care less, though on the inside he is a scarred boy who was abused by his parents. I see now that all of his hectic episodes were him projecting his fears onto us, as he came from a messed up family and didn't want us to end up the same, but he didn't know a healthy way to go about it. He has started to get better though, and I hope he comes around in the end. I haven't officially disowned my older brother, but I'm on the brink where one more incident and I'm gone. He's always treated me like garbage since about 7 years old and has been a terror to my entire family. My parents are to blame for his childhood, but he's never taken responsibility for himself and his mistakes, and there was never a reason for him to turn his rage to me or my younger brother. We are a total of 6 including him, but only him and the younger brother I previously mentioned share the same mother and father, so we grew up together. There's too much he's done to say here, but long story short, he's almost 30, no set career or path in life, living at home with my mom and stepfather, again. His most recent incident was this time last year, while high on drugs, he proceeded to beat up my younger brother, 18, in front of my half-younger brother, 9, after accusing him of placing a hit out on him. That never happened, and yes, he was living with my mom. He ran away from home to live with other family friends and proceeded to sheet talk our entire family to these people. Didn't know what happened to him, didn't care. My mom was mad, but of course forgave him the minute he called her crying his crocodile tears again. My mother was also sending him money without my stepfather's knowledge to support him. He recently came back this year 2 months before my wedding in May, which I told my mother not to tell him about, but she did, and asked him to come back for said wedding. He came back saying it was for the wedding. That was a lie. He never once contacted me or asked me. Everything was through my mom. I said no. My now husband said no. He never once asked to talk to me or ask for forgiveness, and I was expected to roll over and say yes because he's my brother. Both my parents continuously guilt trip me to give in. I'm blessed to have such a resilient husband who reminded me why I didn't want him there. I had to tell them both not to even think about bringing him. My husband, I, and my husband's family were prepared to kick him out if he showed his face. Oh, my parents' argument? The good old-fashioned, but he's your brother. Let go of the past and my favorite what will people say. They care more about what others have to say than about my own damn feelings. Would you want someone at your wedding that makes you want to drop everything and punch them in the face? I sure as hell don't, and I sure as hell didn't. Still no apology and still don't forgive him. Thanks for the chance to vent. Not a parent, but my mom has finally cut ties with my sister. My sister was always the trouble child. Started having sex at 12 to 13, smoking and partying, stealing from my mom at every opportunity, pregnant at 16. She was arrested at 17 for a felony charge. She drove 2 guys to go jump another guy and rob him. Because my niece had no father in the picture, we tested multiple men though. My mom got custody. We hoped that her time in jail would straighten her out, but as soon as she got out she left town. We ended up moving to the same city she had run to, but she wanted nothing to do with my niece. Says that my niece is more our mom's child than hers at the age of 21. She married an army man that beat her, got pregnant to make him stop, then left him when he started back up. Of course, my mom let her back in. I don't know exactly when the drugs started. Being the youngest I was sheltered from it for a while, but it became hard to hide. She was always out all night and sleeping all day. Her parenting consisted of screaming at the kids to shut up and leave her be. Over the years she's been kicked out of the house, let back in, gone to jail, and gone to rehab too many times to count. Everyone told my mom to be done with her, but every time my sister wanted a place to stay she'd play the I want to be clean for my kids card, and my mom would let her back again and tell her again that it's the last chance she'll get. Finally, after years of living through the hell my sister has put her through, my mom has custody of both kids, now 12 and 7, and hasn't spoke to my sister in about a half a year. Had a Mauritian French girlfriend when I was 25 to 26, had gone back to school in the US doing a super specialization. She was older, 38, than me and had 2 kids, teenage son and daughter. Tom, fake name, was 15 when we started dating, was quite an entitled young man to start with, but kinda kept getting worse. Parents both were in the US. Dad was from the Midwest and shared custody. Both were successful in their individual fields and mom had a sizable inheritance and assets in Mauritius. When I met her, mom and son had had some issues, so Tom was living with the dad, and I met him a few months into the relationship. Daughter, Dre, stayed with mom so had met her previously. My girlfriend kept pestering me to move in with her, and the relationship looked like it was the real deal, so eventually I did. Things were going great and I was starting to platonically bond with the daughter as well. She eventually told me that she doesn't like visiting her dad's house because her brother was abusive both verbally and physically, and that was the reason he had been sent to the father's house. So until this point had met Tom a few times outside girlfriend's house, and the whole family was supposed to get together for Thanksgiving at girlfriend house. Dad's girlfriend, my girlfriend, Dre, her son and me, all had a good time, but saw his drama firsthand for the first time. In short, Tom shoved sister and tried to smother her with his hand. She was bruised. Mom was a big enabler, always shielded him. Dad wasn't good in family drama. Dad's girlfriend was embarrassed and I was trying to console the daughter. Tom stormed off and we wrapped up. After around a year or so, Tom gets physical with dad's girlfriend when dad isn't home and police got called. So after getting him back home, girlfriend's house, they wanted to decide on new living arrangements. Dad's girlfriend wanted nothing to do with him and she was back at their home. So mom Dre. Dad and Tom are sitting together. I was sitting separately, but in the same room. Dad and Mom agreed to shift Tom to Mom's house. Dre, apparently for the first time, spoke up and said that she wasn't comfortable with this. Dead silence. Tom jumps up and grabs Dre by her hair and neck, and the rest of us are frozen in place. Mom and Dad try and get him off her, and I jump in, got his fingers off her neck, but he kept pulling her hair. I lost it and twisted his arm behind his back and smacked him with an open palm on the head. That was the death of my relationship with my girlfriend. Loads of drama afterwards, with Dad wanting to call the cops, Mom totally shut down, Dre basically clinging on to me, and Tom trying to stare me to death. Relationship lasted another 6 months. We loved each other, but she couldn't forgive me, nor could I. I saw it as her inability to be there for her daughter. In retrospect, I'm glad I stayed, cause I have a friend for life, my ex, and a friend who blindly adores me. Dre. I walked her down the aisle, point back onto Tom. He got into therapy right after, but never had a relationship with the rest of his family. Usual delinquent stuff. Lying, stealing, drugs, rehab. Last straw was him showing up with friends to Dad's house and stealing from him again. He's cut off from them for the past 12 plus years and blames Dream for it. Point. If you have managed to get to the end, thank you, and blame it on delayed connecting flights. I was disowned for a few years. It started because my parents genuinely played major favoritism. My mom spoiled my sister and my dad me. The problem was Mom was in control of the finances, so my sister got a lot of nice things compared to me. I got a used car under a strict budget. I got the car I wanted, but I didn't get the model, so I was never really thrilled with it. 3 years later, my sister got a brand new car with every option. It was almost 3 times the price of mine. I had to pay for my own gas and insurance from day one. She didn't pay for either until she turned 23. I had no help going to college. I went to a JC and then a 4-year taking out loans. My mom paid $130k for my sister's 4-year, including paying for her apartment and food, while she went out of state. She never had a job. This type of difference happened in every facet of life. She generally had an easy life because of Mom, while I constantly struggled. Dad tried to help, but was never able to do much. Then Dad had some surgeries and would give me some of his painkillers because of a back injury I had, but didn't have insurance. When Mom found out, he lied to avoid an argument with her. She thought I stole them, and since her and I weren't close, I had to move out, and we didn't speak for like almost 2 years. I finished my degree and stopped taking all painkillers. I ended up splitting from my ex and was going to be couch surfing. My dad invited me to move back in. I still talked to him occasionally in secrecy. My mom admitted I wasn't treated fairly, and since I had crashed my truck, I was driving a used Civic. It made my life hard because I had come to rely on my truck so much for everything, including work and pleasure. It was something I took a lot of pride in. She went out and got me a used diesel truck, which was nicer than my old truck. It was almost $25,000. Things have gotten better between us. We talk more, and while she can never really fix the problems we used to have, she has admitted she didn't treat us fairly. She's much more supportive these days and helps me out more than ever. I wouldn't say our relationship is great, but it's on the mend. Point. A lot of the reason she was so partial to my sister is because she got the short end of the stick growing up because of her brother, so she wanted my sister to have everything. Once she realized that I was living the life she did, she changed. My sister has since moved out, and since I'm here, she sees me daily and is trying to improve things. That's all I can ask for. I pay all my own bills, she just pays for the truck. It took me from being super depressed to actually happy. Not a parent here, but the sister of a disowned daughter. My mom will never admit it hurts, but her heart is broken to not have her eldest in her life and her 18-year-old grandson. I recently had the opportunity to reconnect with her, and the biggest part of me wanted to, just so Mom could see how she is. My sister's son wants nothing to do with our side of the family, understandably so, but I just wish he could see that the evil his mother became didn't stem from my mom. We gave up everything, left job / moved 4 hours away / etc. to help my sister out, to discover she was abusive to her son. I took the lead and got us out, but I couldn't get my nephew out with us. Legal jazz happened later on. Once the move actually happened, there was literally no contact aside from with my nephew's dad until that stopped. 2. My sister is a diagnosed pathological liar and sociopath. She was trying to ruin my parents' life as soon as she was able to. From a sibling point of view, it sucks. I watched someone I idolized and looked up to turn into the evil person I wish I could protect my nephew from. She now works directly beside my house. I see her every week. It breaks my heart to not go and say hi and to see what's happened in the past 10 years, but I also know better than to let the past back in. Edit, spelling and adding to text. Not really disown, but stopped communication with my mother and sisters for over 8 years now. Didn't go back home, not answering calls and texts. It was a whole shitty mess of a problem. My then girlfriend's dad was a medicine importer, and on a night when he was doing the business, he was tricked and duped into a bogus empty package and trapped by somebody and was caught by the police. Was in remand for over 3 weeks. He was about to be charged of possessing drugs, and in my country that's a death penalty. It was clearly a setup by somebody. When I went to visit him at the police station, I saw the seized car in which he was caught doing the business in. That car turned out to be my brother-in-law's car. When I asked my brother-in-law and sister, they denied of any knowledge of anything and involvement. At the time, my cousin brother was using the car, but he also denied it and said his friend was using it. Basically everybody kept pointing fingers to somebody else. Then, along the trial, my brother-in-law called me and told me and my girlfriend to pay some amount of cash to the officers to release my girlfriend's dad, or else he will get jail sentence or death penalty, practically blackmailing me. He really had some connections with the higher ranks at the department, so he used this as advantage. Me and my girlfriend's family rejected the offer, and eventually the case was dropped due to insufficient evidence. Her dad came out emotionally beaten up, her entire family in trauma. After he came out, people kept calling him to ask for money because of his release, and even threatened him. Due to this pressure, he got heart attack and had to go bypass surgery. Along this period, I had to stop talking to my whole family as I did not know who was telling the truth or who was behind this entire thing. In this 8 years, many bad things have happened as well, which even forced me to stay away from my family. I'm currently married to my wife and have a child. Sometimes I miss my mum, who might not have any idea of what's going on, but I can't open that can of worms. It's killing me every day and has affected me in every ways possible. Disowned. My mum. Moved to Australia in the 2000s with my family, and about 6 months in my mum started acting weird, getting more aggressive and angry about the tiniest things and taking it out on me. I'm the oldest child, so I always cop the sheet. Something happened, my fault etc. But it was getting worse. One day she threw some CDs at me and one cut my throat. She refused to take me to the doctors or hospital and told me to get over it. When my dad got home, she told him I fell and cut it on some wire out in the back garden. This was just the start of it all. Later that year she found me asleep on the couch, and for reasons I'm still unaware of, she punched me in the head. Fast forward a few years and countless physical attacks and mental abuse, and I have a 2-year-old son. I'm 21 now, and due to lack of work, I lost my rental property and had to move back home. Now she has him to use against me too. Last year her and my sister pulled knives on me and backed me into a corner. I've never hit a female before in my life, but I threw a stun punch on my sister and dodged past her, ran outside and called the police. They came and did absolutely nothing. I was removed from the family house for a week, then had to go back. I still live there unfortunately. I'm trying to find a housemate so I can get out of there again and for good. I don't class her or my sister as family. They don't deserve the air they breathe. One day I'll get away and I can finally get rid of them, but for now, I'm stuck constantly watching over my shoulder and living in fear of being held at knife point again. Fuck, I hate some people. I know it's not exactly the right question for this, but my dad was disowned by his teenage daughter, my half-sister. My dad lives abroad and did all her life. The mother, who I'll call K, and he weren't married, unlike his former marriage with my mum. I've always loved my dad for the financial support with me and my mum. He paid for my mum to get to work, general bills every now and then, which was all helpful as I was diagnosed with epilepsy at 10 and my mum needed some extra support to help me. He wasn't the best dad to me, but he did his best, and it's clear that he cares for me and my success. None of this, however, was given to my half-sister or Kay. It was less about money and more to do with resentment. My mum recalled the one time we all went to meet up. I was around 10, my half-sister was around 2, and the atmosphere felt cold. My mum told me of times my dad would compare them as a means to belittle Kay during their relationship. Very pathological and frankly one of the shittiest things I know he's done. In my early teens, Kay and I occasionally talked about meeting up, but that was all it was, talking. My dad hardly flew over to see me, let alone Kay and my half-sister, and every time I asked if he spoke to her, he would become passive. About 2 years ago, on her birthday, I was now 21, my dad flew over for the first time in a couple years to see me and my half-sister. He didn't know how old she was. We both spent the night at hers and Kay was very lovely to me, but still has some resentment that my dad clearly had favoritism for me than his daughter. I can't even begin to imagine how, as a mother, that must have hurt her. A few months later, I got the news that my half-sister had told him he wanted nothing to do with her. She had been getting along just fine with him being 6,000 miles away. He told her to think it over. The next week she rang back to say she hadn't changed her mind. I tried to message Kay and offer to stay in my half-sister's life even if extended. It was long and frankly emotional, but it seems she didn't even read it. With no other means of contact her, I decided to call it how it is and leave them be. I'm planning that once my half-sister is 18, I'll send her a message and ask about meeting for a coffee or a chat. I still have her on Instagram, but I think she doesn't know. I don't want to message her because I want to respect Kay's wishes. The fact she didn't respond to my offer and leave them be, along with my dad doing the same. There's no bad blood between me and them, and I'd be lying if I said I felt I faked up by not pulling my pants up and meeting them sooner, but I'd want to make things right. For now, I'll leave them both be. When I was about 10 years old, my sister decided she wanted to marry her then boyfriend, but that my parents should continue to pay for everything related to college. They balked. She left. About 5 later, they brokered a deal for her to come back to the fold. The deal was they would have to pay her back for her college education, and then some. Fast forward 20 years, she never held a job for more than 3 years. There was always a reason. The pay wasn't good. She was having headaches that resulted in her saying she had celiacs and had to eat gluten-free. My mother died 10 years ago, continued to bankroll her life. In 2015, she was diagnosed with colon cancer. She had an operation to remove the tumors, but never bothered to go to a doctor afterwards. She died this year. Complications from colon cancer. It spread to her brain and lungs. Inoperable. She was my older sister. For over 20 years of my life, I admired her. She was supposedly so smart, so beautiful, so healthy. Wasn't it great that she knitted and played softball and did Toastmasters, and everyone knew her and loved her? I'm just a piece of shit who happens to go to the doctor every year, has had steady employment for over 20 years, has 2 children 10 and under, husband who started his own slightly successful company. My point, if I have one, is that sometimes there's a reason why the child is ousted in the first place. I actually think that my sister would have been in a better place if my parents hadn't caved to her every demand. Or not. But I know I wouldn't feel like such a chump. Not my child or anything, but someone I now refer to as my former aunt as she is dead to me. When I was 16 to 17 and my brother was 14 to 15, my family lives in an apartment complex that my now former aunt moved to. She had 2 daughters, one was 5 and one was 3. Former aunt used to break into our apartment when we weren't home and steal my parents' medication, mostly pain pills, though they try not to take them unless absolutely necessary. She also sold drugs out of her apartment, obviously my parents' medication included. Her apartment was very close to the pool, so anytime she saw my brother or I in the pool, she'd pawn her kids off on us. so she could sell her drugs without her kids being there. One day I get a call from my mom in tears saying that there's been a car accident and my 3-year-old niece was dead and her sister was badly injured as well. She was driving, dropped her water bottle, went to pick it up, and smashed into a tree. My first thought was that she was high, so I was absolutely filled with rage. Then I heard that she apparently wasn't, so I felt guilty and apologized. Then later I found out that she was in fact high when she was driving. That absolute cunt killed my niece, and I will never forgive her. As a bonus, they had the funeral at this shitty church, where they'd already called her mom the wrong name on her wedding day, and surprise surprise, there were problems for my niece's funeral. First, they did a terrible job with her makeup. Then not only did the priest's phone go off in the middle of his eulogy, where he was just talking about how heartbroken he was when he went to see her, but he answered it and told the person he'd call them back. It's been almost 10 years, and I still flip that church off any time I drive past it. Petty, I know, but it's all I can do. This is kind of the opposite, but everyone's responses seem really broad. I stopped loving my mother when I was 12 years old. She is bipolar with psychotic tendencies and has borderline personality disorder. My dad and her met going to Alcoholics Anonymous about a year before they had me when both of them were 21. From what I understand, she has addiction issues since she was 15, runs in the family. She stayed clean for a lot of my childhood, but she was unmedicated for the mental illness, while my dad was constantly on deployment in the Navy. Growing up scared of your mother with no one to go to was really difficult, and makes my current platonic and romantic relationships complicated. As I grew older, she got worse and more desperate. She created these elaborate lies that my father was abusive, and told everyone she could for the pity and help she would constantly call the cops on my father once they divorced, trying to get him arrested so she could have full custody. Once he was out of the Navy, my dad worked really hard to provide a safe space for us. He got depressed because of this situation, and it is only now starting to lift 16 years later. Once she started using again, everything got worse. First alcohol and then slowly into harder things like crack, and I think now she is into heroin. She really only seemed to want my brother and I around for the benefits she could get with kids as she got poorer. When she became homeless, she tried to take us with her cause she would qualify for more services. Both of us eventually decided to stop seeing and living with her, against court orders. Now no one in my family speaks to her. She is in jail for some destruction of property and drug possession. I'm happy she has a place to sleep. I don't think I could ever have a relationship with her, even if she got clean. Not really a kid, but more of a family hating my grandma. Basically, my dad's mom, let's call her by Beach, has always been known to cause trouble for others. When my mom and dad were going to get married, she privately asked my mom's parents for money, threatening to cancel the wedding if they didn't agree. My dad found out and he raged. Another incident was that she stole my mom's wedding jewelry that my dad bought for her as a gift. This will hurt more than anything for a bride, but my mom hasn't spoken a word about it. Recently, the only thing keeping my family from going into chaos is my mom's dad and his brother. Recently, both of them passed away, and the Beach came to visit us in the US. She acts all quiet and innocent, but when she goes back to her room, she always tells all private matters to the rest of my dad's siblings. They then start to fight, asking my dad for huge amounts of money in return for not paying for flight tickets. The money they asked for hugely outweighed what a flight ticket costs. My dad found out about her secret messaging and reporting, and kicked her out of the house 2 weeks short of her departure date. Basically, he cut off all contact from my extended family from his side. To make things worse, she out a message in the group chat stating she disowns him and is disappointed, whilst also talking shit about me and my mom. I kept quiet, but for the first time in 15 years, my mom's snap sheet went downhill from there, and now we are in some deep family shit in which I doubt we will recover from soon. My grandma messed up my family in one move, and for what? We don't know. But here is what I know. She is a lying scumbag, money hungry, literally duck looking, backstabbing old scumbag hack. Sorry for ranting, but this has been sitting inside me for the last 6 months and I really needed this. Thanks for this post, Opus. My parents disowned me a few times. The last one being final. and far more mutual point they were fairly abusive, and a week before my 18th birthday, a social worker and school psychologist suggested I moved out early, and they helped me plan it for that day. I called into work, found a roommate, best friend of 7 years, packed up and left. I left a note and everything. I even came back and talked about it the next day. A few weeks later they disowned me because it hurt them too much. Whatever. Moved on with my life. Once they heard I was taking a trip to Canada, they were faking astounded and wanted to get back into contact. So I did. Thought all was forgiven. Life was good. They seemed like they changed. Then I made some good life decisions. Dumped a deadbeat guy who tried to force me into a marriage, which they knew, and above all, moved out of state to make life better. They moved to low contact, LC, after that point. So very low contact with them once I move, kills me because they didn't even tell me. They just stopped talking to me, stopped responding. I had become very anxious, already had severe anxiety and depression, and developed a lot of codependent traits both with my parents and then at the time my new boyfriend. So I'd want to contact them once a day, but I'd rarely hear from them. Then they heard I was taking a trip to the Netherlands, where my new boyfriend was, and now I currently live. They pretended to be happy for me, but tried to talk me out of it. Didn't work. I come back from that trip and have to drive immediately back to that state because someone passed away. My uncle. I miss him a lot. My parents are both drunk and my mom keeps crying because of me, but I chalked it up to the funeral/celebration of life. She told me later, while drunk they drove my underage brothers to a different party and got even more drunk. I met them at that party. Family Christmas party for mom's side. There they tried to tell me about my car insurance that I pay for and have in my name. I didn't have physical proof yet in my car because I had just switched that day. They tried to start a fight. I told them no, if that's going to happen I will leave. They were astounded at my backbone and boundaries and sat me down, apologized and told me it wasn't necessary. 5 minutes later, they asked me to move back in. I told them no. They were infuriated and we began fighting. My mom and I get into a small pushing match because I'm trying to push her off me as she tries to restrain me from leaving. They apologize again after and give me a hug saying they just miss me. We talk it out a little. Beforehand, we agreed I could stay 3 days with them so I could watch my younger brother wrestle. I made a 2-hour trip to grab my clothes and things for the trip. Halfway back down, my old roommate drove me for the sake of my parents. They told me, and I quote, "You faked up too much and find somewhere else to stay," because my mother was crying. We couldn't turn around because it's late and it was dangerous with her driving home alone through mostly wilderness in the middle of the night. I also had my dog with me because I couldn't find someone to care for him again after my trip from the Netherlands again. So for those 3 days we lived out of my car and couch surfing until my biological mom, who I was staying with, could basically accommodate again. To keep an already longer story short, right before I drove back up those 2 hours, I went to grab my diploma from my parents' house so I could go to university, and they said they never wanted to speak to me again. This time, I told them the feeling was mutual. Now they stalk my social media and try to mimic my Instagram posts and keep tabs on my life. TLDR parents didn't like my shiny new spine and never wanted me to speak to them again because I wouldn't move in with them after making positive choices for myself. Not me, but my father was disowned as much as possible by my grandparents. Disowning in Belgium is not easy. It is impossible to completely disown your children. They always have the right to their legal part, which is half of everything in the inheritance. My father was an only child, so they already made it so in their will that my brother and I would get the other half. To make sure that he would have even less, my grandparents sold me their house at a serious discount. They are still busy donating as much of their financial assets as they can to me to get away from the Belgian inheritance tax. Early 90s. When I was 4, my father was involved in a big drug trafficking scandal which cost him everything. He was confessed, was jailed for 3 months, and then struck a deal to act as an informant to get out. My mother filed for divorce and he just stopped giving about anything. He didn't pay fines, taxes, rent. He was constantly moving and looking for work as his attitude caused him to get fired everywhere. Over the years I broke contact with him, but my brother, who had a psychological illness, was used by him to keep contact with his parents and to give him access to easy money and pain medication. A few months ago, he discovered a way out of his self-caused mess. In Belgium there is a system called collective debt mediation. A lawyer takes control of your wage, pays off as much as possible of the debt, rent, etc. and gives you some pocket money to spend as you wish. If you can do this 5 to 7 years, depending on the depth of your debt, you will be declared debt-free. There are some strings attached of course, as you need to have a full-time job for a year to have this, and keep working there over the course of the mediation. When he lost his job last June, it was the final straw for him. He felt as if the entire world completely turned against him, and he took his own life, leaving us with a huge debt to inherit. The notary was still working on the refusal of the inheritance, taking care of all the legalities. When my brother overdosed or killed himself, we still don't know. Because of this, we can't even enter my brother's apartment to get a picture or anything, as it could be seen as the acceptance of the inheritance of my brother, which is piled together with the thrash heap of my father. Sorry for the rant. It is still a bit unstructured in my head. I went through a lot. If you guys have any questions, feel free. This would be my father's post, I imagine. My 10-year-old daughter was living with my alcoholic ex-wife, and my new wife, who really didn't want to be a stepmother, thought that it looked bad that I had a kid that wasn't hers and that didn't live with us. We decided have her come live with us, not to help her situation, but once she got old enough we would have an in-house babysitter and maid that we didn't have to pay, and it would look better on us. My new wife spent the next few years berating and belittling my daughter, all while claiming that she had adopted her to people that knew our situation, to make it seem like we actually gave a shit about my daughter. I was in the military and knowingly left my daughter to be emotionally and verbally abused by my wife. When I would be deployed a few times a year, we got angry with her every time she talked about her mother to anyone who was still in her life, but that wasn't our truth, and made her feel like an inconvenience, no matter what she did. Eventually, she became that long-awaited free babysitter, and we rarely ever allowed her to do anything other than look after our young son. We wouldn't allow her to have much of a social life, and then my wife would call her a faking loser because she didn't have any friends. As a teenager she got caught drinking and smoking weed twice, but babysat/cleaned the house on our command. At 17 she stole a $50 bill from us for a school trip that we didn't want to pay for, got caught and apologized over and over. That wasn't enough. We made the next 6 months of her life as hard as we possibly could. After that she joined the military and took my trade in hopes of finally making me proud. Not a chance, and got out of our house as fast as she could. Once she got her first paycheck, she paid us back the stolen money and also doubled it as interest. This wasn't enough. In fact, we still use this as the reason to not reach out to her and tell everyone in my family that she is a thief. We did all that we could to keep her away from our son and told him everything we could to paint her as the evil, low-life thief that she obviously is. My wife even set up his Facebook account and blocked my daughter so they couldn't have a dialogue that we didn't control. My daughter became a contributing tax-paying citizen and even owned her own house at 25. She's a disgrace. When she was 26 she came out to me and told me that she was engaged to the girl she has been seeing for 5 years. Now I'm so thankful we didn't allow her in our lives. She still calls me on most holidays and my birthday and leaves a message when I don't answer, but I never call her. I'm not even sure if I dislike her, but my wife does, so I act like I do, too. Haha. That got longer than I expected. Obviously, this isn't the version he would tell, but it's as close to the truth I could get without making it much longer. I'm working on doing to him what he did to me, because I know it would be better for my mental health. I still suffer from a lot of self-esteem issues because of how my stepmother acted towards me. I was nowhere near perfect, but I'm finally realizing that I deserve better. Thanks for listening to me go on about something that I should have gotten over by now. Lol. My biological father disowned me, divorced me as he put it. Some backstory: my parents divorced when I was about 5, saw him every summer and every other Christmas. Had stopped speaking to him between the ages of 15, 17, so this happened about 5 months after reconnecting with him. He physically and mentally abused my mother during their marriage, so I've never really been close to him. Not really much to the story. He has this thing about all his kids keeping his surname, a control thing I'm sure. A few days before my 18th birthday I spoke to him, wanting to know more about his side of the family. This was due to me considering a name change to my mother's maiden name, as I had more of a connection with her and her side of the family than I did with his. I think he knew this was where this was heading, so decided to try and prevent it by being blunt. This happened over a phone call. You do know what will happen if you change your name? No. I did. If you change your name I'll have nothing to do with you again. There was a back and forth of me trying to comprehend how a father could say and do that to his flesh and blood over a surname. Then it turned to anger, and the last words I said were, "You're nothing but a sperm donor. Enjoy the rest of your life." And that was that. It has been 7.5 years and honestly, I'm a lot better off without him in my life. I recently found out from my older brother, they're close, that he said he regrets that day. My response: tough shit. When a bridge is burned for me, there is no rebuilding it. I became a father for the first time last year, and honestly, I've come to dislike my father even more so having become one. How a parent can disown their child cause of a faking name change blows my mind. PS. I should note, I knew what would happen in the phone call, as this happened to my older sister when she was 17. They didn't talk for 14 years after that. I was disowned for learning how to be independent. Mother was mentally ill, but high functioning. To get through long drives she'd have conversations with personalities she knew well. After a while though, she stopped being able to discern if the conversations actually happened or not. I didn't get to learn this information till a couple years later after my first year of college. I had a job lined up and living arrangements for the summer. It just wasn't the job or arrangement my mother imagined. I told her. She thought I was coming home and working at a place nearby that I hadn't contacted in 2 years. Learning otherwise, she felt betrayed. She had made plans for as if I would be able to help around for 3 months. To get me to come home she took everything out of our bank account, turned off the phone, and said to not come back. So, I didn't. And when I found a solution for financial aid within a couple months, she fought with the college to not allow it. I have the college's response I was b***ed on, essentially telling her to fuck off and support someone's goals for education, blown up to a laminated poster I still own to this day. Being disowned hurt a ton, but it was also the single most greatest turn of events in my life. I learned how to take care of myself very quickly, know when to rely on others, and how to recognize social/familial toxicity. We patched things up for a while a couple years later. I think she enjoyed having me back in her life for a while. After a year or so though, we had another complication. This time me saying I respected her as a person, but she hadn't been my mother for 7 years, and her taking that somehow as I never wanted to speak to her again. She caused my siblings to cut contact because of that. It wasn't till she passed they were able to read the message I sent firsthand. I got the biggest of hugs and apologies at her burial. I didn't go to the wake or funeral, also denied my brother's request to let her down one last time. Ha ha ha. Love that guy. I'm probably too late, but I'll still tell the story. Not mine, but my grandma's. We are Polish. My grandma didn't have a good start. She was born in Germany during war. Her mother was working for an old German family. She says they were nice. My great grandmother got pregnant with someone, but they weren't together after all. I don't really know why exactly, because it wasn't common back in times, but I'm guessing the man got sent somewhere else. That couple that my great grandmother was working for couldn't have kids, and they wanted to take my grandma, but she didn't agree. So after war they moved to Poland. Some time passed, and my grandma's mother found a new husband. The man said he won't take care of a child that is not his, so he said that my grandma has to be out. So she got kicked out of the house at the age of 9. She was working as a maid for a family in one of bigger Polish cities, and actually she said it wasn't bad. They were nice to her, and she spent Christmas together with them. But it became bad when her distant family contacted and said they'll take care of her. She was a teenager at this point. She still had to work for them, but she wasn't allowed to eat with them by the table during Christmas, and they treated her really bad. For some reason my grandma really loved her mother and I remember her always praying extra time when it was her mother's birthday. It was horrible to be a woman decades ago. In rural areas of countries like Poland they had no voice. For me it's the opposite way around. I stopped loving my parents as much recently. Not my mother. My relationship with her is stronger than ever now. I stopped loving my father as much though. I moved in with him when I was 17 because I was having issues with my mother. I was smoking at 18 because of stress. I hadn't smoked since I was 15 and I fell back into it because of a bad breakup. I hid it well for months. After about 6 months I met my current partner. I'd had 2 sexual partners while I was single and my stepmom started to make me feel as if I was too promiscuous, sleeping with an old friend as a rebound, and then another guy I met on Tinder. My new boyfriend got me to stop smoking and replaced it with vaping. My dad and stepmom took a hammer to my first e-cigarette. My sister was constantly hiding important stuff of mine while I lived there, like medication, my clock card for work and my bank card. My parents just said you shouldn't leave your stuff out instead of reprimanding her. Not even lightly. At 19 I moved out of their house and got my own place. It's my first place and I needed to learn to support myself and look after myself. My dad made me feel guilty about moving out because he forgot about it, old head injury, and he was at work for my moving out day. Since I moved out a year ago they've only contacted me at Christmas, if I forget a birthday, and one time to let me know a family friend had died. My mother contacts me more, and I didn't get along with her for a large portion of my childhood. They stopped wanting to celebrate my birthday after my 18th. Even just a small family dinner, which has been a tradition on both sides of my family for years, and for my birthday gifts I only get a £10 knick-knack, and for Christmas I only get something worth £20 or £30. While my siblings get £50 hoodies or stacks of video games or £100 sneakers. So in conclusion, I don't love my dad and my stepmom as much because they make me feel bad about myself and my decisions. The most I've heard of them in a year was when a family friend died and they spend way more money on gifts for my siblings than they do on me, and it's probably because of the whole "you're grown up now, you don't need lots of Christmas presents." Not my kids, but my parents disowned my oldest sister. We grew up in an upper middle class family in a decently nice area. She was a really sweet person growing up and had a few things going for her. She was an all-star caliber softball player with multiple scholarship offers from major D1s. Never had good grades though, and she was a very driven person, always seeing things through to the end and giving 100%. Admittedly, she was an overweight person, never really had a lot of friends except for a tight circle of people from high school. After high school, she lost a lot of weight, close to 150 pounds, and looked like a completely different person. Since she lost weight, she started doing things that, in her words, I couldn't do because I had no life. She basically started doing all of the stupid high school girl shit that she was robbed of in high school because of her weight. She started dating piece of shit dudes, staying out for days, sometimes weeks at a time with random guys. She turned down all of her scholarships and stopped going to school for massage therapy, which she was already licensed for and making good money, and eventually started dating this asshole, who was ex-military and a paranoid schizophrenic with PTSD. Had choked her out a couple of times. My dad drove out there and held a gun to his head and threatened to kill him if he ever laid hands on her again. This was after 3 attempts to have her come back. She moved out with 14k in her savings, an 800 credit score and a 12k credit limit. She then moved to a piece of shit area with the asshole she was dating, and within a year her entire savings was gone, and her credit card was completely maximumed out. She had been paying for the asshole, who had 3 DUIs and a felony H&R charge, because he refused to get a job and contribute. My parents intervened and gave her a chance to move back in, which she took. Moved back in for 3 days, then snuck out while we were all gone and stole 20k from my parents. After that, they disowned her on the spot, hired a lawyer, and sued her into oblivion. She had to pay out the lease on her apartment and basically is homeless now. I try to contact her every now and then to see how she's doing, and all she does is ask me for money or a place to stay. It's upsetting, but sometimes it has to be done. My mom has gotten to the point of where she has thrown her hands up over my younger sister. She is 22 with a lot of problems. Schizoaffective bipolar aunt with a mood swing disorder. My sister from birth has not been normal. I think it was the birthing process honestly. When my mom went into labor she was giving birth to the placenta and not my sister and they were both bleeding out. Age 2 became horrid. She would bite, scratch, claw, slap and punch anyone at any given time. Mom knew something was wrong with her mentally. Mom always said a mother knows. By age 5 they ran tests and to no avail. She was normal, just classified as spoiled. Mind you, our father was labeled as a drug lord and had a lot of money. Dad never loved us girls. He always said he wanted boys not girls, and that because I was not blonde hair and blue eyed, black hair and blue eyes when born, I wasn't his. By age 7 to 8 they found out she had a mood swing disorder due to thyroids and put her on Wellbutrin, and when I say it made this child crazy, she lost her damn head. She chased me around the house with a butcher knife and I had to lock myself in the bathroom till my mother got off work and could diffuse to her best ability the situation. Back then us kids didn't have cell phones and we sure the heck didn't have the home phone connected to our hips, so therefore I couldn't call my mom. Age 13 to 14 I think was around the age that she had hurt my mom and caused my mom to go to the ER to get a medical checkup and her finger was nearly broken. Dad, who was never there but that's a whole new story, made mom out my sister into a psych ward. She was only there a few weeks, I think 2 weeks, until she was pulled from there due to our granny passing. My sister loved her granny and was so much like dad granny loved my sister. After we lose her and my sister's bout with the psych ward she hasn't been the same. Child barely can keep a job, she don't have a lot of friends if any, spends her paycheck on weed, and when she runs out wants my mom to supply her money. She don't pay rent, clean house, don't own a car, and can barely shower. She don't want the meds she prescribed because she just don't like them. She wants weed to medicate with and once a month maybe twice a month my mom has to call the cops because my sister is yelling belligerently at my mom calling her a hoe, piece of shit, hope you die and so on. The things this child says, it's beyond horrible. I've moved away to another state because before my mother got a dose of her I was to blame. The straw that broke the camel's back for me was she attacked me on the porch scratching and bruising my arms and chest and trying to push me through the screen off the porch. Mother blamed me and called us redneck trash for yelling. Then the day I had my fulfillment, I had asked mom something and it was out of character to ask mom to do anything for me because she reacted badly every time you asked her to do something. That morning I asked for a favor, mom lost her temper, yelled at me, woke my sister up, which put her into a state of hatred only the devil himself can manifest. I told my sister sorry, it's my fault, mom's mad. So my sister proceeds to gather up what energy she could to scream at me, then spit in my face, and I slapped her hand like a child. She called mom, told her I punched her, which I didn't, and mom responded with I'm sick of y'all's shit, and told me I had 2 weeks to figure out where I was gonna go. I packed my things and made plans to move out of state, and I rented a U-Haul. I carried my items to the U-Haul by myself, dresser, chest of drawers etc. And mind you, I'm short. Mom was in disbelief when I left and loaded my truck onto the back of the U-Haul and headed almost 5 hours from home. Mom now calls me on occasion when my sister acts up or has my mom scared for her life, or whenever the cops have been called. I can only tell her, well mom, I tried to tell you it wasn't me before, but I guess you are seeing firsthand now. Mom misses me, and my sister does too. However, my sister is one of those you need a timer set on how long enough is enough time to be around her before she loses it. That being said, my sanity is much better, and I no longer carry blame for someone else's problem. I love my sister, I really do, but that girl needs help, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be even a towie for God. That's funny, this came up today. I texted my estranged dad today basically saying I just got engaged, I'm an adult now. Part of being an adult is taking responsibility. I was a shitty kid, but you were a shittier dad. Let's forget the last 15 years and start over because when I was little he was a great dad, but when I hit my teens and started gaining weight and thinking for myself is when the problems arose. He worked on the rigs, and when he was home on the farm, he was the boss man and we had to work hard. I wanted to do other things with my time like work on my art or go to extracurricular activities like everyone else I knew, and that wasn't allowed. Eventually I just stopped talking to him because it was apparent that he didn't care. He didn't talk to me except to ridicule me, boss me around, or yelling while he beat me for stupid mistakes. My sister came out as MTF transgender last year. She was always his right hand man as a kid because she put up with the nonsense. He figured the dynamic wouldn't be the same and the neighbors would judge her, so he just stopped talking to her and essentially fired her. She moved into the house they bought her for grat and hasn't gone back except to help my mother. When he leaves he texted me happy birthday last year 2 days after my actual birthday. He never remembered. I once worked a 12-hour day for him and came home and made myself a tiny birthday cake for us to have after supper. He asked what it was for and I said it was my 17th birthday. Oh, took a chunk, went and sat in front of the TV. He likes to lie. He says that his parents beat a work ethic into him. We did a relay for life for my grandmother, his mother, who beat cancer, and didn't participate and told my mom to make a thing for him since he had leukemia when he was a kid. Grandma asked what's that for. Mom explained and grandma got so mad. He lies about anything and everything and takes credit for other people's accomplishments, especially my mother's. The people in our hometown, where he grew up, got sick of his bullshit and stopped thinking he was some hometown hero. So when he bought a property in another small town he'd go for coffee and trap all of them in his nonsense. It honestly sucks being his kid. I'm getting married next year and I don't even know if I want him to go. My pictures from grad all show him with a huge scowl on his face, obviously unhappy to be there and having anything to do with me. Update. He texted me back saying congrats, but it's best for him if he avoids people because they just dig up stuff from his past to use against him. But mom says he's just doing worse stuff now, so I don't know where he's getting this victim card. I'll type for my husband. He doesn't like Reddit as much as I do. I think he has a sad relationship with his mom. He hasn't been disowned, or his parents don't love him anymore, but his mother basically refuses to have anything to do with him or me directly. I've met her less than 10 times in the 5 years we've been married. I think the actual number is closer to 6 or 7 times if you include our wedding day. Thankfully he and his dad talk on the phone every day, almost, and his dad is fully aware that this is a terrible situation and doesn't think either of us are evil or malicious. But from what we can gather, my husband's mom started suffering from some kind of breakdown mentally. She was verbally and emotionally abused by her family her entire life, and I think if that wasn't the case, maybe this downward spiral wouldn't have ended up with her not speaking to either of us. It all started with, I'm pretty sure, me showing up in the picture. We lived out of state from them, and I met his parents twice before we married less than a year later. I thought our wedding went smoothly. It was a very small gathering with close family, but that's when she started accusing my husband and I of various abuses, like being offensive in some minor way, based on some casual phrase I used, etc. Just little things. Then we were both treated with full-on suspicion for a while. After I gave birth to our daughter, a lot of things said between her and his dad about how we mistreated her at the hospital, which his dad had no reason to question, because she had never made up stuff like that before. It wasn't until she broke down screaming and crying about how my husband and I bugged the electrical outlets in her home so that we could eavesdrop on her, and other accusations of prank calling her multiple times a day, that his dad realized, like a punch in the gut, that it was actually a mental breakdown she was having, and we hadn't done anything, or said anything, that she had ever insinuated or accused us of doing. I don't know what their life is like now, or how his dad is holding up. I just know she refuses to seek treatment. Only he and his dad talk about things mostly unrelated. His dad and I don't have any kind of relationship, probably because it's super awkward between us, since I was basically accused of some kind of manipulative harpy for a while and he's likely extremely embarrassed, and I don't know the guy, so I'm not comfortable phoning him up like, yo dad. My mother. She doesn't know yet, but here is the list. Starting before my birth, she was abusive to my father, emotionally, financially, and physically. She bought a motorbike with my dad's money and had ridden it once from the shop to where they lived and made my dad quit his job, computer job, something about all digits hitting the number 9 causing the world to end. If anyone knows about that, some point between there and me being born, or even my early childhood, she shattered my dad's eye socket. I'm not sure I am my dad's. We'll get to that later. When I was younger than 15 months old, she threw my cot at a wall because she couldn't find something. I was in it. She was abusive to me and my little sister, had many bad boyfriends until she got married to a man I shall refer to as Twat. Now Twat had 2 kids. Both of them are pieces of shit. Twat was also abusive, but nowhere near as much as my mother. When my dad met a woman I couldn't put up with, I moved to my mother's. She's bipolar, I'm autistic. It was a mistake I would learn later on. When my dad met this woman I was 13, maybe 14. But when I was 16 I moved in with my mother. During this time I locked myself in my room to avoid being worshipped by my over-attached stepbrother, who I now realize may have had a crush on me. I'm a bi-curious male, and to avoid being mocked by my stepfather and God-worshipping, mental disorder denying stepsister. After 2 years living this way, my stepdad dragged my little sister out of her bedroom by her hair because of an argument. My mother yelled at Twat. The only time she proved to be a decent mother. I moved out shortly after I was 18. This is where my mother's past lies catch up and ruin my sister's life and my relationship with her. You see, my sister isn't my sister. She's my half-sister. My mother had an affair while married to my dad. Yes, this is why I sometimes wonder if I'm his either. My mother even went as far as to attempt to demonize my grandparents on my dad's side for even accusing her of this. I have also cut contact with my half-sister because she has embraced her new dad so much she has actually hurt my dad. Me and my girlfriend warned her actions would hurt him and that I would never forgive her. My dad has been sent home from work about 6 times now, and I'm past point. I'm a 20-year-old autistic male and I'm having to be my dad's rock right now. I don't know if I can handle that responsibility, but I'm doing my best. My dad is my rock and won't let anyone get away with hurting him. Sorry it was long, and thank you those who read this far. TLDR, my mother faked up my entire life and now I'm doubting my own genetics and identity. TLDR, disowned dad for 25 years, met up with him again and realized he was still the piece of shit he always was. He ruined 2 families with his drinking and violence. I disowned my dad at age of 16 shortly after he and my mother divorced. I had a great childhood, thought he was the best dad in the world, until the age of 13, when I came downstairs for school and saw my mother with 2 black eyes, busted mouth and missing teeth. It was at that point that the years of flowers and presents for my mum, at odd intervals from someone who was less than romantic, made sense. At that point he realized he couldn't hide it from my younger brother and I any longer, and basically all hell broke loose whilst my mother was trying to keep her marriage going for the next couple of years. His drinking went to another level. I don't think I saw him sober during 1987/88, and the entire family was now game for his violence. I'll never forget those Saturday afternoons, sitting in the house waiting with my mum and brother, crapping ourselves, ready for the next round of abuse that was to come our way. He'd finish work at 11 and go straight to the pub for 3 hours before driving home annihilated. The second he walked in through the door it would start. I'd been choked, attempted to put my head through a window, had chairs, plates, glasses thrown at me, punched, kicked, etc. Eventually the divorce came through and we got away from him. Still saw him on weekends, but it was obvious he was just going through the motions of seeing his kids, and booze was his only real love. After about a year he met someone else who he convinced that his family was the spawn of Satan, along with his side of the family, and that every ill of his was my mother's and me and my brother's fault. He wanted me to meet his new squeeze, but I used her as the excuse to stop seeing him altogether. A few months later, after not seeing him, he came to the house one day and said it was wrong what I'd done and that I should be wanting to see him because he's my dad, and it was embarrassing for him with his brother/sister. That was it. Not that he actually wanted to spend time with his kids, just that it embarrassed him. I basically told him to fuck off. I was now 17, big, and not afraid of him any longer, and if I saw him again it would be so much worse for him. He made absolutely zero attempts to change my mind. Just said see ya son, and walked out. Cut to 25 years later. My uncle, dad's brother, found me on Facebook and asks me if I would be willing to see my dad. Over the 25 years I've got married, had a couple of kids and mellowed somewhat. I agree, more out of curiosity than anything, and we meet up at a pub midway between our locations with my uncle there. I would have walked past my dad in the street as he was unrecognizable. Of course he was 25 years older, but had put on 3 times his body weight and had aged badly. This meetup goes well. He sinks a good 6 pints, but I guess he's nervous, and we agree to meet up in a few weeks, so he can meet his granddaughters and daughter-in-law. So we meet up on the arranged afternoon in a pizza place, and it's obvious he's already had a few and driven there. He then downs a bottle of red wine on top, passes off to the bog, and comes back reeking of whiskey. As you can imagine, that really fucking pissed me off. He starts telling me about the wonderful new life he had, how besotted he was with his, now deceased, new wife, and how idyllic everything was, to the point that I'm getting the feeling he's really rubbing my nose in it. We say our goodbyes, agree to meet up again, but never do. There was no way I'm having that drunken prick on my conscience of meeting him somewhere blitzed out of his brains and killing someone. There's a few phone calls over the next couple of years, but I'm really wanting nothing to do with him again, as I could tell, no matter what he said, that he hadn't changed. Cut to a couple of years later. I've not spoken to him in a year, and I get a phone call from my stepsister, who I've never met, to tell me that he's on his deathbed, and if I want to come and see him now is the last chance. So I go to the hospital and meet several members of his new family, and I really get the impression that they are just going through the motions of being there. My stepsister asks for a chat outside, and I have one of the most illuminating conversations of my life. The first words out of her mouth are, "You're not going to believe some of the things I'm going to tell you." I stop her there and tell her I know what's coming, and I'm one of 3 people on the planet who will believe everything she's going to tell me. After my dad and stepmother got married, her life quickly deteriorated into what was far, far from the idyllic life he was painting. His drinking went to new heights, and his new wife was not as tolerant of this as he made out. He made her life a living hell. She died to get away from him were a couple of the more notable things she told me. Stepsister never said if he beat her, but I have absolutely no doubt he did. My mother recently told me he rapped her a couple of times when drunk, so I suspect that may have been part of her life too. Let's face it, a leopard never changes its spots, and even less so an alcoholic one. It was obvious my stepsister detested him, but she had promised her mother on her deathbed that she would look after him. Went back to his hospital room, and as tempted as I was to give him a mouthful, I maintained some dignity, reminisced over some of the good times I had with him, and said my goodbyes. I did manage to thank him for the most memorable Christmas of my life, when he bought me a computer. It truly is a treasured memory. That day. He passed away later that night. He didn't go well either. He died from liver and kidney cancer in a lot of pain. I don't pride myself on thinking this, but he deserved to go badly. I know this thread has been up a bit, but I figured I would chime in. My mother-in-law was disowned by both of her children, and has slowly been working her way out of the family entirely. My wife is really struggling with it, because she wants a normal relationship with her mother, but the woman is extremely manipulative and abusive. The first time I met her, she was drunk and throwing kitchen knives at a cupboard because she was angry at her third husband for getting rid of all her wine. She told him she never really loved him, just married him for his money. I don't know why she left her first husband, but I can imagine it had something to do with his constant traveling and her constant cheating. Her second husband, she said, was simply because she wanted a daughter and thought he would make a beautiful one. She turned a blind eye to the abuse her boyfriends did to my wife as a child. She convinced the family that she was never the problem. My wife was told to keep family matters in the family, so she never really spoke out about it. We got a random phone call from grandma one time because she couldn't get a hold of the mill, had to call the cops to come get her. Apparently she took a bunch of sleeping meds and drank herself to sleep. That was our responsibility to take care of, so we ended up getting a permanent key for her trailer when her father, my wife's grandfather, passed away. It was supposed to be my wife and I's responsibility to watch and take care of my drunk mill. They wouldn't even let my wife grieve at the wake without taking care of her mother first. When my wife ran out crying because the pressure was getting too much, I put my foot down pretty hard in front of everyone. The last straw was when my wife's uncle was in the hospital. He needed a routine procedure on his heart. He didn't want anyone there or anyone to know. Just a select few people. The mill decided to post it all over Facebook. She chastised my wife for not going to the hospital, despite him deliberately asking us not to go. My wife finally put her foot down, and we haven't talked to her since. She finally had enough of the manipulation, attention seeking and lies. We wish that she would get the help she needs. She took meds for depression and her bipolar disorder. She saw therapists. She refuses to fix her alcohol problem and refuses to change, despite people slowly weeding her out of their lives. I've seen firsthand how loving she can be. She welcomed me with open arms into the family when few would. But she has a sickness, and there's nothing more we can do to help her until she starts to help herself. Forced to disown my kids, but I secretly have been putting $1,000s, if dollars in their name including a home. My ex-wife was a sociopath and was having me stalked because I grew suicidal after she filed 4 false rap reports and used the person she cheated on me with as a witness that later admitted she had lied. She had kidnapped my kids to another country and would literally contact my coworkers at home screaming at them how awful I was. I turned over dozens of recordings of her admitting to these things and saying them in front of my kids. Courts didn't care because I was in therapy to deal with PTSD and her rap allegations that she would use to justify my hike being raised by police whom would often have guns out point. But I just locked myself in a mental ward for 6 months until the suicidal ideation left, but cry every day about having to give up my greatest joys in my life. And no, I won't bother trying to see them, because even 6 months after I left her she would have my home raided by finding me through public records. Ladies, don't file false rap reports then abuse your husbands in court. It's not good for you, and not for the kids because Sesh had my home raided 8 times, and was constantly telling people I was suicidal. I just used that sheet against in the military, and begged for a PTSD and honorable discharge which she cannot even file, to take away from me ever. She basically faked herself out of child support, and I put everything in wills to my kids for when they turn 18, and I never have to work a day in my life. My diagnosis is PTSD with panic attacks due to police raids and her kidnapping the kids via false reports. She was even taking my family medical history and using that against me in court. Classic parental alienation stuff. I just gave up from the abuse. When I was 16 years old my parents disowned me. We got into a pretty heated fight and all of the past emotional abuse I have had to endure accumulated, and I decided it was time to go. Perhaps also relevant to say that my dad was pressuring me to run away and did not care at all. I called my boyfriend to ask him if he could pick me up, and I went upstairs to pack some stuff. About 10 minutes later my boyfriend picked me up, and I left without saying another word. Another 10 minutes later I got to my boyfriend's house and, logically, I was confused about what had happened and still had to process it. I don't know why, but I happened to check my bank account, only to find out that in those 10 minutes, my bank account has been emptied by my dad. How ironic is it that I wanted to transfer all of my money to my boyfriend when I was packing my stuff because I anticipated this move, but didn't because of the chaos. My dad had taken everything from me, all of my money. He stopped paying for my phone service, which I now also couldn't pay for myself, because I didn't have any money. Also, of course I forgot to pack everything, so I didn't have many clothing etc. And I didn't have the money to buy any. Needless to say I was completely devastated. A week later I tried to get some of my stuff and I went back home when only my mother was home, because I legit was scared of my dad. This didn't go well. My mom started shouting at me and accusing me of everything being my fault, etc. I managed to get most of my stuff and got the hell out of there again. Oh, maybe also relevant to mention that during this one week that I was gone, my parents packed up everything in my room in boxes, even my bin, and gave my room to my brother. I literally couldn't come back anymore, even if I wanted to. Sometime later I got a message from my father, which left me really shocked. He wrote to me that I had turned into a monster and he didn't know what had happened because I used to be his little girl and all sort of other things that made me look bad. Also, both my father and mother started talking shit about my boyfriend, which they first claimed was perfect for me, but now they were saying things like, I was too good for him, he didn't deserve someone like me, he was too dumb for me, etc. These messages went on for a few months, after which my dad decided that he couldn't take it anymore and blocked me. I haven't spoken to my dad ever since. I do need to add that during the months of those messages, I tried numerous times to get my stuff back. I asked, calmly and respectfully, if I could get my money back and my other stuff. Of course the answer was no, and to top it all, of my parents told me they didn't have anything from me anymore, and that they moved all of it to a storage unit. So basically, my parents have removed me and every trace of me from their lives. However, I'm still happily living with my boyfriend for over 3 years now. My dad basically disowned me after being around for a few years. Dude went to prison when I was like 5. He got out when I turned 16, which was also a rough time due to my mom turning to alcohol to cope with her divorce from my stepdad. So I was left taking care of my little brother and sister until she got herself together. Stepdad got hooked on meth and left. Anyway, when he got out no one told me. At the time we moved in with my grandma, and I was sleeping on a small couch in the den, because I work night shift at Wendy's to help my grandma with bills, and to help with my siblings. Overheard my grandma on the back patio talking about my dad getting out of prison, but no one was going to tell me. So I confronted my mom about it. She said it was true, and I could make my own judgment, since I was 16. So I went to see him. Everything was cool for a while, but I'm pretty sure he was still stuck in prison in his head. He would randomly blow up and kick me out of his house, which was actually my grandparents' house. He would tell me I wasn't his kid, we looked like twins, I was a clown, etc. Like I was never good enough and owed him something. But being a kid I would always call him in like 2 weeks or so, and he would twist it around to be my fault when whatever happened. So it would be cool again for a little, then same thing. He even pulled up outside my mom's house one night playing rap as loud as possible on his subs to show he wasn't scared of coming over when I told him I didn't want anything to do with him and I'm tired of him disrespecting me. This happened for years. He is a violent gangbanging felon. Well, I left to the Marines at 18 and got out when I was 24. Moved back to my hometown, now married, and the same shit with this guy, but he would even involve my wife. My cousin even moved up from Los Angeles to try to reconnect with some family, mainly my father, and he did the same thing to him. Even tried to turn us against each other by telling us that the other was talking shit, or that we were saying we could fuck the other's wife, and that the wife of whoever wasn't around would always try to fuck him. Crazy shit. I called my cousin and just confronted him, and he told me the same thing, so he even cut him off. So I enlisted into the army about a year of being a civilian. So as I'm leaving he tries to do the same old shit. Even throws in my face the one time he bought me school clothes when I was like 17, telling me I should pay him back. That's the only time he ever spent any money on me. So I just calmly said, you won't do this anymore, good. But I haven't spoke to him since. Last I heard he's in federal prison, but he never made the attempt to even reach out. So I guess he disowned me. I felt this way about my mom for a long time now. I still have a relationship, but she doesn't know how I feel, and I have no intention on telling her for as long as I live. Both of my parents are pieces of work. Let's start it off right. My mom and dad were toxic with each other. My dad is a pothead and needs to be on meds for something. Long story, willing to share if anyone's interested. They legit beat each other, even attempt maiming, or worse on each other, but still had me. My dad legitimately almost killed me when I was only a few weeks old. I was sick, almost deathly so, and it was in the middle of December in the mountains. So it was really cold. My dad couldn't be bothered to wake up every 2 hours to give me medicine. My mom was working third shift for Waffle House. Apparently during the night, I had started to have difficulty breathing. She rushed me to the hospital, and they said I was pretty close to dying. Had it gone on for much longer, and I would died. They break up for this. My mom takes me somewhere else, and my dad doesn't even care enough to try to keep in contact. Too busy smoking pot, I guess. My mom left her contact information and everything, so there's no excuse on his part. My mom falls in love with my to-be father-in-law, and I never knew he was my stepdad until I was like 10. That's when my dad comes back into the picture and starts trying to have something to do with me, and the worst part is he's very weak about it. He never makes the first call or visits. I have to call him or have his mom, my grandma, take me to him. My mom refuses to take me, which I can agree on why. Knowing all the things I do now. My mom has my sister with my stepdad. Me and her have the best sibling relationship ever. I taught her how to read, colors, words, you name it, I taught her. This didn't last very long. Once we were 12 and 13 respectively, she befriends a girl in our neighborhood, and they bullied me together. My mom taught me to not hit a girl. I took this far more literally than intended, since I didn't defend myself at all. Now this is where it gets interesting for you guys. It'll all come full circle. We moved to Goose Creek in South Carolina. My intelligence is steadily increasing at an alarming rate. I'm reading high school grade books in the 5th grade and using complicated words and grammar for a 12-year-old. I'm also making straight A's in all of my classes without studying at all. My sister struggles in everything. She is clearly not gifted with intellect. She's not stupid either, mind you. But she is far more bubbly than me. She has tons of friends. I have like 2. I notice my mom buys her more stuff for her than me. I notice that she gets more praise for doing things than me. I always have to do chores, while she seemingly never does them. My mom sees something is wrong and messed up. She calls us both to ask us which of us did it. But she doesn't admit to doing it, so I get punished for something I never did. This happens a lot. She got the bigger room. I got a small room, barely big enough for a twin size bed. She gets caught sneaking out of the window in her room. She gets a smack on the wrist, while if I talked back to my mom I got the honor of doing every chore in the house. I have like 10 shirts and 10 pants. My sister has to have a wardrobe, dresser, and closet for hers. And she still steals mine. FTW. At some point, some kids in my neighborhood start spreading lies about me. I'm a bookworm. I'm always reading or trying to play World of Warcraft with my one friend who had it. These kids tell a parent that I beat up a kid on the bus for being in my seat. Then I threatened a girl sitting across my seat who had cerebral palsy. To my horror, these people come knocking on my door, the mother of the cerebral palsy girl leading the charge. She informs my mother that I was threatening her disabled daughter and I bullied another kid. My mom responds with, "Thank you, I'll take care of it." She politely closes the door before she whips around and slaps me as hard as she can in my face. I fall over the couch literally crying with tears in my face as she screams in my face, "You like bullying girls, huh? You like bullying kids who can't fight back? Try bullying me. Come on." Then she yanks me to my feet and continues to yell at me and then grounds me, taking away all of the things I like doing. No books, no games, all chores in the house, and I had to ask permission to be able to leave my room for a month. My mom sat on the couch the whole time I was home, just to make sure I didn't try to sneak out of the room without permission. My sister was allowed to taunt me with her freedom the whole time, by the way. There was never an instance where she received this punishment. Fast forward to high school years. Now. I've been bullied heavily with nothing done about it by anybody. My school denies it happened, and my mom never took me out of school. I was hospitalized and almost killed by these bullies and still nothing changed. I had to miss 3 months so I could heal. I was so damaged that I couldn't move without screaming in pain or throwing up. And still nothing changed. Mom moves to another town. I begged her mom, my other grandma, to not let me have to go with her. She accepts. For the next few years it is bliss. It's just me and my grandma. We play card games, split chores, and go out to McDonald's every Friday for us time. We talk about a lot of stuff. But every Friday after McDonald's, I have to stay the weekend with my mom. And I'd read it. I have nothing to do. My mom regularly designates me to do dishes on Fridays. I get the honor of washing dishes from Monday night pork chop and gravy. Why do I know? Cause it's still there in the crock pot. Never emptied. Well, you're here. You get whatever chore you get. And just because there's dishes already there don't mean shit. You're gonna wash them anyway. That was her reason point also. When I graduated high school, my grandma gave me $1,000 something. She had been putting $5 into a bank account for her grandbabies every month since they were born, and when they graduate high school she gives it to them. I spent about $400 of it on my grandma. I got her some AC units for the summer. Our trailer had no central heating or cooling, or even a ceiling fan. To stay cool during the summer my mom takes me and grandma outside and begs us for some money to fix her car. She manages to convince my grandma to convince me to give her my remaining $900 with the promise to be repaid. I never see this money. I don't ask for the money now. I already know the answer. This isn't a good time. I don't have any money. I just paid etc. My personal favorite. My sister gets into a car wreck. Her best friend in the world dies, and my sister is lucky to be alive. My stepdad stops work to be by her bedside for the 2 weeks she ends up staying there for. My grandma, being the family-oriented woman she is, forces me to go with my mom to visit her. When we get there, my bubbly sister is eager to show me her scars of character and tell me about this food my dad brought her. You should have heard her. She was so full bravado when she told me about Five Guys. Lol. She knew how much I loved fries and told me how she wished I got to try it. I said, yay, I would like to try it. And my stepdad loudly yells out I don't got no faking money and then storms out. My mom didn't really try to say anything to him about it. He apologized later for his outburst, but I know it was just as hollow as he is. That about wraps it up. There is a lifetime worth of shit that's piled up throughout the years though. I don't feel anything for my mom, dad, or my stepdad. I'll be polite because it's how I was raised, but that's it. There's no emotion I feel for them now. My mother, father and I disowned their son / my half brother. My mum split from his dad when he was around 3 years old. His dad was nothing short of a vile prick and wanted absolutely nothing to do with my brother. My mum then met my dad, they had me, and we lived happily for a few years. As the years went on, we started having more and more issues with my brother's behavior until it got so extreme and he decided at age 12 or 13 he wanted to live with his dad, who he hadn't seen since mum left him. For a few years he would still come to family events, and we had sort of a relationship with him. Then he turned into his father. Drugs, alcohol, no job, no license, no prospects in life. Just a really horrible person. He would then message me, or I'd see posts saying, if he ever saw me, or mum he'd stomp our heads into the gutter, American History X style, and a whole range of other threats. He also calls mum every name under the sun and just treats her and my dad, who raised him as his own son, like absolute shit. None of us have seen or spoken to him in years. When mum is asked about kids, she says she only has one, me, and I tell people I'm an only child. Dad doesn't ever talk about him, but mum and I sometimes do. I will never forgive him for how he treated mum and dad, and I've honestly found myself hoping he'd end up either in jail or dead. I wouldn't care which. I'm sorry to add to the answers not perfectly on topic, but my wife and I, were disowned by her parents just 2 days ago. There are a lot of issues at play in this situation. Those most significant are due to the huge generational, cultural, and language differences between us and her parents. But there are also things like how my mother-in-law's own mother haven't been speaking to each other for 10 years. This paints the sort of family dynamic that she has. The short story is that problems arose more recently when my wife and her brother got into an argument. He then went to their mum and told her how my wife was apparently mistreating him for not agreeing with him. He went on to open up to their mum about how actually my wife had always mistreated him from when they were children. Things like refusing to help him with his homework or choosing to play with her own friends instead of with him were examples of times that he felt she showed she didn't care for him. He said that she had ruined my childhood As far as I could push him for more examples, or that I'd ever heard, these were just normal childhood bickerings, children being children. Her parents agreed with him and labeled her as a bad sister. This then grew and grew, and the parents would then come up with their own anecdotes, and almost like a realization then labeled her a bad daughter. As we tried to continue with our lives, they kept on finding more things to complain about. They called her stupid for not knowing to tell me, to tell my parents, to go to their house, to discuss the wedding after our engagement. Even though we went for dinner together anyway, specifically after the engagement. They said that she was stupid and that made them appear stupid. After a lot of emotional abuse, her mother cut ties with us because we refused to listen and ignored us right to our faces, as if we were invisible. On Sunday we asked her father whether we should do whatever a parent says, even if it might be wrong. He said yes, you should do whatever your parents ask, even if it's wrong, because that's what a good daughter does. She asked if she couldn't repair her relationship with her mother, where would that leave her relationship with her father? To which he said, if my wife doesn't have a daughter then I don't have a daughter. And then left in a rage. That's a shortened summary, but you get the gist. Unfortunately, I think you won't get answers from the parents of this type of situation, because they are the exact type of people to not care about anyone else's opinions. And that anyone who might show a differing opinion just doesn't understand. Effectively they disowned us because we didn't show complete unquestionable obedience to their demands and wills. My mom and eldest sister have not talked for about 10 years now. It all started when my mom remarried and decided she wanted more children. Now granted, my mom is rather old, 50s at the time, to be having children, but that's her decision and I honestly didn't care, and in fact the thought of a younger sibling was kind of exciting to me as I was the youngest. Now for reference, my family is kind of spread out. My mother has been married 3 times. Her first husband is my eldest sister's father, her second, my father, and finally the third and current. At the time when all this arose, my sister was in her 30s with 2 kids, and 1 on the way. My mom in her 50s with 6 kids wanting more. My mother and stepfather tried unsuccessfully to have children the good old way. They prayed about it and felt adoption was the answer. When my mom finally revealed the news to her after the paperwork and everything was underway, she totally flipped, telling my mom it was a bad idea and she was too old to be having / caring for more children, and all the time and money spent on the new children should be spent on hers. At the time I didn't really know how to feel about all this, except that I loved both of them and wanted them to be happy and on good terms. Needless to say, it ripped them apart. After a few years of my mom trying to mend their relationship, she inevitably gave up. My sister could not let it go and ended up despising my 2 adopted sisters and of course my mother as well, since of course it was all her doing. You could see it in the way she talked and treated them. It was a sad thing to be a part of and witness. My mom and sister were rather close, speaking every day on the phone for several hours at a time. Unfortunately, I don't think their relationship can ever be salvaged. My dad disowned his eldest sister. My dad was both a police officer and primary caregiver to my great aunt. She was a lovely sweet woman who I will only remember as smelling of lavender and giving the best hugs. She loved my dad like her own and us by extension. Unfortunately, as she aged, her mind started to fail her and she would have paranoid episodes which lead to her ultimately being hospitalized. One day whilst my dad was working his shift, his sister convinced my great aunt that my dad's care and attention was for one thing only, the inheritance he stood to gain. She said that my dad hated and resented her and couldn't wait for her to die. Interesting side note, he wasn't aware of any inheritance. His sister handled the money power of attorney, the medical. She wrote my dad out of her will with my aunt's help, but nothing was said. Sadly, my great aunt died not long after and all of this came to light. My dad was gutted to the core. Not because of any inheritance, he couldn't give a shit. Because his favorite person died, believing he hated her. Because his big sister could be so evil. He hasn't spoken to sister since. In his own words, he wouldn't piss on her if she were on fire. I was disowned by my cousin for caring about her 9-month-old son's health. A little backstory. My cousin is the youngest of the kids in my family and never had any experience with taking care of children. She got pregnant, baby daddy left, and she had no real support system besides me and my husband. I helped her get a job and agreed to help her by leaving my job early 5 days out of the week to watch her kid without pay so she could work 5 p.m. to midnight. Everything was great for the first month and a half. We had a pretty good routine. She would drop him off, he would play for a little bit, eat, then sleep until she came to pick him up. After that, I started to notice that she would drop him off in clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed. Then it was his diapers were always overfull, sometimes to the point where it was all up his back. I would ask her about it, and she would tell me that she forgot to check him before she left, or she was trying to conserve diapers and didn't think he was that full. I brushed it off because I knew that sometimes that happened. It wasn't until she had packed strawberry shortcake rolls and honey as a treat for him that I voiced my concerns to her. She told me that because I had no children, that I had not right to tell her what she could and could not give her child. That led to a big yelling match about how I called her a bad mother and that my husband called her names, even though we did no such thing. She left with her child that night and told me she couldn't trust me to watch her kid. Cut to 2 days later, she asked me to bring all of the stuff she had left for him to her work. Then proceeded to yell at me about how hard I had made everything along with calling me terrible names and told me that if I didn't apologize, that she would disown me. So I wished her and her son the best and left. I haven't heard from her since. I called CPS to do a welfare check, but never heard back. I do miss the kid though, and hope he is okay. I guess my comment will get buried, but I feel compelled to speak here for some reason. Actually, my mother and I have somewhat disowned each other. It came as a shock to me. I thought we were quite close. She was really my only friend. During the recession, as a fresh college grad, I decided the best way to survive was to teach English in other countries. In Cambodia, I came down with an illness that I later realized was subacute thyroiditis, but at the time merely made me think I was dying. Like literally dying, a cluster of symptoms roughly as terrifying as moderate radiation poisoning, one of which was intense anxiety and panic attacks that truly felt like I was being overwhelmed by animals tearing out my throat. The doctor saw I was an anxious female and blew me off as first it's all in your head, and second as being an end-stage drug addict. Having no friends or other support in this new country, I called my mother begging for help. She too blew me off, acted like I was just being a drama queen. I asked if she could at least support me in some ways, call me, message me, chat via Yahoo, Skype, whatever. She kept making all these bullshit excuses. She didn't have the money to fly over to help me or send me home. Think middle class white America, owns a horse, multiple credit cards, etc. She had the money, can't afford a phone call, can't figure out Skype, claims my stepfather is always on the computer so no emails. Just sad excuses for excuses. So I lived like this for years. Stopped trying to make contact. I was so hurt by this, it faked me up for years. Ended with a major depressive episode, owing to some other circumstances too. My biological father then died, and I had to return to their house to sort and clear some of his stuff. He lived in UK, but stored stuff at my mom's. I was still emotionally distraught at this time, and had some meltdowns. Then there was an inheritance dispute, which I lost, and had to pay for. Obviously, this financially ruined me for life, and I asked my parents to return home to get back on my feet. Of course, the answer is a hard refusal. I'm going hungry and close to being out on the streets, and their rationales that I have too many emotional problems. Funny thing about that, and also I disturb their sleep at night when I get up to eat or go to the toilet. Like for real. They refused to let their financially and emotionally eviscerated daughter back in the house on grounds of her being financially and emotionally eviscerated and going past 8 p.m. I believe my stepfather is behind this. Really, he was always trying to have me institutionalized as a teenager. I had a temper and was sensitive to his aggression, and he formed the opinion that I was criminally insane. Incidentally, I was never involved with drugs or alcohol, never committed a crime, didn't even have any friends at school, was an outcast, etc. I literally only locked myself in my room and played video games. My little sister on the other hand got a free pass to do all those things, and they treated her like an adorable teen, regardless of my stepfather's culpability. It doesn't change the fact that my mother went right along with everything. In fact, she'd been doing so since their marriage when I was 6. I shouldn't have been surprised because minor versions of things like this had happened before. So yeah. Vowed never to speak to them again beyond some basic financial matters I'm trying to clean up, so the separation will be permanent, not that they notice or care. Hell, they're probably glad. This completely ruined me emotionally, which doesn't especially matter, since I'm already ruined for life financially, socially, and health-wise. I had been blaming myself and my toxic personality and telling myself I was an abusive monster beyond salvation who mistreated her parents with her bad personality and worst temper, and that I deserved every square inch of this. But reading some of these other accounts of violent, abusive, drug addicted, sociopathic disowned children, I don't know anymore. TLDR, my parents surprised disowned me at very bad times, probably because of my personality and the fact that they're selfish elderly white people. Also, I refused to talk to them back. Not exactly the answer you asked for, but I disowned my father and partly my mother. I disowned my father, who was a violent abusive drug user, when I was 16. He had left my life when I was 4, was in and out of jail constantly, violent, nearly killed one woman I later found out, an impulsive liar, theft, and could not stop making children he later ditched. When I was 15, my mother, who was also abusive and very mentally ill, kicked me out. A few months prior I had reached out to my biological father. My mother had always said he was a horrible person, but seeing as she lied about a lot of things I didn't believe her. Looking back, I both deeply regret not listening to her, but at the same time, don't, because it led to me meeting some of my brothers who are more of my kids than siblings to me. Since I had nowhere else to go, I ended up going to him. At first he was the perfect father. Loving, nurturing, understanding. He showered me with affection and love which I had never received from my mother. Turns out it was all a front. About 4 months and he starts becoming verbally abusive towards me, my siblings, and my stepmother. Then turns physically abusive, less so towards me than the rest, seeing as he always wanted a daughter, and out of his 10 children I'm the only female and his oldest. My stepmom isn't good at confrontation, and was never really mother material to my younger siblings. Only 3 of them lived with us, so I ended up taking on the mother role for them, and trying to protect them from our father. My father at this point starts making death threats towards everyone in the family, as well as forcing my stepmother to quit her job because he had gotten fired, and he didn't like that she was making more money than he was, which was 0 at the time. At 15 years old I was balancing school, all the housework, and being a mom to kids that weren't even mine, so when our electric and water got shut off my savior complex kicked in. I ended up putting in applications into every job I possibly could in my area, but because of my age no one wanted to hire me, so I turned to less legal ways of getting money. I ended up selling drugs at college parties for this girl I knew, as well as I did at homeborn videos, to earn enough cash to keep our house and bills paid, as well as food on the table, all while my deadbeat father sat around pouting and threatening my stepmom if she even thought about getting a job. Not even a month after I turned 16 I was raped by this guy I knew and ended up pregnant. My father, who had tried to convince me to have a child as soon as I graduated, was very happy about this. Looking back on it, he tried to groom me with weird comments, calling me his mini housewife, and I'm pretty sure he wanted me pregnant to support his pregnancy fetish. My stepmom became pregnant with my youngest brother around the same time I did, so now he had 2 women pregnant, but he refused to let her lift a finger and had me keep doing all the housework and taking care of the children, even though I ran a high-risk pregnancy. He refused to let me see any doctors and kept it very hush-hush from everyone we knew that I was pregnant. At some point he decided that he should get legal rights over my child and insisted that once the baby was born I would sign over my rights. Since my brother was due around the same time as my child, he told everyone my stepmom was pregnant with twins and planned to pass my child off as my sibling. One day he threatened me, saying I better give him the rights or else. When I refused and tried to walk away, he pushed me down the stairs. I instantly felt pain and started bleeding. I started trying to get to the door to go to the hospital screaming bloody murder the entire time. He said if he couldn't have my baby then I couldn't either, and physically kept me from escaping. I gave birth at almost 6 months along on the living room floor screaming for someone to save my baby, who turned out to be a girl. The rest is a daze. I remember burying her, illegally because I was in shock, and didn't know what else to do. I stayed in shock for the next 3 months, staying with him. I ended up falling hard into drinking, unsafe sex, and drugs to cope with my daughter's death, while floating along completely lost in my own head, barely even conscious. I ended up snapping out of it, packed everything I could into a backpack, told my stepmom to take my brothers and run in the opposite direction, and ran myself. I ended up running for 3 months, nearly getting married in the process, to be seen as a legal adult in the eyes of the law. My mother agreed to sign as she just wanted to not deal with me anymore. Before I contacted a friend of mine, I asked her if I could stay for a month to figure out getting all the legal stuff to get married. Her parents came and got me, took one look at me, and decided I was this. The following week my adoptive mom filled out the paperwork to adopt me. They automatically got me checked by a doctor, got me back up to a healthy weight after being starved for so long, and took me to therapy every week. It's been almost 4 years since they saved me, and I consider my adoptive family my real family. I've came a far way and I have never spoken to my father since the day I left. He is a cold-blooded murderer who killed my daughter. As for my mother, she is diagnosed with bipolar type 1. I have type 2, which is a less extreme version of type 1. She was very verbally and emotionally abusive, using tricks like taking away attention and affection as punishment for no real reason or gaslighting. She is very mentally unwell and falls into self-destructive patterns, where she drags anyone down with her. She's also prone to violence and psychotic behavior, which leads to very bad situations. I was very emotionally distant from her even at a few months old. She used to dump me on other relatives and run off for weeks at a time. By the time I was 7 I was raising myself and my 1-year-old sister, who I consider to be a daughter to me. My stepfather is a good man, but was constantly working to keep up with my mother's spending habits, so he didn't see what was going on, and anytime I spoke out about it, she spun it into me being a psychological liar. My stepdad was very concerned for me and wanted to take me to therapy because he knew I truly believed everything I was saying, which was true, but he didn't know at the time. Since then he's found proof of a lot of things I said and has apologized many times. She ruined my stepfather's life, left him for another person after cheating on him for years, ignores me and my sister for months on end when she hits a bender, lies, and is unstable if she's off her meds. When she's on her meds she's a completely different person. Caring, charming, stable, loving. She has only recently in the last 2 years started taking medicine, but at this point it's too late to bond with her as my mother. I like to think of her as 2 different people almost. The stable one who I could possibly consider mom and I wish was around all the time, and the person she becomes when she falls ill to her mental health. She's done some really horrible things to not only me, but others too, but I keep in contact with her for my sister's sake, who is a lot more caring than I'll ever be, and because I know not all of it's her fault. I understand her, because I suffer from the same thing, just not nearly as much, and I still find it hard to manage. I love her, but I love her from a distance. She's not a big part of my life, and I'm mainly indifferent to the things she does now, so I partly disowned her, I guess. I know I'm late to this post, but this is kind of the perfect post to get this off my chest. This did not happen with my parents, nor am I the parent in this situation. It actually involves me and my uncle plus his family. When I was born, my family didn't want me besides my mother, all because my father was abusive. So as a baby my extended family pretended I didn't exist for the most part. Most of my family grew out of it shortly after I was born, but one of my uncles never did. Him, his wife and children, who were already well into their late 20s 30s, decided to make it an obvious point to make sure that I knew that they didn't love or care for me. They would ignore my existence and only acknowledge me if made to, or to blame things I didn't do on me either for fun or to cover their ass. After a huge family fight about it, my mom decided to cut ties from them for a while. Nowadays she only talks to her brother on Facebook or at family events that they attend. They are extremely rare since they became outcasted in the family to an extent. It feels like I'm the only one who hasn't moved on, and my mom says it wasn't that bad and that I should forgive them. I haven't and don't plan on it. My mother is emotionally abusive and my father lives in a different city, and once I'm of legal age I plan to move as far away as possible from my biological family. Some of my cousins and my sister/brother I plan to stay in contact with, since they have done nothing but support me through all of this. But my parents and uncles/aunts will be leaving my life for good, and I honestly cannot wait for that, even if it does seem harsh. My mother effectively disowned her older sister. Put simply, my aunt is a narcissist. She's an expert at playing the victim, and God help you if you go against her. She caused my mother a lot of emotional trauma when they were children. For example, she hit my mom on the head and then hauled us back to her room, barricading herself in. All my grandparents found when they got home was my terror mother screaming and pounding on my aunt's door, while poor little aunt was locked in her room and terrified. Naturally, they sided with my aunt. My great aunt told my mom years later that she knew my mom got a lot of punishments that shouldn't have been hers years down the road. After their relationship had been reasonably repaired again, my aunt hurt my mother again and pulled a bunch of shit before taking off with a trucker boyfriend. Now my mom has PTSD, which is also, in part, caused by my asshole grandfather who is also a narcissist, but that's another story. I've seen her suffer attacks where she's reduced to screaming and sobbing, caught between pain and rage. At this point, if you put my mom and aunt in the same room together, I have a feeling that my aunt would be leaving in a body bag and my mom in handcuffs due to a fit of PTSD-induced rage. Thank fuck eventually settled on the East Coast. There has been one negative to my mom cutting my aunt out of her life, though. It means she can't talk to or see her niece anymore because she's too close to my aunt. There would be too much of a chance of paths crossing. Really late to this post, but I was thinking about it for some time. And I suppose it's different, but I plan to disown mine when I move out. Oldest of family of 4 kids. Rather big age gap between me and the rest of them. I'm very close to the middle 2 now. Growing up, dad was very violent to me as a child. All I remember of him in my childhood was someone who'd scream and beat me constantly or was never there. He was busy with work. Father had a relatively successful career. Family is rather well off. Then years later, as I approached my early teens, he got even more violent and was then diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I was maybe 12, barely 13 when I had to drag my dad away from my mom so he wouldn't beat her up, tell the kids to lock the bedroom door so he wouldn't go crazy on them. There were episodes like this over the next years, resulting in him quitting work, going into a deep depression. Parents almost divorced God knows how many times. I really struggled in my teens. Went into depression myself when I was 16 and was shunned by my mother for it. She never understood it and called me a lunatic, and that I was just like my crazy father. Relationship with my mother was just downhill from there. We never were quite the same anymore. Had different views in life. I suppose I was just never the child she imagined me to be. Not obedient enough, always wanting to do things out of the box. She's really spiteful now and hateful towards so many things. She constantly blames me for being a rebel and never listening to anything she says. Says I'll never amount to anything in life. When I first started dating, would call me a slut. When I started working out and becoming passionate in it, she would call me attention seeking and that I was just trying to prove something. Would openly insult me in front of her friends and put me down when they asked me about me. Nowadays she's just a self-absorbed person, living in her own bubble. She goes out with friends all the time and is busy doing her own activities. She neglects the other kids at home, and I have to pick up her mess. Especially with the older 2, who are new teens. They have nobody to go for emotional support other than me. She also has an 8-year-old, which I suppose she manages alright, apart from the fact she's a little brat, but that's kids. It's hard to adult yourself when you have to parent 2 young teenagers. I constantly find myself at crossroads on what to say to them or how to react to some of the things they tell me. Dad lives in his own world. There are good days and bad days. He picked up smoking 5 years ago and is now a chain smoker, drinks these weird medications all the time, and is just loitering around the house. On bad days he's just screaming at everyone. There is no peace in this house. I turn 19 this year. I got a job overseas and will move to my partner in a few months on the other side of the world. I'm not looking back. I plan to cut contact with my parents and just keep an open channel for my sisters. I'm late to the party, but I'll chime in. Not about my child, but my younger brother. We are pretty far apart in age and I played a part in raising him. Due to that dynamic, I'm sure you can imagine that we were always very close. In his early teen years I discovered that he and his group of friends were shoplifting and engaging in other forms of immoral ways of getting money so they can go on junkie binges together. Not growing up a snitch, I approached him several times to counsel him against the harder substances that he was abusing. All my efforts were to no avail. I eventually got our parents involved, but he just became sneakier and our parents tried the unconditional love tactic, which backfired horribly. It wasn't long before he walked around with paint or powder on his face and speaking in tongues due to his high. He got violent and tried to blind me on one occasion. He ended up being admitted to a psych hospital due to the damage done by the mixture of pills/substances he put in his body. Years later, he supposedly cleaned up his act, but the rest of the family suspected that some permanent brain damage was done due to that Dark Days binge. He was in his early 20s when he was brainwashed and joined a Hebrew Israelite cult. We are a black family and raised with very good morals, so naturally we began to distance ourselves from him when he began ranting cult teachings of death to the white man and all Edomites. Non-Hebrew Israelites are stupid/going to hell. The cult taught him that God hates anyone not in the cult. The cult taught him that God is racist. The cult has a military rank hierarchy, but he refuses to see that a military religion is a cult. I disowned my brother for becoming a racist. Pardon me for the long-winded post. Grew up with a mom and stepdad. Stepdad always had anger issues, but was much better than my biological father, who was nothing more than a drug addict 4 times from age 16 till 23. My stepfather threatened me with a loaded gun. It was a little two-shot purse gun. But the first time it happened at 16, it scared the hell out of me. The worst thing was that 3 of the times, including the first, were because my mother was crying her crocodile tears. All because I offered to help get a job after school to help pay bills, since we were behind. And all 5 times my life was threatened. 4 with loaded gun to the face, and 1 with a hand, and pushed against the counter. My mother, who I had always looked up to, just stood and watched. She always told me that she wouldn't testify in court, since legally married couples could not testify against each other. What a load of hogwash. So I disowned them both, moved in with my great aunt, and started college again at 24. Well, I ended up being pressured 4 years to keep them around but refused. Only dealing with it at family events for my great grandmother, who I care for, while my mother still works the family against me, saying how my stepfather never did that. I'm just making it up and all that, which is funny, since she hates her parents and is only involved with the family for their money. It's disgusting. I finally stopped talking to all but those I live with and plan to move across the country once I hopefully get this job, and then cut ties from all of them. My parents even dated to get me a Christmas gift after I changed my last name, which is a huge thing since my family is obsessed with dynastic naming. And they did not get the hint that I hated them. Returned their Christmas gift unopened with a note reading, "You have no son. I will not forget or forgive. And do not take gifts from people I disregard." Felt good. I disowned my father. I know that I'm not a parent disowning a child, but I feel this is still relevant. Growing up, my father was abusive and an alcoholic. Horribly so. He was also a very scary man. He was a mechanic that could lift up a transmission with no assistance. There were very few days I woke up and wasn't dreading the day or absolutely terrified of having to deal with him. I spent years going to elementary and middle school with bruises on my arms and legs, having to lie and pretend I wasn't facing issues at home. I think they knew, but at the time I was going through this, I don't know how much the administration was able to do if I wasn't admitting to what was going on. Because the abuse and drinking was so bad, and everything coming to a head, my mother decided to divorce him and ask him to leave. The boiling point for that was when he backed me into the corner of our kitchen, kicking the ever-loving sheet out of me. My mother walked in seeing him do this and immediately asked him to leave. They divorced in 2000, maybe 2001. It's been a while. Understandably, after this, we had a very rocky relationship. He and we would occasionally talk on the phone, or maybe go out to lunch once I reached my adult life, around 2007. Fast forward to 2016, and my little brother who was in the Marine Corps took his life. It shook my family to the ground. It was hard for all of us. Even though I didn't like the man, I felt bad for him because he discovered my brother. I kept in touch with him a little more than I had been, checking up on him, making sure he was okay. We just weren't good friends, and I wasn't going to force him or myself to be friendly with one another. So eventually, communication tapered off. On the anniversary of my brother's passing, I called him. I hadn't talked to him in a few months at this point, and simply said, "Hey, just so you know, you have a son that's still here, and I care about you. I hope you're okay today." I have no idea what about that crawled in his sideways, but he listened to me. He then proceeded to go into incredibly horrific detail about finding my brother, and then he did it. Said he wished it had been another son. That's when I knew I couldn't ever be associated with this person. To wish that on anyone, let alone your son, seemed so cold to me. It's now been over a year since we've spoken. I'd like to say I miss him, but there's not much to miss there, I suppose. This will get buried, but like some other people here, I disowned my mother. Also sorry for the formatting. I didn't grow up with a father, and the toll could be immediately seen on my mother as me and my two siblings grew up. She got into drugs when I was just a young child and wasted away. She fell in love with her drug dealer and we moved in with him. He was abusive and did everything in his power to separate me from my mum. Eventually she became so drug faked that she started believing this man was my father. He died and I was placed into foster care after being severely assaulted by her new boyfriend. I had lost my mother as a young child, and even though it was never us kids' faults, she blamed us, to the point where we started blaming ourselves. I was diagnosed with major depression and anxiety on top of my ADHD. I tried to kill myself twice before the age of 11. When I was placed into foster care, I was essentially adopted by a family friend. She helped me by buying me new clothes and giving me my own room with a bed. She bought me a phone and a PS3, to which I broke down in her arms as I had never experienced such kindness. I visited my mother every month for organized dinners, but it was hard to see her. Eventually I healed mostly from all the emotional and physical abuse, and my maturity shot up to new height at just a young teen. I began to get very healthy in the mind, and that's when I saw how delusional my mother actually was. I disowned her a few months ago after giving her an ultimatum. Either she stopped the drugs or she would have no part in my life or my kids' lives in the future. She failed and has to live with it. I'm extremely against my older sister letting my mum near her child, my nephew. I have no love for my mother, and when the day comes, I'm certain I won't cry one tear at her funeral. I have a cousin that isn't disowned, but the family is pretty much done with her in her defense. She had a rough childhood. Her dad was a Colombian cartel guy, and her mom had substance abuse issues and was very unstable. After her parents split, my uncle married her mom and adopted her. When my uncle split with her mom, he got full custody. This should give you a hint about her mom, that the adoptive father got full custody over the biological mother. Unfortunately, she seems to have inherited too much from her mom. She had a lot of issues growing up. My uncle worked long hours and she started drinking and partying a lot, ditching school, getting into trouble etc. From an early age. When she was 17 she got knocked up. They got married, and things started to look up a bit. He had a decent job in the military. They had a second kid. Then she ran off with somebody else. The kicker, the other man had the same first name as her husband and disappeared for about a year. She eventually came back and somehow, he gave her another chance. She got back to drinking, got a couple of DUIs, they divorced. What followed was a shit show filled with so many DUIs that she spent some significant stints in jail, shitty boyfriends, manipulation, and broken promises. My family continuously tried to help her out, loaned her money, found her places to stay, gave her rides, etc. Everything was met with excuses as to why she couldn't hold down a job, why she couldn't pay anyone back, why she couldn't start taking classes to get her license back, despite offers to help. It's just gotten worse and worse since. She's moved on to meth. She moved to a different state for a while, but came back after getting arrested for beating up her now ex-boyfriend. Still no license. Dad has primary custody of their kids. Speaking of kids, somehow, by some miracle, she actually picked a decent guy to get knocked up by. He stepped up, got a good job, and raised the kids well. They also turned out to be great kids. She hasn't been disowned, partially because my family wouldn't completely disown someone unless it was really bad, and partially because the family has stepped in to help out her ex-husband. Her kids and ex are part of the family. It ain't their fault she is messed up. But everyone is pretty much done with her at this point. Nobody believes her excuses. Any semblance of trust is gone. People have pretty much stopped caring if she shows up to things even. The door is open if she wants to start making things right, but every bridge is all burnt. My friend and her husband disowned their adult daughter. I'll call her Mary, now about 35, but about 25 when it first happened. Adopted as an infant, Mary always had behavior issues, starting at a young age. Barely graduated high school, in and out of menial jobs. At about age 20, Mary met a decent guy and had 2 daughters. I don't know details, but she had some mental issues and had to go for treatment a number of times. Could not hold down a job. When both girls were still very young, one barely out of infancy, Mary had to go to some psych facility, live in kind. While they're in her early 20s, she met a man who was about 40 and decided he was her new boyfriend. Dumped her husband and moved in with a 40-year-old, got pregnant with his baby. Mary talked about wanting to be in her other 2 kids' lives, but could never make it happen. The father has been a single dad all these years with help from grandma, my friend, and the girls turned out okay. Once in a while Mary will show up randomly at my friend's door, her mom, and they barely recognize her, because 1 it's so long between visits, 2 big weight gain/loss, I forget which, and 3 she'll always start the conversation weirdly. Instead of, Mom, Dad, I miss you. It's me, Mary. How are you? Let me tell you what I've been up to. She'll start the conversation with weird things like, pointing to car, see that car? I just got it. My friend will converse with her daughter, but has made it clear that is not interested in being in her life. And she has no interest in meeting Mary's son with that other man. My friend said this was hard for her. That kid is her grandson, but that she simply can't be part of the toxic life Mary has built for herself. They do not help her out in any way financially or anything. They direct her to phone numbers with the state that she can call for help. My brother tried to kill me twice when we were kids. He was fine up until he turned around 13, then he just became psycho. Wasn't there anymore. I cut him out of my life when he went on a bender with drugs and alcohol and I was visiting with my toddler and was 5 months pregnant. He tried to throw me down the stairs, but failed due to his wife jumping on his back. We left his house while he was busy beating his wife and ripping cupboards off the walls. He threw a glass candle holder street me, and it would have hit my toddler right on the face if I had not hunched over him and covered his body with mine. Police were called on him, and they did nothing. I went to the women's shelter and showed them the hand-shaped gouges he had torn into my arms trying to fling me down the stairs. The lawyer freaked and ordered his arrest. It was only then that he ever got any therapy and counseling. It's been 9 years and I'll never see him again. He's not safe to be around my children. My mom tried to beat me down and harass me saying you don't do that to family. She meant call the police. She daily phoned me calling me every name in the books denying it ever happened. I finally shut her up by stating pictures don't lie. She literally didn't want to see the truth in front of her. A year ago she asked me to resolve things and said my brother wanted to see me. I said no. So I'm the one who did something wrong. I can't stand it, and yet she makes jokes about living with me someday, so I can take care of her. Nope, no freaking way. She lives in another province and I'm good with that. I'm not sorry I called the police and spoke to the judge and that to ensure my brother got therapy. He was headed down a very bad road and would have killed someone. My youngest brother has been disowned by my parents. I still keep in touch with him on a limited basis just to make sure that he's still alive. I don't hate my brother, but I don't necessarily like him. He screwed over pretty much everybody in his life. He's had multiple arrests, at least 20 that we know of. Most arrests have been for small things, but others are more serious: assault and battery, DUI, burglary, etc. When he was younger, he's 34 now, my parents would get him out of jail. Then, he'd end up getting his bond revoked. He'd get into additional trouble when out of jail, and end up with more time. He dug my parents into deep financial debt. He had 2 children with 2 different women. He'd pass in and out of the children's lives. He'd go off for a year or 2, come back to town, and demand to see the children, without keeping in touch in the years between. One of the children has been adopted by the mother's new husband. My brother has no idea. He has never paid a dime of support towards his children. The kids are 6 and 13. For a couple of years, he filed income taxes and claimed one of his children as a dependent. Again, he'd not seen the child in a couple of years and never paid support. He collected a big income tax refund check. When the child's mother went to file, she was told the social security number had already been used. He has substance abuse and mental health issues. I have the same mental health issues he does. Unfortunately, it runs in our family. We've tried so many times to get him help. So many times. My parents went into so much debt trying to help. I contributed money. My sister contributed money. He has made some threats and we've become concerned for our welfare and the welfare of his children. I guess what finally made us say enough was when he started stealing large amounts from us. My brother didn't have a checking account and my sister was kind enough to let him use her bank account to withdraw some PayPal payments. He took off with her debit card and a large chunk of her checking account balance. My dad inherited some expensive tools after the death of my grandfather. These tools were of extreme sentimental value to my dad. My brother took the tools and sold them. We never found out who the tools were sold to and my dad never could recover them. This has devastated our family. We've always been a close family. Me, my sister, and my other brother are very close. We talk to each other at least once a day. It kills us that my brother is no longer in the mix. I have a son that is 7. Until recently, he had no idea my disowned brother existed. It hurts so much to tell my son about the uncle he didn't know about. Well, I'm the child of this situation. Quick backstory: mom and dad were split from a very young age. Lived with mom until I was 6. Nasty court battle. Lived with dad for many years, only seeing mom every other weekend despite being a block away from her. Also was not allowed phone calls, was way closer to mom than dad. Cherished those weekends. Mom had a long-term boyfriend from when I was 4 to when I was 18. I also got along with him really well. Mom is on disability, despite not having really any problems. Okay, good enough of a backstory. As I got older I started to realize the nutcase my mom actually is. I stopped visiting her because her house is disgusting, and I mean disgusting. 20 or more fleas would be on your legs at all times. Animal pee all over the floor. 40-year-old carpet. She was a hoarder, but not quite as bad as you see on TV. There was no using the kitchen table as there was stuff all over it and under it. You had one path around the house. The stairs to the second floor were used as shelves. I would try to clean up some of the messes when I came over, but I got sick of it. Constantly cleaning and dusting, storing, and scrubbing, only to have it the same the next time, because she's lazy as hell, and would never lift a finger. Wouldn't even bathe for months at a time. Anyway, back to I stopped visiting her. We weren't as close. I got a serious boyfriend and really doesn't spend time with her, because I wasn't even comfortable sitting down in her house. This previous election came up, and we disagreed politically. For the record, I don't give a shit what your political views are. I never discuss politics with anybody. I don't want to lose relationships over it. I respect the other person's opinion, and I like to move on. Well, as soon as she found out what side I was on, she lost her mind. Calling me stupid, sending me degrading memes and messages on Facebook, publicly posting very nasty stuff. I called her and told her if she didn't stop I was done with her. I repeated that I respect her political views and she needs to do the same with me. I told her I wasn't going to have somebody act that way to me about something so stupid. Well, she got pissed. She told me to come get my shit out of her house. I had bought a lot of stuff including the TV because I had a job and she only got $600 a month. Well, I took it all and she got more pissed saying I couldn't take the TV blah blah blah. I left. I got a message later that I was banned from coming onto the property anymore. Important note, I own 2 horses which I paid for everything for from the time I got them, including the fence and the shelter. All I didn't get was like 2 round bales. Because of those 2 battles she claimed the horses. Well, whatever. I got a call about 2 weeks later from her asking why my horses are starving, why I hadn't got a bale. Well, I called a friend and had her pick the horses up the next morning. Mom didn't really talk to me at all after that. She upped and moved with only the clothes on her back saying everything was poisoned from termite stuff laid out 20 years before. She said everything in the house had to be left behind. She was hell-bent on getting hundreds of thousands suing the bug company and for insurance. I went and got Ask the Baby pictures and Ask the Mother's Day gifts I got her. Painted pony statues, not cheap. Haven't looked back. She occasionally finds a way to tell me she hates me lol. I don't care anymore. For anybody that read that it was good to get it off my chest. TLDR. Deranged mother that just wants to play the system and disowned me because of a difference in political views which I told her on multiple occasions I didn't want to discuss. My mother has all but disowned my older brother for generally just being a slimeball piece of shit. He can't be trusted around money because he'll steal it. He's the most entitled person I've ever met in my life. He has problems with hard drugs and the times he has been allowed to stay after he got out of prison for drug and robbery charges, mind you. He immediately attempted to turn me against my mother, telling me how shitty a person she is, how she owes him $100k for drugs he hid under the house and didn't tell her about that got stolen by his other drugs fake friends he told about it. A few more stories. He visited a few years ago and had to be picked up from the police station because he stole a guy's wallet on the boat over. He looked us both in the eyes and swore he didn't do it. Then 2 days later, while drunk, admitted he did. He was involved in a large insurance payout of $1.5 billion. We didn't hear from him for about a year after that. When we did hear from him, it was because he was broke, owing $500,000 on a business he bought and drove bankrupt, and a house he bought which he lost somehow via gambling debts. He was told no and wasn't given our new address. He promptly went back to prison for 6 months. When I was a kid he was staying at our place for a while. He's 20 years older than I'm roughly, and he had a birthday coming up, which he kept mentioning, meaning he wanted something. When he was asked what he wanted by my mother, he boldly exclaimed he wanted my guitar. Not a guitar, my guitar. He threatened to burn the house down if he didn't get it. Bye-bye guitar. Every time I hear from him, he has a new get rich quick scheme which is a sure thing, but needs a little startup cash. List of schemes from memory: limousine business, owes $500k on that, now professional DJ, spent 10 grand on DJ equipment, that got stolen in 2 weeks, ATM card skimmer. Not sure what happened with this in the end, but I'm sure it factored into one of his 1-year jail stints. Dog racing mogul, he bought 2 greyhound puppies and had them live in his van with him for about a month. Then he dropped them off at our house temporarily and never came back for them. Drug kingpin X20. Tried and failed many times. To be a successful drug dealer, it's probably hard to sell your meth when you're smoking it all. In his defense, that's just a few that I can remember, but it's a very long list. He is by far the worst person I can think of. One bad decision after the next from the time she was 14 to now, which basically made me not like her as a person and really want nothing to do with her. There is a lot more than this, but some of the highlights. She kept trying to tell her mom that I was a terrible person and drive a wedge between us. I'm the stepdad, but was with her since she was 2. No real contact with her real dad. Started doing drugs, sneaking out, stole our cars, etc. Started telling her friends how I would come home drunk, and we would get into huge fights among all this other shit she would fabricate. She is the type of girl to tell you she is pregnant, just to make sure you weren't going to leave. She did it to 2 different boyfriends. She was basically a pathological liar. She went to live with my parents for a bit. She started doing okay, it seemed. She had a job, and she was accepted into college, and I was willing to pay for her to go. She just had to finish school. She was saving money, and I told her that we would match whatever she had saved when she turned 18, so she could get a car. The rate she was going, she could have potentially had close to $5,000, so a 10k car. She ran away 2 months before she turned 18, and moved in with her boyfriend. Police said there was nothing they could do, since the process of getting agencies involved would take more than 2 months. She turns 18, cashes out her bank account, and quickly pisses away the money. She sells just about everything she owned that was worth anything. She sold the iPad my parents gave her for $150, all the jewelry my parents and my wife and I ever gave her, etc. The final straws for me were when she started asking everyone she knew for money. Aunts, uncles, family friends, etc. Then we found out she broke into my parents' place and stole a bunch of money from them. That was it. Anyone who is able to rob their own grandparents is not someone I want to deal with. She has made a number of terrible life choices since then as well. But I have already switched off. I dropped her from my insurance. All services I was paying for were cut off. Blocked her on everything I could think of. My wife still talks to her, and that is fine. I would never tell a mother she can't talk to her kid. But I'm just done. My mother disowned me and legitimately hates me. I remind her of my father, whom she hates even more than me. She's bitter and will always be a miserable person. I was severely abused by both her and my dad, but my dad has tried so hard the past 17 years to make up for what he did. She, on the other hand, goes out of her way to let everyone know how horrible I was as a child. The first and only time she met my second husband, I was 34. The only thing she said to him was telling him horror stories of how awful I was as a child and teenager. I have not spoken to her since. I do not hate her, because that would leave space in my brain to her, so I'm completely indifferent to her these days and only think about her if a specific question about parents is asked. Sad thing though, one day when my grandmother is gone, she will need someone to rely on as she cannot take care of herself. I will probably pay her bills, because that's just the type of person I am, but I will never say another word to her. If I did, she doesn't have enough self-preservation in her to not continue to be hateful. I'm sure she'd rather be homeless than be civil. She will have to contact my ex-husband and have him let me know what she needs. Has my best friend and she hasn't screwed him over as much, so has willing to still tolerate contact with her. At this point in my life, I'm actually relieved she has disowned me, because I wasted too much mental energy just trying to get past her BS. My life really didn't start progressing until she was completely out of it. I can't really call it disowned, more lost contact with. The story is after my father died, my mom was left with me and my brother and was just about alone because my dad would talk to his family, my grandparents on his side and his 3 sisters, about how horrible a wife my mother was. Then summer came, and my brother and I spent a summer with one of my aunts, and at first, my mom told them that we could stay with them for the school year, but later she changed her mind. But they had already filed paperwork for it, so they eventually sued her, in which they lost, and my mother cut off contact with for a few years. Eventually, we moved into her mother's old house in Florida with her then boyfriend, who I'm going to call James. James was from Missouri and had been in and out of jail a few times before meeting my mother. They had begun dating when my mother was getting a divorce from my dad. They would eventually break up, and my mom and dad got back together when he was diagnosed with cancer sometime later. Anyway, after my father died, my mother and James got back together, and he moved with us to Florida, and he stayed with us for about a year until my mother was fed up with his bullshit and kicked him out. About a year after this, we moved to the other coast of Florida into a condo to be closer to her cousin, who I will call Lisa. This was a nice condo, but it had a problem with the pipes in the kitchen which caused black mold to form, and the repairs for it had us living paycheck to paycheck. Then she and Lisa had a falling out and rarely spoke for a few years, and in these few years, everything began to spiral out of control. First, the house began to fall into disarray and was trashed. The second was hurricane second with caused water to get into our condo, which thankfully was paid for by our condo association, but their repairs weren't enough for our mother, who promptly stopped paying her condo fees. Third was that my mother started drinking heavily, and most of our monthly paycheck went to alcohol. And finally my brother dropped out of high school to school around and smoke pot with his friends. All of this led to the state getting involved right as we're being foreclosed on by the condo association, which led to me and my brother being removed from our mom's care and being placed with her cousin Lisa a month before we were supposed to evicted from the condo. A few days later was the last time I saw my mom in person at the court hearing discussing what was going to happen, and that the next court hearing was going to be in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later she was a no-show, because in those 2 weeks she got so drunk that she forgot about the hearing and all but confirmed that she would lose custody of my brother and I. A few weeks after that she was evicted from her home and brought nothing with her but the clothes on her back and a folder of paperwork. No phone and no wallet, just those 2 things. Since moving in with her cousin, my brother got back in school and had all passing grades on his report card for the first time in years. The only news we've heard that she is alive